December. Please, Parker says. If they wanted to use that, they would have by now, and I'll bet money they never will. We have op guys too, you know. He's going to be acquitted. Congratulations, she says. But by the time this goes to trial, Mr. Porter, Sandy Walcott will already be a few months in office, and I'll be back in Austin. Not if there's no election. What are you talking about? He hands her a photocopy of his motion to enjoin the city's runoff election, scheduled for December 10th, and his request for a hearing on the matter in county court at the earliest possible date. Jay tells her it's her copy. You can't do this. I already did, he says. Parker looks up just as Raleigh, out of the driver's seat now, opens the back door for her, a signal that her ride is through. Parker, in a huff, shoves the motion into her bag and grabs her mobile phone. She ungracefully scoots her behind out of the town car. Raleigh tips his hat to her as she goes. Back in the Walgreens parking lot, Raleigh lights a smoke. Jay asks if he picked up anything on the ride over, stuff that Parker and Walcott talked about. A lot that didn't mean much to me one way or the other. They mentioned Neil? Or the court case? Not a word. Just a bit of chatter about media interviews, general stuff, Raleigh says, exhaling smoke, and talk about the big donors in their pocket. Any names? They got Cole. Jay mutters. Thomas Cole, Cynthia's old pal. Looks like everybody is lining up behind Walcott. They part ways soon after this, Raleigh to finish what they started at Beechwood Estates, trying to get close enough to Alonzo Hollis to figure out his game, and Jay to make sure Neil's alibi, his one true hope of getting the case tossed, hasn't fled the county. From Montrose, Jay heads south to 3rd Ward. Come drinking hours, the streets around the Playboy Club are lit up like Christmas. Young men hang on street corners, sipping beer out of paper bags, waiting on the club's doors to open. Older women trade gossip between sips of spiked tea, sitting on the porch steps of shotgun houses, rows of them lined up like tiny little churches right off Scott Street. Not even a quarter mile from the rough-and-tumble headquarters of Jay's first fledgling SNCC offshoot, a group he started with Bumpy Williams, Lloyd McElvey, and Marcus Dupree, and where he first laid eyes on Cynthia Maddox. He thinks again about this morning, the fact that for whatever reason, she went out of her way to warn him. But against what, she wouldn't say, not really, offering only a vague sense that all with this election is not what it seems, which he was already beginning to see with his own eyes. Jay parks under a dim streetlight just a few feet from the door of the Playboy Club, not realizing he's been followed. But as soon as he steps out of the Land Cruiser, he sees his pursuer. The driver of the Z, the one who was in his office and outside his home, the one he assumes is after his legal records for the Cole case, is standing right in front of him. The unkempt hair, the same cutting smile, the familiar funk of marijuana smoke laid tonight on top of a sweet, sweet cologne. He's so close Jay could reach out and touch him, which he tries to do to block the first blow, an uppercut that lands under his chin, knocking his teeth together until he tastes blood. Jay, if he had a weapon, couldn't reach it anyway, not as fast as the kid comes on him again, this time socking him under his rib cage. The .38 is a mirage, a dream he once had. Irony of ironies, he left it with Lonnie tonight, worried someone might try something at the house. He would laugh out loud if he could catch his breath. Doubled over, Jay tries to speak. He spits blood on the kid's sneakers, white Air Jordans, earning himself another hit, a punch as near to the kidneys as he can take without passing out. And then he hears the unlikeliest string of words in the English language. Motherfuck that injunction. Jay sees the grip of a 9mm in the waistband of the kid's underwear, peeking out above his baggy jeans. He's lifted his shirt to make the threat clear, like something out of a Tupac video Jay once asked his daughter to turn off. Laid out in the street, He thinks he can hear the song's thumping bass in his head until he realizes it's his own blood beating against the walls of his skull. "You understand?" the kid says, kicking Jay in the gut. "Shut it down, Heathcliff." Chapter 16. The headline: Hawthorne Camp seeks to halt December runoff. The photo caption: Attorney Jay Porter accuses Walcott of misconduct in murder charge. The article, written by Greg Bartolomeo, gives the unfortunate impression that Jay is working for the Hawthorne campaign, rather than doing everything he can for his client and for the parents of Alicia Noel, who deserve more from the top prosecutor than having their daughter's murder used as a political pawn. The sloppy reporting is infuriating but not wholly unexpected. Lonnie last night had warned Jay of as much, guessing the Chronicle's editorial slant, and they both suspected Reese Parker of leaking all kinds of information to the press. Lead sentence, paragraph 2. Sources inside the district attorney's office say there is enough evidence for a conviction. Lon practically wrote the story off the top of her head while she helped dress his wounds. He'd staggered into the house a little after 8, blood staining the front of his white shirt, after first calling Lonnie from the driveway to make sure he could get from the back door to his bedroom without his kids seeing. At breakfast this morning, he tells them he took a fall, delivering the news offhandedly while passing a plate of eggs. Ellie stares at him across the table, and Ben stops eating, complaining of a sudden stomachache. "Come on," Jay says. "We're late for school." He shoves the newspaper into the trash on their way out. They ride with the radio off. Twice in the car, Ben asks if Jay, his last remaining parent, is sick, mistaking the bumps and bruises for a different kind of pain. "I'm fine, son," Jay says, reaching across the front seat for Ben's hand. He's actually better than fine. He woke up this morning feeling strangely, yet powerfully numb, not so much unable to process the pain across his cheek and jaw as indifferent to it. Standing over his bathroom sink at dawn, staring at the blood-crusted aftermath, he found the darkest center of the blackest bruise and stuck his middle finger straight into it, feeling nothing that a year without his wife hadn't over-prepared him for. What, after all, was a scratch on the surface of a body that had already been hollowed out? He looked at his hands, at his shirtless torso in the bathroom mirror. He saw his whole body anew, imagining grief, of all things, as a kind of superpower. This, he thought, looking at the abrasions across his brow, the swelling of his lips and cheek, this is the least that I can endure. It was like powder in a bullet, this knowledge. He felt inexplicably, undeservedly free. And he owed it to somebody to do something with this, didn't he? Do it for them. He heard his wife's voice and understood more than ever what she meant. "I'm going to be fine," he says to his son. When Jay arrives at the civil courthouse at 8:30 sharp, Greg Bartolomeo is waiting outside. "You set me up," he says acidly, the second Jay starts up the walk and into the building. Jay is not surprised in the least to see him here. Bartolomeo is at his heels the whole way, hovering behind Jay in the line for the metal detectors, the two men removing their watches, the change in their pockets. "You should check your facts next time before you rush to print whatever Reese Parker feeds you," Jay says, as he passes through the parallel walls of the metal detector, reaching for his belongings in the dingy plastic cup on the other side. "You ought to be spending your time talking to Alonzo Hollis." "I already did." Jay pauses a few feet from the bank of elevators, watching as Bartolomeo puts on his watch and the belt the deputies made him remove. "I'm not a bad reporter," he says to Jay, "but I am a gratefully employed one. My editor told me to drop it, so I dropped it. Nothing about Hollis ever made the final cut of any of my stories, but it doesn't mean I didn't do my job. Honestly, they're going to play this story the way they want it played," he says. Unless what? "I can get an exclusive interview with you or your client." No comment. Jay turns and walks toward the elevators, sliding into one and watching with pleasure as the doors close on Greg Bartolomo's face. He presses floor 6 for the clerk's office. Eddie Mae is in rare form when Jay arrives later that morning. She's dressed for the occasion, for her new status as secretary, no, legal assistant, she says, to a man on the front page of the city's only newspaper, with a murder trial no less, her very own Johnny Cochran. "Don't call me that," he says. She's wearing a slim skirt, tight across the waist, but otherwise demure, and a cream-colored blouse, and her hair actually appears to be her own. It's a soft, silvery gray, with a shallow spray of curls in the front and an egg-sized bun pinned at the back. "Cynthia Maddox called," she tells him. "Twice." "Cole's willing to talk," Cynthia says when he gets her on the phone. "I'll bet he is." "But it has to be now." "Where?" "Houston Club." "I'll be there." "And Jay, listen." He hangs up. The Houston Club is the oldest private social club in the city, and no one gets up to the 10th floor without an express invitation. Jay is waiting for him, a handwritten card resting on a silver tray held immovably in place by a black man in a penguin suit and white gloves standing in the lobby. Jay is instructed to walk the card to the elevator and up to the 10th floor, where he is to hand it to the hostess outside the main dining room. When Jay says, "Thank you," the black man nods without ever making eye contact. Inside the elevator, Jay ticks off the floors on the slow rise, passing according to the buttons on the inside panel, the club's gym, indoor tennis court and pool, its private ballroom, and its barroom lounge. On the 10th floor, the hostess is waiting for him as he steps off the elevator. "Right this way, Mr. Porter," she says, motioning for him to fall in line behind her as she leads the way through the anteroom, past the hat check and the rows of Stetsons resting on individual racks. The room smells of tobacco and Colombian coffee and woodsy aftershave, and the champagne-colored carpet is so thick that Jay's knees nearly buckle as the heels of his shoes sink into it. The hostess fairly skates across it, carrying her weight in her youthful hips, swinging them left and right as she walks between the linen-topped tables in the dining hall, smiling her way toward her Christmas tips, nodding at each male club member she passes. And it is all men, in boots and suits, seated 2 and 3 to a table. Odd, Jay thinks, for an hour that rightly belongs to tennis wives and retirees, that dull stretch of time between Bloody Marys and the day's first Chardonnay. But these are men whose money is being made, whether they're in their offices or not, and there's a leisurely and fraternal air about the room. At least there was. The conversation comes to an abrupt halt. Everyone has turned to stare. The black and purple cuts and bruises across the left side of his face, the eye that's slightly swollen, these are not enough to disguise the fact that Jay and the man on the front page of the day's newspaper are one and the same. "Mr. Cole is waiting," the hostess says, pointing to a corner table in the back of the room with a view of the city skyline. The man himself is seated in a chair against the wall, so he can't actually see the view he's paying for. He's older than Jay by a decade, and it shows in the silver hair and the feathered lines cut into his tan skin. But he is otherwise still at a fighting weight, ropey and lean. He's wearing a button-down Oxford beneath a hunter-green collared cardigan, a pair of reading glasses tucked at the neckline, and a Camel cigarette is sitting in a crystal ashtray a few inches from the gold nugget on his right hand. He looks up from the newspaper in his hand, smiling amusedly at the sight of Jay, as if he were a gnat Cole had swatted at and missed, a winged thing that had bested him and lived to tell. "J. Edgar Porter," he says, calling out Jay's full name, which appears in a single place on his original birth certificate filed in the Trinity County Courthouse on May 5, 1950, letting Jay know in 5 syllables that there was no part of his life that Cole hasn't dug for and found. "I wish I could say it was a pleasure." "Likewise," Jay says, pulling out the nearest chair. Despite their legal showdowns, Jay has not laid eyes on the man in the flesh in 15 years. In fact, the last time the men drew breath within a few feet of each other was inside a men's room in the criminal court building downtown, when Cole had uttered these words, "Don't make me regret I didn't kill you when I had the chance." He had delivered this particular prick of poison as if he were doing Jay some big favor, one he might cash in at any time. "Let's start with you calling off your muscle," Jay says. "Excuse me?" Jay unbuttons his suit jacket and takes a seat. He leans across the table, lowering his voice. "I'll give you Nathan Petty, okay? He's yours," he says boldly. "But you can't have people following me." Over a center vase of milk-colored narcissus, Cole stares at Jay. His eyes narrow slightly as he lifts the cigarette from the ashtray. "I have children," Jay says. "Two." Jay feels his blood rush. "Yes," he says, watching Cole roll the tip of the cigarette between his thumb and forefinger before taking a slow drag. "So you can see why I can't have anything happening to me. I need you to call him off." Cole lets out a slow exhale, still studying Jay. He gently taps his cigarette against the side of the ashtray. "I'm afraid I don't have the slightest idea what you're talking about." "The kid in the Z," Jay says. "Get him off my back." "Let me get this straight," Cole says, glancing at his watch. Approving of the hour, he holds up a finger to signal a waiter. He orders a bourbon, offering nothing to his guest, and shooing away the server before he can ask. Kid named Nathan Petty is following you. And what? You think I had something to do with it?" He smiles, offering this retelling of the bits and pieces of Jay's story with an air of incredulity, as if he thinks Jay is bullshitting him and he's personally insulted by the lack of sophistication. "Surely," he says, taking another drag on his cigarette, "this isn't the reason you asked to meet with me." Now it's Jay who's feeling tricked. He leans back in his chair, studying the blank look on Thomas Cole's face. Either Cole's flunky hasn't yet found the link to Petty and Jay's records, or Cole doesn't know the man existed and doesn't in fact know what Jay is talking about at all, which Jay finds hard to believe. "You're not telling me?" Cole takes another drag on his cigarette. "Should I be?" He exhales, a puzzled look on his face, just as his glass of bourbon lands sloppily on the edge of the table, a tiny wave of honey-colored liquid splashing over the side and soaking through the tablecloth. The hand that delivered it is white, a racial anomaly in his peripheral vision that causes Thomas Cole to turn and look up, directly into the face of Charlie Luckman, Esquire. "This one's on me, Haas," he says, pulling out the chair to Cole's left and squeezing himself right into the middle of the men's private meeting. Jay knows both of them, under wildly different circumstances, of course. Time was Charlie Luckman, former prosecutor turned highly paid defense attorney, held a permanent position in Thomas Cole's Rolodex, as he did in the private directories of other moneyed men in Cole's set, Charlie having gained a well-earned reputation as a fixer of sorts, a lawyer willing to work cases high and low, as long as the price was right. Jay had gone up against him in one of the absolute lowest of the low, the case of a hooker who suffered an on-the-job injury in the front seat of a port commissioner's car. The commissioner had paid Charlie to make the whole thing go away. Charlie, Jay remembers, was a friend of Cole's back then, and had even represented Elise Lindsay, the tartlet on Cole's payroll who was the face of Stardale, the Shell Development Company. Charlie had inadvertently confirmed the breadth of Thomas Cole's involvement in the hoarding and hiding of barrels and barrels of crude oil, which had planted the seeds of Jay's civil case against the oil giant. Jay has never known how or even if the men's friendship recovered. This morning, Charlie seems tickled as pink as the broken capillaries across the tip of his nose to see Jay and Cole together in the middle of the Houston club. He sets his own tumbler of bourbon on the table, and throws a hammy hand across Jay's shoulder. "So you're the one messing with little Georgie's election," he says. "What?" Jay says, shucking off his oily grip. "You're drunk, Charlie," Cole says. "I prefer to think of it as a slow marinade," he says, signaling one of the servers for another round. He is quite openly on the downslope of a once unstoppable career, having benched himself after his very public loss to Sandy Walcott, a woman 20 years his junior, in the murder trial of the Houston area surgeon. "She got me," he said, as if he'd been the one to take the knife and not Dr. Martin's wife. Jade heard that since his public loss, he's settled down, on paper at least, marrying in his 60s the daughter of a Mexican textile magnate and raising 2 boys, 9-month-old twins. Here, even in the soft white light of the dining room, he looks tired, the collar of his shirt cutting into the flesh of his neck like a yoke, the seams of his size 38 oyster gray suit surrendering under stress. It's a costume he need not torture himself with, Jay thinks. Charlie hasn't set foot inside a courtroom in a year. "Walk away from the table, Charlie," Cole says, irritated. "Well, aren't you full of grace?" He stands, lifting his late-morning cocktail with one hand and attempting to button his jacket with the other. Suit tails flapping, his shirt slightly untucked, he crosses the dining room, stopping at a few other tables to pull the same routine, dropping in unannounced and uninvited. Thomas Cole stubs out his cigarette. He lifts the glass of bourbon and takes a hearty sip, tapping a finger on the newspaper's front-page story as he swallows. "You got a lot of people worked up over this. Sam put you up to it." Sam wasn't too keen on it, matter of fact. Cole nods approvingly. "Confrontation isn't much his style. More flies with honey and all that," he says, belching softly. "He's a decent man, if a little foolish, trading an extraordinary amount of power for the mess of politics played in the light of day. Axel's strong but naive, and Sam is too hot to see a Hawthorne in City Hall to appreciate what he's giving up as a behind-the-scenes player." "Every man's dream," Jay says, rolling his eyes. "Maybe you don't know Sam as well as you think you do. I'm holding out hope some of his spirit of reciprocity has rubbed off on you," Cole says. "You don't want this court case, Porter, this injunction. Trust me when I tell you you're wading in water over your head. You don't want this for your career." To which Jay only grins. "I don't have a career," he says, leaning back, his hands clasped behind his head, feeling punch-drunk still hours after the beating. "You're looking at a retired man, Cole," he says, glancing at the plush dining room, the fine china and crystal. "What does this setup cost? 10, 20 grand a year?" "It'll be a stretch, but I guess I can manage. What do you say, Cole? You and me, members of the same club? They got a basketball court in here. You're making a fool of yourself. We'll let a judge decide that." "It'll never work," he says. "There's not a single goddamn judge in Harris County who's going to halt an election over what you're talking about." A candidate using her position as district attorney to discredit a member of her opponent's family and campaign team? To influence a city election? "Bullshit," Cole says, raising his voice for the first time. He glances furtively around the room, meeting the curious eyes of the men at neighboring tables. He lowers his voice, pushing the vase of flowers to the side. He leans forward, half his torso reaching across the table in Jay's direction. "You're wrong to hold this up as a crusade. There's serious evidence against that kid." "Now, see, how would you know that?" Jay says. "Last I checked, grand jury testimony is sealed. Hell, I won't even see it till discovery. So unless you're prepared to admit to having an inside track to the district attorney's office, the head of which you just so happen to be backing in the mayor's race, I don't see how you could know the details of what went on in that grand jury room." Jay points to the newspaper, to his picture on the front page. You know what else I find interesting? How quickly this story made it into print. The Chronicle goes to bed at 8, 9 o'clock at the latest? He says. The district court is dark by 5:30. There would have been no way for Bartolomeo to fact-check any of what he got straight from Reese Parker's mouth the second she and I finished talking. And yet here it is, for the whole city to read. So I didn't file those papers until this morning. Jay leans across the table, too, getting within a few inches of Cole's tanned face. You know what I think? I think you're all playing a game with this whole process. You, Walcott, Parker, with help from Houston's journalistic finest. It's not too late to withdraw the motion, Cole says. Jay ignores him, pushing back from the table as he buttons his suit jacket. Perhaps there's something we can work out, Mr. Porter. I'm certainly willing to concede that our civil matter has dragged on longer than it should have. If we were able to speed up a final resolution for your clients, maybe I could get you to reconsider. I don't think so, Jay says. He stands to leave. Call off your boy. Mr. Porter, if I wanted to. He searches for the right word. Neutralize you. I can promise you'd look a hell of a lot worse than you do now. You're standing up right now on my say-so, and don't forget it. He reaches for a gold-plated lighter in his front pocket. He sets the blue flame against the end of a fresh cigarette, burning through half the tobacco with the first drag. They have enough for a conviction, you know, he says, as if he's tossing Jay a lifeline. You talking about the phone number in the girl's pager? He admits to dialing it unknowingly. Doesn't mean anything, Jay says, turning away. I'm talking about the eyewitness. Jay stops at this, that thick, rich carpet like quicksand. He feels himself sinking. Slowly, he turns toward Cole, trying to inch forward, if only to shorten the distance, to keep the man's voice from drifting too far past this one table. There was an eyewitness on the stand, Cole says, admitting for the moment his insider knowledge of the grand jury testimony. A local out there saw him struggling with the girl on the corner where she was last seen. Saw Neil. It's all under seal, Cole says, but not for long. Jay cocks his head to the side, disbelief being his first anchor against the wild tide of panic rising in his chest. God damn it, he mutters as he walks out. When Jay walks into campaign headquarters 20 minutes later, the candidate has his long legs tucked under a vinyl-topped card table. He is working the phones, his poll numbers having taken enough of a hit on the news of his nephew's arrest that direct contact with individual voters is about the only thing that might swing things back in his favor. Texans are, for the most part, a friendly bunch, and Jay guesses as many as half of the names on that call sheet will at least hear Axel out. There are men and women milling about, block walkers waiting on the day's assignment, hovering near a grease-stained box of cold donuts. One woman, her blue Hawthorne t-shirt knotted fashionably on her right hip, has a packet of non-dairy creamer in her hand, open sideways like a bag of Fun Dip. She licks the white powder off her index finger. The man standing next to her hasn't yet committed to the campaign t-shirt. His is tucked into the back pocket of his jeans, the tail hanging out like a flag, an accessory he hasn't yet pledged any allegiance to, not until someone shows up with a roll of 20s to distribute. Marcy, on the phone at her desk against the back wall, is rolling a wad of Kleenex over the ripples of fat on the back of her neck, mopping sweat. The room is poorly ventilated. Even with the front door propped open, it's warm and smells of damp carpet. Axel has rolled up the sleeves of his dress shirt, a constellation of sweat drops under each arm seeping through the fabric. Yes, ma'am, he says into the phone. He nods, listening to her side. Well, that's been my priority since I entered this race. We're going to make neighborhoods like yours safe again. If I make it to City Hall, With your help, we can prioritize city resources in such a way that... Cut off, he leans back in his chair, listening, the tops of his knees knocking the underside of the table. My team has done nothing to interfere with the investigation, ma'am. He rubs his face in exasperation. I want to find the girl's killer as much as anyone. Jay walks past the phone bank, past the copy machine and Marcy's cluttered desk, all the way to an unlocked metal door, behind which appears to be the only private space in campaign headquarters and the place where Jay guesses he'll find his client. He enters a small room lined with bolts of upholstery fabric. He passes two long folding tables, both sagging in the center of the weight of boxes and boxes of campaign paraphernalia, buttons and T-shirts, plus reams of copier paper. Besides the dusty fabric, there's a hospital-sized scale in here, a blue Coleman cooler, a broken vacuum cleaner, and a stack of 2x4s. Jay doesn't know what this place was before the campaign rented it, or what it will return to after the polls finally close on this twisted little election. Neil is laid out across a 3-foot-long red pleather couch, his legs hanging off the arm of one side, and his right forearm covering his eyes. Sit up, Jay says. He grabs a chair from one of the folding tables and turns it to face the couch. He sits down, kicking his foot against the base of the couch to wake up his client. You do understand that I'm about to walk into state court to try to stop an election? He says. And so far, man, I've taken you at your word. Neil swings his feet to the floor, rising suddenly. The door behind Jay opens and Axel walks in. Jay never takes his eyes off his client. Leave us alone. It's okay, Neil says. He can stay. There's an eyewitness, Jay says. That's impossible. What's going on? Axel says, hands on his hips. Somebody got on the stand in front of the grand jury and testified that they saw you and the girl struggling right at the corner of Guinevere and Ledwick. They're lying, or just plain confused. Who is it? Axe says. Something you want to tell me? Jay asks Neil. I wasn't there, Neil says, raising his voice. Didn't you talk to AG? Surprised, Axel turns from Jay to his nephew. What? Yes, Jay says, glancing at Axel, then back at Neil, who's now on his feet. And guess what? He doesn't seem the least bit interested in reclaiming his rightful spot in the Hawthorne line, especially if it means testifying in open court. I wasn't there. You talked to AG? Axel says. Neil looks at his uncle but doesn't say anything. Jay can't exactly read the look between them, but Axel, whose skin is usually a warm maple color, looks downright ashen. AG's here? In Houston? Tell me this, Jay says to Neil. Why Tuesday night? What do you mean? Why were you so hot to see him last Tuesday? You said yourself you were in the middle of a massive get-out-the-vote effort that day. So with the polls still open, why did you take a detour to the Playboy Club in 3rd Ward? Why that night to talk to your father for the first time? Neil looks at the ground. He's still reluctant to go any further. You got to give me something here. Neil sighs. We got a call from Rob Urea. Who was that? Our op guy, Axel says. He had a report on AG. Jesus, Axel mumbles, reaching for the nearest chair to sit down. What kind of report? I don't know, Neil says. I didn't order it. Sam did, Axel says, guessing. Neil nods. And Rob swore he wasn't at liberty to share it. Opposition research, Jay says. There's something there? Was there some bit on his younger son that Sam Hawthorne wanted safely contained, typed up, and presented to him personally? I need to see that report, he says. Chapter 17. The Harris County District Civil Court has long set by its own bylaws an ancillary judge, a name assigned and rotated every 2 weeks, to handle emergency motions, and Judge Irwin Little, through no choice of his own, got this one. A doozy, he calls it, from the bench. He leans his pudgy torso all the way back in his leather chair, resting his hands on the mound of belly beneath his black robe, waiting to be entertained. He took an oath to uphold the United States Constitution and administer fair justice to all, but it doesn't mean he's not entitled to a show every now and then. And that's what this is, of course. A farce, a joke in poor taste, at least according to the morning's front page headline. Amid trailing poll numbers, Hawthorne bid to halt election, seen as Hail Mary pass. After a docket of garden variety requests for temporary restraining orders, this one ought to be interesting. The 152nd Civil Court is packed this Thursday morning, just one day after Jay filed the motion to request an oral hearing on the matter. From his perch at the bench, Judge Little has a clear view of the gathered spectators. Dick Urton, the sitting mayor, plus multiple representatives from the campaigns of the candidates looking to replace him, including Reese Parker in the front row of the gallery, sitting on the opposite side of the courtroom from Jay, who is seated alone at a table just ahead of the bar. The only faces from the Hawthorne campaign are those of Marcy, the communications director, and Stan, the money man. Axel thought his presence would be cheap, and Sam, well, Jay has no idea where Sam is. He's slipped through Jay's fingers of late, slow to return his calls. Jay did not demand that Neil be present for this. In fact, it's probably better that you're not, he told his client. You're not the one on trial here. To which Neil plaintively replied, Not yet. In addition to press from the Houston paper as well as the Morning News in Dallas and a reporter from the New Orleans bureau of the New York Times, there's on-air talent in the room too, a rarity. Melanie Lawson from Channel 13 is here. So is Dan O'Rourke from Channel 2, the NBC station. Jay recognized two people from the CBS affiliate coming off the elevator when he arrived this morning. Besides the high-profile looky-loos, there's also a gathering of prominent local attorneys, men and women who approached this as they might a wacky sporting event or a high-flying circus act. Part of the pleasure of watching is the possibility of total disaster, a very public fall. Janetta Paul is here too, having filed a last-minute companion brief demanding to be heard on the matter, as did two other city council members who are up for re-election and prepared to argue orally all the ways postponing a city election just 3 weeks away would adversely affect their chances at the polls. Technically, only Jay and the county's elections clerk have been selected to address the bench, although Matt Nichols, the DA prosecuting the Noel case, is sitting openly at the same table with the county clerk. Jay is up first. He's nervous. Sure he is. He's got a full house at his back. Last he turned and stole a glance, he could see that Maxine and Mitchell Robichaux had squeezed themselves onto a slim sliver of wood at the edge of the bench nearest the back of the courtroom, as if they weren't sure how much space they were allowed to take, how much this particular hearing has to do with them, or justice for their daughter. Maxine looks to have come straight from work. She's wearing slightly stained, pale pink scrubs from the previous night's shift. She cranes her neck slightly, trying to see over the crowd. Her husband is wearing a heavily starched plaid shirt. Mitchell put himself together for this, shaved and ran a pair of clippers along his hairline. He sits staring straight ahead. In all the television interviews, all the pleas for help and justice for their daughter, Jay has never heard the man speak. On the opposite side of Mrs. Robichaux, Pastor Keith Moorhead is holding tightly to the woman's hand. He has, over the last few days, become the family's unofficial spokesperson, claiming, as a man of the cloth, to be unaligned politically, and therefore able to offer, without earthly distraction, spiritual counsel to Alicia's parents in their hour of need. Jay does not try to make eye contact with Maxine, not sure she would understand that he has pledged himself to her as much as he has to his client, not sure Maxine Robichaux would cross the street to spit on his shoes. Still, as he looks down at his notes to start, he hears the words, a whisper at his back. Do it for them. Morning, Your Honor, he says. his speech tightened by the pain still throbbing in his jaw. He had to chew a handful of aspirin just to get through this. Citing paragraphs 1 through 3 of his motion, a copy of which rests on the judge's desk, Jay lays out his argument, enumerating the ways the court is in danger of allowing a mayoral candidate to use her office as district attorney to infect and influence a city election, an act of malfeasance with wide-ranging implications for millions of individuals. Letting the election go forward under the current circumstances threatens irreparable harm to the entire electoral process in which the citizens of Houston are putting their faith, not to mention harm to my client and the family of Alicia Noel, who are victims here as well. They're being used, sir, he says from his place behind the counsel table. Thank you, he says, before returning to his seat. The courtroom is remarkably still. Not a cough nor a twitch from the gallery. For a brief moment, Jay can hear nothing but the soft sigh of air coming from the vents overhead. Even the judge's clerk has momentarily stopped her typing. It may be the first time that most of the people in this courtroom are hearing the actual details behind the filing for this injunction, particularly the fact that the dead girl was working for Sandy Walcott, a fact that Walcott never disclosed to the police and that the Chronicle never reported. Erwin Little has been doing this long enough to give no premature signal from the bench, but it's clear that he too has had his eyes opened. He leans forward, rolling his leather chair a few inches closer to his desk. He takes a second look at the motion in front of him. Or maybe his first look, Jay thinks. The judge reads for a few moments, silently to himself, the desk's slim microphone picking up the sound of his slow breathing. Finally, he peels off his reading glasses. Mr. Duffy. Wayne Duffy, the county clerk in charge of the elections division, among other things, stands so quickly that he wobbles a bit on his feet. In his 50s, he is as short as he is round, and has paired his brown slacks with a green sports coat, double-breasted with gold-toned buttons, the uniform of a man content with the least amount of political power available to him, elected to count the votes that put other people into offices over his head. On his right ring finger, he wears a class ring, the metal cutting into the meat all around it. Jay can smell his cologne from here. I'm afraid I'm at a bit of a loss here, Your Honor, Duffy says. This is unprecedented. If I could, Your Honor, would like to elect Mr. Nichols to speak for the county, as it's his office with which the complainant seems to have the problem. He gestures toward Matt Nichols, who stands. If I may, Your Honor. Go on. Judge, this is just a stunt, of the highest order, and a waste of the court's time. Mr. Porter's client is charged with a homicide, indicted by a grand jury in this county. There is no evidence of some big conspiracy against Mr. Hawthorne, or frankly that his legal troubles have anything to do with the election. Where Mr. Porter would like to suggest that our office is somehow using a murder charge to influence an election, from where I stand, he appears to be using the timing of an election to get his client out of a capital murder charge. That could not more greatly misstate my purpose here, Jay says. Your Honor, his purpose here is to create a diversion for his client. It's a cheap stunt and a supreme show of disrespect to the people of this city. Not when we're talking about no less than the sanctity of the entire electoral process, Jay says, standing, taking a gamble that Judge Little is not so close to retirement that he's impervious to a good old-fashioned argument about the power of a courtroom, the plain facts of why they're all here, why 200 years on, men and women like Jay, Judge Little, Matt Nichols, and Maxine and Mitchell Robichaux even bother showing up. My God, Judge, do you really think I would try something like this unless I thought that this is it? All I have? The court, Your Honor. This has always been the church of last resort. The place where we at least take a stab at doing the right thing, where we believe it's even possible, he says, pouring it on a little thick, sure, but only because he believes it. All I'm asking is that my client get a fair trial and Houston get a fair election. Judge Little is quiet a moment, twirling his spectacles by one of the stems. Tiny rectangles of glass. They are prisms playing tricks in the light, reflecting green one moment, a hard red the next. Behind him, Jay can hear the scratch of graphite on paper, reporters and a few of the spectators taking notes. Finally, Judge Little speaks. Do you have anything more than the girl working for Walcott? Do I need more? Do you have proof, counselor? The judge lifts the stapled pages on his desk. I've got the affidavits here from Pleasantville residents, the ones who saw the victim handing out these anti-Hawthorne flyers. But where is the hard line between the flyers and Walcott's campaign? In theory, anybody could have printed up these deals, he says, holding up one of the Buffalo Bayou development flyers. Anybody wanting to tip the scales in Walcott's favor. My office is working on that right now, Jay says. He has both Raleigh and Lon out in the streets working every print shop from Galveston to Humble, north of the airport, trying to locate the one commissioned to design and print hundreds of flyers linking Hawthorne to a Bayou development project. One of the problems with moving forward with an election on the current timetable is the possibility of never having the hard answers. What happens if this trial is held in 6 months or a year from now? And not only is my client acquitted, but it's been proved that there was outright conspiracy on the part of the DA, and she's already sitting up in City Hall. Judge Little sighs, looking from Jay to Nichols. He does have a point, he says. Jay wedges himself into the slim opening. Absent some action on the court's part, he says, this murder case will hang over the whole election. It will taint the whole process. It does stink, the judge says. A sitting DA running for office while prosecuting a member of the other candidate's family, his campaign manager no less? I can't even imagine why she would, in the middle of the runoff campaign, leave herself open to something this messy unless she stood to gain. We have an eyewitness, Your Honor, Nichols says, very nearly losing his cool. He's a state prosecutor, used to criminal court judges bending over backward to see his every argument as just good old common sense. That they are even still talking about this appears to have stumped the young lawyer. You have an eyewitness who saw my client, Jay says, or an eyewitness who saw someone matching his description, which is the catch-all phrase of lazy prosecutors everywhere. Nichols makes a play for the judge's equanimity, his level-headedness in the face of the absurd. What exactly is Mr. Porter asking the court to do? Postpone a citywide election indefinitely? He says. No, just until my client gets a trial. Which is the same thing as putting it off indefinitely. Jay taps the counsel table with his fingertips. My client is prepared to invoke his right to a speedy trial. We're ready to go at any time, Your Honor. The judge raises an eyebrow, throwing this over to Nichols. He's waiting to see if Nichols is at least willing to play. What if we were able to move the runoff back a month? Maybe 2. Is that even feasible on your end? The judge says, turning to Wayne Duffy. The county clerk stands, catching a side-winding stream of sweat off his brow with the palm of his hand and clearing his throat several times. After a long, partially rehearsed statement about the date of the runoff having been set for more than a calendar year, tradition holding that 30 days out from a general election, the county settles each and every draw with another go at the polls, he concedes that the final ballots are not actually due to be printed until next week, and no, he can't think of a single reason why the runoff election couldn't be postponed. Mr. Nichols? Your Honor, I don't need to remind the court of the intricacies of trying a murder case. It's not something the prosecutor's office takes lightly, nor something that we can just throw together. I cannot try a capital case between now and December 10th, sir, nor do I think it's fair to hold up a city election. He can always drop the charges and refile after the election is over, Jay says, which is what he really wanted all along, for Walcott to drop this. And let a murderer alleged, Your Honor. Walk out the door? I'm sorry, Your Honor, but Alicia Knowles' family, the ones that Mr. Porter claims to be so concerned about, they deserve justice first and foremost. And justice, sir, justice does not wait. I couldn't agree more. My client and I are ready to go when you are. For the first time, Judge Little smiles. The balls on this one, his expression says. I'm not going rule today, he says finally. I'd ask for case law on the matter, but I suppose if you had it, you'd have already laid it out. He looks back down at his copy of Jay's motion, almost marveling at it, like a three-legged horse or a blind dog nosing its way through a maze, an honest-to-God wonder of nature. I will say for the record, Mr. Porter, that I don't for 1 second take the halting of a city election lightly. I can't think of anything more grave than messing around with our democracy. He looks down again at the papers and sighs, his pleasure in the morning's enterprise slowly deflating, like a slow whistling leak in a circus balloon. The show is over, and the cleanup doesn't look like nearly as much fun. He reminds all parties to hang near a phone for the next day or two, so his clerk can reach them. When it's all over, Matt Nichols looks pleased. That is, until he turns and sees Jay Porter looking equally optimistic. It was a stunt, a shot a mile long, and Jay just argued his way into another day, another 24 hours. He packs the satchel briefcase, fingering the brass buckles to secure it. As he turns to leave, he sees Keith Moorhead escorting the Robichaux out of the courtroom, a hand at the elbow of Maxine's pink nursing uniform. She turns and glances back at Jay, a look as piercing as the last time their eyes met. Only it's not vitriol he sees, but a kind of stumbling confusion, a haunting terror at the thought of losing her daughter all over again, not to men in dark cars on the dark street corners of her worst nightmares, but to men in dark robes, men in suits, men who, inside the walls of this hollowed courthouse, will wrest from her daughter's life what they can use and leave the rest. Men who are no better to Maxine than the killer who snatched Alicia on the street. Chapter 18. He pulls Lonnie off the road first. Raleigh agrees to put in another hour or so tracking down print shops, and then he'll pick up Hollis's tail when Alonzo clocks out of the tire shop in Aldine, where he's been on shift since 8 o'clock this morning. Raleigh's only news to report after 3 days' surveillance is thin. He wasn't working last Tuesday, election night, he says. At least 2 of his co-workers willing to talk said he wasn't on the schedule. But hell, even if he was, place closes at 7. Giving him plenty of time to get out to Pleasantville to snatch the girl. A scenario Jay knows that does not match the grand jury testimony about the night in question. The eyewitness who fingered Neil. Raleigh is embarrassed to admit that after 3 days, he has no idea where Hollis was that night, or any more details about the man's nighttime activities. Not much I can do staring at the man's front windows. For the second time, he pushes for a different, more direct approach. Jay still thinks it's a bad idea. If this goes like I think it will, we may have a shot at interviewing him, even getting him on the stand, he says. You roll on him now and he might get cagey, or worse, he might run. I can't afford to lose him, not yet. You insult me, counselor. What are you going to do, give him a ride home in a town car? Buy him a drink at his favorite bar? I got more tricks than that. Save him. Raleigh feigns uninterest. It's your money, counselor. You don't know the half, Jay thinks. They agree to check in an hour or so, before Jay flips his Motorola closed. He's sitting in the front seat of his Land Cruiser, which is idling in the parking lot of the West Alabama Ice House, just over the fence from Lonnie's duplex apartment. The saloon is little more than a red and white shack, a wood hut built sometime in the 1920s. The bar's interior is a dark, low-ceilinged hall that's lit by neon beer signs and the glow of 5 television sets. Most of the action happens outside, where faded red picnic tables practically spill out of the small front yard and into the rolling traffic on West Alabama. Around back is a wide dirt yard with more sticky tables and a big black drum of a barbecue pit. It's a place where the smoking of meat is holy, and cleanliness is next to whatever comes way after beer and football, a place where men and dogs are welcome. Lonnie is petting a dog when Jay finds her at a table in back, a black and brown boxer tied to the leg of a neighboring table. She's wearing camel-colored, square-toe boots, black jeans, and a nice blue t-shirt, her headlights poking out in the cooling November night. It's 6:15, the sun rust red in the sky over the roof of the ice house. Despite, or maybe because of, whatever in the world is going on with her and Amy, Lonnie is flirting openly with the dog's owner, a dark-haired woman in a University of St. Thomas t-shirt, a denim skirt, and boots almost identical to Lonnie's, only in a dark shade of gray. Lonnie makes a joke about swapping, winking. She's in a good mood, stealing glances at the dark-haired girl, who Jay believes is way too young for Lonnie. "Hey," he says, sitting across the bench from her. Lonnie turns, all business suddenly. "The boyfriend's out." "What?" "Kenny, Alicia's high school beau. He's got an ironclad alibi. Turns out he was in Houston last Tuesday, with plans to meet up with Alicia at his parents' place for a birthday dinner for his sister, but she never showed. He had a house full of folks who saw him all night, who know he was waiting on the girl." "How'd you find out?" "Resner cleared him on his own, behind Detective Moore's back." "He has doubts about the indictment?" "Publicly, no. Privately, doesn't feel right," he said. "Why in the hell doesn't he say something?" "He did," Lonnie says. "To me." She reaches into the back pocket of her jeans for a pack of smokes. "This is just the kind of thing he used to slip my way," she says. "You don't like how the top brass is running your case, you drop a line or two to the newspaper." "But Bartolomo's not biting." She shakes her head, lighting up a parliament. "The paper has its angle, and they're sticking to it." She throws her head back, exhaling. "Resner, it's not his case. In-house, his hands are tied. He's just doing me a favor, that's all. When I mentioned we might subpoena the boyfriend, he said, 'Don't bother,' which leaves Alonzo Hollis as the only alternative suspect to present to a jury." "What about the print shops?" "I didn't find shit," she says, pulling from the same back pocket a sheet of notebook paper folded lengthwise. She opens it, laying it on the table, rings of leftover beer sweat soaking through. It's her notes from the field. "I had Kingwood to downtown, then west to Meyer Park, every quick copy in Mom and Pop, and I didn't find anyone who knows a thing about the BBDP flyers." "Raleigh didn't either," Jay says. "We'll keep looking." Lonnie looks up, pointing over Jay's shoulder. "There he is." Rob Urea, the Hawthorne campaign's op guy, was a one-time lifer at the Houston Post where he and Lonnie Phillips met. She had graduated up to features by the time the owner sold the paper, and Rob was working the city politics beat he loved. He was one of the lucky ones who landed a job at the Chronicle when the Post died. Lucky being relative, Lonnie told Jay. Those jobs were just for show. Evidence of the publisher's benevolence and civic integrity, which he touted in the pages of his own newspaper, mostly so he wouldn't look like a vulture picking the bones of his now-dead rival. It was all bullshit, of course. Most of those folks were let go within 6 months. Rob is in his late 50s. His salt and pepper hair is heavy on the Brill cream, and he seems emotionally worn out just by the walk to their table. He might have made a play for retirement if there had been anything to retire on. He got 2 weeks severance just like everybody else. He's got, a month left on the Hawthorne job. More if Jay is able to drag the election out. But other than that, he's already on to the next hustle. Lonnie lured him to the ice house on the promise of sharing her leads in the journalism corner of the World Wide Web. "Aw, hell, Lon," he says when he sees Jay at her picnic table. He lingers about 3 feet from the table, debating taking another step. The boxer is licking Lonnie's fingers. "Come on, Rob, she won't bite. Thought you was gonna buy me a couple of beers. Catch up a little." Deflated, he slaps his black messenger bag on top of the table before taking an open seat at the bench. "Guess everybody's got an angle these days. You know, for a guy doing op research, you sure are earnest as fuck." "We just want to talk," Jay says. "What happened to your face?" "Occupational hazard." "For a lawyer?" Then he reconsiders Jay's injuries in light of the morning's events. "One trying to stop an election, I guess." He shakes his head, not sure he wants to stick around for this. "Am I getting the leads or what?" "Hold your horses." She signals one of the waitresses, a blonde girl barely out of high school carrying a tin tray at her hip. "What can I get y'all?" she says. Jay orders water. "Dos Equis," says Lon. She orders 2, thinking this is still on Sam's dime. Rob orders carne asada and ribs, and a stack of home-cut fries. "Beer, too." He watches the girl's backside as she walks away, then opens the front flap of his bag, pulling out a handkerchief. He wipes his nose, digging in deep. "You wanted to talk?" he says. "Talk?" "A.G. Hawthorne," Jay says. Rob thinks on this a moment and then shrugs. He slides the handkerchief into his pocket. "I don't have anything to tell." "Oh, I think you do." "We know Sam asked for a report on his own son," Lonnie says. Rob shakes his head. He says. Jay leans across the picnic table. "Look, I know you may have thought you had to protect Neil in some way. Nobody wants to hear shit about their dad, no matter how bad the stuff you've been imagining about the man for 30 years. But this is a potentially life-or-death situation for Neil. You want me to sugarcoat anything for him, I can. But I need to know what was in that report. What made him drop everything to go talk to his father that night?" "You don't understand," Rob says. "There was no report. Or rather, there was nothing in it. Certainly nothing that Sam didn't already know." "Like what?" "Drugs," Rob says matter-of-factly, as if he's stunned that Jay hadn't come to that conclusion on his own. "Guy's a musician, after all," he says, as if it were a medical condition, a curdling in the blood that can't be helped. "What are you talking about? Weed, pills?" "Cocaine. Used to smoke this stuff before anyone else knew you could do that. Ruined his voice, his hands. You watch him close now, you can still see them shake, 15 years or so after he got clean for the last time. Shame, really." "And you're saying Sam knew all this?" "Yes," Rob says. "There isn't much that gets past the old man. I get the idea he's kept an eye on his son all these years, even from afar." He smiles at the pretty waitress when she returns with their drinks, fumbling awkwardly with his wallet, all just to press 2 sorry singles into her palm. Jay notices Urea isn't wearing a wedding ring. No tan lines on the ring finger either. He tries to imagine what 50 must feel like, marginally employed and without a wife, before realizing if he just waits a few years, he can find out for himself. "So why use you?" Lonnie asks Rob. "I mean, if Sam already knew about his son, why the ask? I know you were doing other work for the campaign." "Like Walcott's affair with the cop," Jay says. Rob smiles, pleased with himself for that particular unearthing. "That's right," he says. "Which Sam doesn't want to use." "No, he's strangely squeamish about the whole thing." "Maybe because of his own Janetta Paul problem." "Maybe," Rob says, "but does anyone really care who Sam Hawthorne is fucking?" He downs half his beer, running grateful fingers along the sides. "Or maybe Walcott has something better on Sam." "Makes more sense," Lonnie says. "Something maybe," Jay adds, "to do with his younger son." Rob considers this a moment, sipping his beer. Like what? He says. There's the estrangement, sure, for whatever Walcott could wring out of that. But she'd sure look like a petty bitch for calling out his drug addict son, a man who has for all intents and purposes turned his life around. And anyway, it's Axel running, not Sam. I got the sense that Sam just wanted to cross every T and dot every I where AG is concerned, wanting to go over anything about his son that the other side could use. I think mostly he was worried that if AG was using again, he might be vulnerable, that he might say anything for a 5 spot or a promise of something more. But I'm telling you, there was nothing there. AG's recovery, it's real this time. At least that's my 2 cents on it. So that's it, Lon says. That's it. I read most of what I had to Sam over the phone. Asked him if he wanted me to type something up. He said no, and that was the end of it. When was this? Jay says, reaching into his pocket for a pen. On the back of an alehouse napkin, he writes down the facts as they come. 1. Rob spoke to Sam at length last week, sometime after his initial call to the campaign on election night, the call that Neil intercepted. 2. Sam, in the end, didn't want any of it in writing. 3. It appears the two haven't spoken in almost 20 years. The last anyone remembers AG around the neighborhood, or around his father for that matter, was back in the late 70s, when the old-timers out there really started to see the neighborhood change. First, it was the freeway that cut through, and then the chemical companies that moved in, he says, nodding his head at Jay, the man currently wrapped in a fight with Proferma. When the waitress arrives with the food, Rob tears into the ribs first. Chewing, he reaches for a stack of white napkins on the table. Well, really it was integration, I suppose, that started it. He nods at Jay again, this too being a subject he knows a thing or two about. When there wasn't any other place to go, Pleasantville, 5th Ward. They were a haven for black folks, but Pleasantville especially. Teachers, doctors, a few principals, Pullman porters, and business owners. Nice houses, nice cars, a little place that was all their own. Did you know Louis Armstrong used to stay in Pleasantville when he came to Houston? Dinah Washington? Joe Louis used to stay with a lady right over on Ledwick? Back in the day, when black celebrities came to segregated Houston, wasn't that many places they could go. You could stay in a cramped boarding house somewhere, where Houston's finest Negroes would open their doors for you out in Pleasantville. All-night whist games, good scotch, bathtub gin, if that was your thing, blues on the hi-fi. It was a party, from what I understand. Between the money and the names, the strong sense of community, every politician from here to Austin on their personal Rolodexes, Pleasantville was untouchable. But now, with the old guard dying off, excuse me for saying so, but it's true, and young black folks with a little change in their pockets picking neighborhoods that would have been closed to them a couple of decades ago, McGregor and Meyerland, Bel Air, and such, Pleasantville is gone, at least the way it was. Sad, Lonnie says. Why? Rob says, wiping his mouth. 'Cause people who look like me are moving in? He says, gesturing toward his vaguely Chicano features, his wide, bright brown eyes. He pushes the ribs aside for the carne asada. That's not what I meant. You really looking to return to an America that birthed a place like Pleasantville? He says. Jim Crow is what made that neighborhood possible. Still sad, Lon says, picking at the label on her beer. It's still a loss. For some, opportunity for others. He fingers a charred green onion lying limp along the inside of his corn tortilla, angling it to ensure it plays a central role in his next bite. The mighty 259 is going to look mighty different 10-15 years from now, he says, digging into the asada, leaning over the table so the meaty juices and chunky bits of salsa slop onto the paper lining of the red plastic basket instead of into his lap. If there even is a precinct 259 in 10-15 years, Lonnie says. My people vote, he says, swallowing. Just ask Janetta Paul, Jay says wryly. Surprised she hasn't started conducting campaign stops in Spanish. Lonnie shakes her head. I'm talking about a threat from the outside. She's talking, actually, about the flyers, the implied threat to Pleasantville from a development along Buffalo Bayou. Rob rolls his eyes. There is no threat. That development has never gotten off the ground, and it never will. The flyers, that was just Walcott scaring the old folks out there who, when it comes to land use and the slow encroach of development, have been burned before. Then, remembering to whom he's talking, he cringes at its choice of language. Sorry, he says to the plaintiff's lawyer before adding. And either way, Axel is not a pro-development candidate. He really means all that a safe city is a prosperous city stuff. It really is his top priority, dealing with crime. Which is the Chronicle's worst nightmare, Lon says, smiling faintly, very nearly enjoying the publisher's perceived misfortune. 365 days of running crime stats on the front page. How's the mayor doing? Can former police chief meet his goals? That shit does not sell newspapers. Or attract business, Rob says, before taking another bite, talking with his mouth full. It only becomes a daily reminder to investors to spend their dollars elsewhere, on a city with fewer problems. No wonder the paper is pushing for Walcott from the inside, Jay says, even though they publicly endorsed Axel. There are two elections going on, the fiction in the Chronicle and the real story on the ground, Rob says, sucking down the foamy swirl in the bottom of his beer bottle. Looks like I'm the only one who picked the wrong horse. They're setting Axel up for a fall, Lonnie says. You talked to folks in Pleasantville about AG, Jay says, circling back. Rob shakes his head, washing down the taco with his beer. I was under strict orders not to. Most of what I got was from Sam himself. Vivian a little bit. What about Axel? Rob shakes his head again. I was under orders. He burps softly, then reaches for the opening of his black messenger bag, unhooking the brass buckle with one hand. There were, surprisingly, a lot of records to pull at the Hawthorne Community Center. The women out there, they've saved everything. Newsletters, team rosters, and elaborate directories listing residents street by street, their kids' names, birthdays, plus hundreds and hundreds of photographs from community meetings, parties, voter registration drives, even photos of the fight to stop the 610 freeway from cutting through the neighborhood. The archives are open to the public. He pulls out a few photocopied pieces of paper. The story of A.G. Hatz is as thin as they come. More myth than anything. A story that begins and ends with Belle Blue, his lone solo album. I was trying to put together what happened after he stopped playing. Which is? Well, he came home sometime around 75, Rob says. Viv nursed him off the drugs. He quit the nightlife, quit playing, and tried to settle down back home in Pleasantville. Sam had moved out of the neighborhood by then, and A.G. moved into the family house on Norvic. He got a job at the high school, cleaning up. He even started coaching intramural basketball and football teams with the neighborhood kids, the same program that Keith Moorhead runs now. He shoves the red plastic baskets of food off to the side. Across the table, he unfolds the photocopied pages. There, on top, is a black and white image of A.G. at the head of a line of marchers, holding up one half of a printed banner that reads, "Don't pollute Pleasantville." Behind him, Jay notices a young Arlie Delavan, in her early 40s. Her black hair wrapped in a paisley scarf. Jim and Ruby Wainwright stand just to the other side. Given the multitude of belled pants legs, the wide, lank collars, it must be 1976, Jay thinks, the same year Pro Firma Labs had to file a public notice of its plans to build along Market Street, and 6 years after Jay had walked away from his own activism for good, or so he thought. He got heavily involved in the campaign to keep the area around Pleasantville residential, keeping industry out, Rob says. But this is it, he says, pointing to a photograph from this same march. AG again, surrounded by a swarm of kids as young as 5 and 6 following him in the street, their mouths open in mid-chant. This is the last shot of AG I could find anywhere. The Post, the Chronicle, the archives in the Pleasantville Community Center. He just disappeared. I drank my way through every juke joint and blues hall in South Texas trying to track down any trace of the man. It was a fluke to find him pushing a broom right in 3rd Ward. An absolute shot in the dark. The cell phone in Jay's pocket trills, buzzing against the side of his hip. Raleigh calling from his cell phone. He slides it from his pocket, reading the number on the screen. Raleigh, he says when he answers. We got a problem, boss. What's going on? Hollis is on the move. I thought he had another hour on the clock, Jay says, checking the time on his watch. Plus, I thought you were still chasing print shops. I might have moved up the schedule. You mean you didn't follow my instructions? I'm thinking right about now you'll be glad I didn't. How's that? He clocked out early, Raleigh says. I'm on him now since he left the tire shop, heading not to his apartment, the grocery store, laundromat, nowhere near home, but instead keeping south on 45. Then he hopped on 610. He just exited Braeswood, and now he's turning on to Rice. That's right by my place. Same thing I thought, Raleigh says. Hollis coming after me? Jay wonders. He can't think fast enough to guess why. He can't think of anything but his kids. That's a right turn on Glen Meadow, man. He's on your street. Get ahead of him, Jay says, standing quickly. Get to the house and have Ellie let you in. Evelyn should be there, but don't say a word about it if you don't have to. He throws 2 20s onto the picnic table. I'm on my way. When he arrives at the house on Glen Meadow, almost 30 minutes later, Raleigh's El Camino is parked in the driveway behind Evelyn's Pontiac Grand Am. And just down the street, between 2 lampposts, a blue Chevy Caprice is parked. The same make and model as the one that was parked next to Raleigh's truck the night they staked out Beechwood Estates. He's just watching the house, Raleigh said, when he called again from Jay's street a few minutes ago. Jay lost him after that, his cell phone dropping out during a tricky patch of poor reception on Richmond. And when he tried back, his calls went straight to Raleigh's voicemail, and no one was answering the house line. Stepping out of his car, Jay has just enough time to register the lights on inside the house before Hollis is on him. Hey, the man says, marching toward Jay, stepping from the darkness into the light of the street lamp overhead, 2 white-knuckled fists already clenched at his sides. Jay looks back toward the house, aching to know what is going on in there, what would keep Raleigh or Evelyn from picking up the home phone. What in the fuck all do you think you're doing? Hollis says. He's drunk. Jay can smell it from here. He can practically count the number of empties lining the floor of the Chevy. Take it easy, he says. Hollis is shorter than Jay, but meatier in the places that give men permission to start shit on dark street corners, thick about the neck and upper arms. The ribbed seams of his black and gold Goldwell Tires t-shirt are stretched by the width of his biceps. It's him, all right. The greasy-haired white guy who confronted Jay in the parking lot of the apartment complex. Sandy, almost reddish hair clipped at the front, and brown eyes. A perfect match for the description given to the cops after the deaths of Deanne Duchan and Tina Wells. You following me? He says. Might I point out you're standing in front of my house right now? Jay slides his hands inside his pants pockets, thinking he might dupe Hollis into believing he's got something in there other than pennies and his car keys. This is the last time, he thinks, that he's leaving the house without the .38. And wasn't that you out in front of my house? Coming around my old job, stirring up some ancient shit? Hollis says, creeping closer. He's sweating despite the cooling night air, and his skin is sallow. His 5 o'clock shadow is rough enough to be a weapon. I ought to have you arrested for trespassing, stalking, or something. he says, fists tightening at his sides. You really want to invite police scrutiny right now? I ain't done nothing wrong. It's here he makes his first move, a quick step on the ball of his right foot while raising his left hand. Jay is quicker, hooking him right up under his chin, a clean blow that catches Hollis by surprise. He stumbles back a few paces before doubling over, resting his hands on the front of his dirty jeans. I'll kill you, he says, spitting blood, standing suddenly and charging Jay again. He wraps his arms around Jay's waist and thrusts him to the ground. Jay can hear the pop of his head against the concrete before he feels it, before the bass note of agony echoes in the tight confines of his skull. He rolls over to his side, his stomach lurching with nausea. Hollis gets in another blow to his head before Jay manages to push him off, knocking him to the ground. Hollis, drunk, trips on the toes of his cowboy boots as he tries to stand, falling back to the street. Jay has a straight shot to the man's head if he wants to take it, a single kick that would shut him up for good. But Hollis is already spent, hunched on his hands and knees, struggling to catch his breath. I swear to God, I'll kill you. Like you killed Alicia Noel? You're not putting no shit on me just to save your boy's ass. Hollis stands slowly, cautiously reaching his arms out behind him to catch a potential fall, as if he expects the street to rise up and snatch him back. He's even drunker than Jay thought. There was an eyewitness who saw you. Hollis nearly laughs. Saw me kill a girl? Bullshit. There was an eyewitness, several of them actually, Jay says, who saw you and your van loitering in the neighborhood. There was somebody who saw you outside the truck stop on Market Street, struggling with a teenage girl. Wasn't that the same thing the newspaper said about your boy? He's right, of course. The DA's office had said the same thing about Neil. Hollis stands to his full height. Anybody can say they saw anything. Don't make it true. I never touched no young girls, at least not out there. And I certainly never killed anybody. Worst I ever did in Pleasantville was catch a smoke on the boss man's clock, park my van, and nap a while. You the only one still can't get that straight. That story about me and some girl outside the truck stop, it never happened. The date it supposedly went down, I wasn't even in the state. I had a special run-up to Tulsa for Sterling. They vouched for me, not to mention the shipping company in Oklahoma who received a big shitload of pipe fitters from yours truly. The district attorney's office, the cops, they knew all this years ago. That's why I was never arrested in the first place. Jay falls silent, momentarily stumped. In the dim light, he searches Hollis's bloodshot eyes. Why hasn't he heard this before? And how did this never come up in Lon's talks with Detective Resner? It's not me, Hollis says, cracking his knuckles, as if this late show of menace might still put Jay on notice. I see you around me again. I hear you throwing my name around a murder case, and it's going to come down a lot worse than this, he says, before pivoting on his boots and walking back to the Chevy. It's warm in the house. Too warm. Jay can smell Evelyn's cooking on the stove. Spaghetti for the kids. Hot links and sweet onions for her. He peels off his suit jacket, the cotton shirt underneath sticking to the hairs on his forearms. He stretches out the muscles in his right hand, where a bruise is developing across his knuckles. The back of his skull throbs. He wipes his damp forehead as he starts for the kitchen, looking for Raleigh and the kids, Evelyn too, feeling a strange stillness in every corner of the house. From the great room, the den past the kitchen, Jay hears the low murmur of a male voice, young and slightly gruff. Can actually smell the man's cologne sweetly overdone, covering God knows what. The pain in his head swells as panic vibrates through his body. He immediately thinks of the guy in the Nissan Z. He doesn't think anybody could get past Raleigh, but how else to explain why his buddy didn't answer his phone? He's about to start for his bedroom for the .38 revolver when he finally recognizes the voice in the living room. He turns toward it, inching past the kitchen and into the den, where Pastor Keith Moorhead is seated on Jay's L-shaped sectional. Evelyn has brought him a glass of iced tea. She's sitting with her legs crossed, batting her big brown eyes at the pretty pastor, regaling him with stories of her dad's tenure at First Love Antioch Baptist Church in Fifth Ward, as if his religiosity were her own, when Jay happens to know for a fact that Evelyn quit her regular church-going as far back as the 11th grade, preacher daddy or no preacher daddy. She swears like a longshoreman and drinks like one too. He'd be surprised if she didn't have a little squeeze of gin or rum in that glass of iced tea she's so demurely sipping. Raleigh, who once tried to date Bernie's older sister, only to be shot down halfway through a first meal at a Ninfa's Katina off the Gulf Freeway, is eyeing Moorhead with thinly veiled disdain. An ex-con with a perennial line of dirt under his nails, Raleigh can't stomach a fussy man, let alone an overly religious one. The cologne, the pressed jeans, the white teeth. Moorhead is a type that Raleigh doesn't understand and certainly doesn't trust. "You have a visitor," he says coldly, before turning to look at Jay and seeing the damage done to his face. He curses under his breath. Keith Moorhead turns and stands. "Mr. Porter, sorry to drop in on you like this." Evelyn stands too, smoothing down her coffee-colored hair, the few strands of gray professionally colored over with red and bits of gold. "Can I get you something else, Mr. Moorhead?" Her skirt is hiked a few inches above her knees from sitting. She makes no effort to lower the shade on his view. "No, ma'am. I've got to get on." To Jay, he says, "Is there somewhere we can talk?" Jay walks him to the living room. Once they're alone, Moorhead tells him, "She's to be buried this weekend. Maxine, Mr. Robichaux. They've asked me to consider speaking at the service. I'm to meet the pastor at Sunnyside Baptist to talk over the details of the homegoing." Jay nods, reaching to rub the sore spot at the back of his hand. "What can I do for you?" "This is delicate," the pastor says, clasping his hands together. "And let me first say I appreciate the degree to which you must be feeling split between your commitment to the community and your fidelity to the Hawthorne family." "I have no commitment to anyone other than Neil, my client." "You have other clients, too," Moorhead reminds him, in an overly avuncular manner that irritates Jay, coming from a man at least 10 years his junior and with no skin in the game, as far as Jay can see. Keith Moorhead lives not in Pleasantville proper, but in neighboring Clinton Park. "And the men and women in Pleasantville are suffering over this recent blow, what feels like a growing rift in their own family, a Hawthorne accused of preying on their children. The very fact of the indictment raises questions about the other girls and Neil's involvement. Not everyone is willing to accept it," he says, speaking as if Neil's guilt were a foregone conclusion. "My only interest is looking ahead, to where we go as a community after this tragedy. I agree with Arlie Delavan that deep down you're doing what you think is right, and it's something I will personally remind folks of in the days ahead. I'd hate to see the good people of Pleasantville lose what little momentum they had in the civil lawsuit." "Why didn't Arlie call me herself?" "I think there are some concerns about where your loyalties lie." "Neil didn't kill that girl," Jay says, raising his voice a little, as if trying to call forth his earlier convictions which have drifted just out of his reach. "See, it's that kind of pushy statement of absolutes, when so many others are feeling unsure, that has been off-putting to some, especially coming from a hired attorney. Their attorney, they thought." He sighs, looking down at his clasped hands and closing his eyes. For all Jay knows, he may be praying. "I'm not on anyone's side, I hope you do know that," he says. "I want only the best for the Robichauxs and the men and women who put their faith in my hands." He puts a hand on Jay's shoulder. "Now or later, I hope that you'll likewise be prepared to do what needs to be done to make this right. For whom? Pray on it, Mr. Porter. Turning toward the door, he asks Jay to please give a warm hello to his kids, Ben and Ellie, whom he met at the church. His last words are a sage reminder of faith in God in all things. We will get through this. Guy's a phony, Raleigh says, loping into the living room once he hears the front door close behind Moorhead. No better than Janetta Paul getting herself on TV making this all about him. He gets another look at the injuries on Jay's face. Sorry, counselor. I got distracted with the preacher. Got my hackles up. Him coming in the house like that unannounced. He glances out the front window, making sure the street's clear in both directions. What did Hollis want? Jay turns. First things first. The kids okay? Raleigh nods. They're in their rooms. Get Lonnie on the phone, he says, as he turns toward the main hallway that leads to the bedrooms, checking on Ben first, and then Ellie, who was on the telephone. She looks up when her dad pushes open the door softly. She's beaming. She puts a hand over the mouthpiece and whispers, Lori called. Despite himself, Jay smiles, feeling a hiccup of joy that where his kids are concerned can pop up in the most unexpected places. His daughter's 15-year-old pregnant friend called, and Jay is unquestionably happy, for both of them, actually. And happy as well to have solved the mystery of why no one had answered the home line when he phoned from the road. Ellie had simply ignored the call waiting. It's a school night, he reminds her, before quietly closing her door. Lonnie arrives about 20 minutes after Evelyn leaves. The three of them gather at the kitchen table, Jay and the sole members of his legal team making sure to keep their voices down so his kids can sleep. It's not him, he says. Hollis? Lon asks, looking from Jay to Raleigh. Any chance Resner's setting you up? Jay says. Lonnie is quiet for a moment, staring at the two men. Her mind is ticking through the last few days, every off-the-record chat. The only words out of her mouth are a muttered, "Oh, shit." He knows you're talking to me, Jay says. Yes? Raleigh is rolling an unlit cigarette across the lacquered cherrywood tabletop, flicking it back and forth with his middle finger. He reaches for the bottle of scotch in the center of the table, the only anchor in this rocky night of twists and turns. He pours a finger for the former reporter. She bites through it in one gulp. Walcott, the ADA Nichols, Jay says. They knew I would reach for Hollis. Walking reasonable doubt. And they knew all along it couldn't have been him. He feels sick to think how badly he may have been played. Walcott holding game pieces behind her back, purposefully misleading him, or how wrongly he may have played himself, rushing into a trial he can't win. Are you sure? Lon asks. That little story about Hollis trying to shove a girl into the cab of his truck at that truck stop on Market. The bit in this that sold you against the lack of physical evidence, the fact that the semen wasn't his, that story is bullshit. Hollis was out of state the date that supposedly went down. Which is information that cop Resner could have given you, Raleigh says. But didn't. Lon reaches for the bottle herself, pouring double the last round. She winces as she remembers. He also knocked out the boyfriend. Hollis was always the best lead we had, Raleigh says. And I'm telling you, it's not him. Under the kitchen light, Jay turns his face to the right, showing up the blossoming bruise coming in on the right side of his face, to match the ones healing on the other side. The guy came at me with his left hand. From Lonnie's box of notes, he pulls out the autopsy report on Alicia Noel. Across the tabletop, he lays out the photocopied pictures. The places where her face has been distorted, the skin, a black and purple bed of ripe bruising, are all on the left side, meaning it had to have been someone punching her with his right hand. It's not his semen. It's not his left hook, Jay says. It's not him. Chapter 19. The call comes the following Monday, a week before Thanksgiving. Jay Porter and all interested parties in the matter of Neil Hawthorne v. Harris County are to be in Judge Irwin Little's courtroom at 1 that afternoon, the big man himself cutting lunch short to issue his ruling. The small room is packed with people, some of the same faces Jay saw before, and some new ones. Sam is here. Neil, too. They flank Axel Hawthorne, who sits tall in a navy suit and slim red tie. Vivian and all 4 of her daughters are seated in the row behind them, the family turning the judge's ruling into a test of their genetic fortitude and grace under fire, a test they intend to win, as if the injunction is victory itself, a triumphant end instead of the beginning of a battle they are not assured of surviving. Neil anxiously crosses the bar to join his attorney, a man who is having a hard time looking him in the eye. Jay already knows how this will go. He was in Judge Little's chambers just 2 days ago for an off-the-record meeting with the judge, Matt Nichols from the DA's office, and Wayne Duffy, the county clerk, not in the presence of a court reporter or even Little's longtime clerk. Little asked just 2 questions. Would Jay's client waive his right to any pretrial hearings if the state pledged not to play games with discovery? And did any of them have any holiday plans that might take them out of the city for a considerable stretch of time? After which Jay knew how he would rule. From the bench, Judge Little says much the same as he said in chambers, that if 30 days are all it takes to have a clean election without the mess of a murder trial, and the grave accusations of wrongdoing on the part of Ms. Walcott tainting everything, then he's inclined to grant it. If her office truly has the goods on Neil Hawthorne, it will have to prove its case in court. And likewise, if Mr. Hawthorne is found guilty by a jury of his peers, then he will have had his day in court, and the voters can decide what, if anything, they choose to extrapolate from the Hawthorne name on the ballot. Either way, the judge agrees with the argument put forth by Mr. Porter, that Mr. Hawthorne's interests, as well as those of the city at large, are best served by holding this trial as quickly as possible. Given the highly unusual set of circumstances, he has already been in contact with the clerk's office at the criminal court building to be certain a courtroom will be available on such short notice, and a trial date, December 9th, has been set. Judge Little himself has reset the date for the runoff election, Tuesday, January 7th. Across the courtroom, Matt Nichols looks downright queasy. It's a hell of a tight timetable, but you asked for a trial and now you got it, the judge tells him. Again, he offers the simple way out. The DA's office can drop the charges to avoid any hint of impropriety and refile after the election. Nichols opens his mouth to speak. But it's Sandy Walcott, who Jay had not realized is also in the courtroom, seated on the left side of the gallery, who answers the judge's query. Her integrity publicly called into question, she rises slowly. In an aubergine pantsuit, her dark hair pulled into a severe bun, she looks almost martial, armed and ready. With permission to approach, she crosses the bar and stands before the judge. "No, Your Honor," she says. "We are more than prepared to go forward." Judge Little nods, because what the hell else was she going to say? Admit in a room full of city officials and reporters that she pushed for a shitty indictment just to gain leverage in an election? Thanks to Jay Porter, her name has been tarnished almost as much as Neil's. She has more invested in this trial than ever before. The whole thing takes 20 minutes. Jay is out in enough time to pick up both of his kids from school. This will be his last time for a while. He'll have to arrange with Evelyn or Eddie Mae to get them home from school every day for the next month, while he's knee-deep in this trial. He asks Neil for this one thing, this one afternoon, before he promises to pledge his life to his client every morning, noon, and night. Ben gets out of Poe Elementary before his sister. Jay's is the first car in line waiting for the bell. They get ice cream at a market on Bissonnette, chocolate and strawberry for Ben, praline for Jay, and a scoop of peppermint in a cup for Ellie. Ben holds the cup in his lap all the way to Lamar High School. "You won," Ellie says when she arrives at the car. "Dad got ice cream," Ben says, teeth clicking from the cold. He climbs around to the back, ceding the front seat to his older sister without being asked. "Your court thing," Ellie says again. "You won." "Where'd you hear that?" "Mr. Jensen heard it on the radio," she says, swiping the paper cup of melting ice cream from her brother. "He announced it in government. He said it's kind of a big deal." She dumps her backpack on the floor as she climbs in. "I didn't win anything, not yet." He takes the ride home to explain what he's doing and why, laying out the timetable, what it will mean for their lives, Thanksgiving upended, and probably Christmas too. He mentions, awkwardly, their mother's name and their family's own first-hand experience loss. How desperate it makes one for answers, even sharing with them Bernie's feelings about the other girls who'd been killed, wrapping it all up in a stumbling speech about cynicism and electoral politics. For an opening statement, it stinks. In the back seat, Ben is digging the last of his chocolate strawberry swirl out of the soggy waffle cone with the tip of his pale pink tongue. Jay is not sure he's heard a word of it, save for his mother's name. Without the least preamble, Ben asks, "Can we get a tree this year?" In the front seat, Ellie turns to look at Jay. Ben in the back catches his father's reflection in the rearview mirror. They're waiting on him, Jay knows that. They are waiting on their father, their unelected leader, to show the way. Last year, their first without Bernie, he had dreaded this very question, and nearly shook with relief when it never came. Christmas, any thought of it, went unspoken. They simply got into this car and drove as far away from it as they could get in a day. His kids, they had saved him by not making any extraordinary demands on life after death. And now he feels selfishly, shamefully angry at being so emotionally tethered to them, at having to grieve in lockstep with his children. He's already gotten himself into a murder trial this month. He doesn't think he can handle a Christmas tree, too. He would, if he could, kick his own ass for thinking he was strong enough for any of this, for involving himself this deep. "We'll talk about it," he says, without explaining why the time to talk about it isn't right now. The three of them alone in the car, idling at a red light. The first roundtable takes place in Jay's office Wednesday morning. In the conference room upstairs, they start at 8 sharp. Jay, Lonnie, Raleigh, Eddie Mae taking notes, and Neil pacing around the hard edges of the long table. They're all gathered. With a black Sharpie, Jay makes the first stain on a large white pad, starting with a list of the facts that are not on their side. They are 3 weeks from voir dire, and this is what they're up against. 1. Neil called the victim, Jay writes, an hour before she was last seen. "It was 7:32 to be exact," Lon says, reading from her notes of the phone records from Alicia Knowles' pager. Matt Nichols, to his credit, had been true to his word. They'd met in his office yesterday morning, combing through every inch of the state's file, making detailed notes, and working through lunch. "Alicia was last seen at the corner of Guinevere and Ledwick." "Waiting," the old lady said, Raleigh adds, for in a day he too had memorized the state's file, and after seeing the evidence against Neil, all of it admittedly circumstantial, had asked a second time if Jay was sure about this dude. Here in the conference room, Raleigh watches the client pace. "Elma Johnson saw her at about 8:45, Lonnie says, and yes, she said it looked to her like she was waiting for someone. Which suggests a rendezvous, Or a planned meeting, Jay says. Or some prior contact, Raleigh adds. Plus, there's the boyfriend story, Lon says, about the meeting at Jones High School in the spring, at that Meet the Candidates Forum or whatever it was called. Kenny told the cops that Neil was extra chatty, flirting. Neil, halfway through his fifth lap around the conference table, rolls his eyes impatiently. He has not said a single word since they began, except to answer a phone call from his grandfather to assure Sam that he was fine. Jay has held Sam to his directive that he would run this thing his way, without any interference from the elder Hawthorne, and Sam, unable to control a situation he in fact engineered, has already called the office 3 times this morning. He must have figured out by now that Jay never cashed his check for the retainer. It is still sitting in Jay's top desk drawer, tucked away, as useless to him now as the deal he cut with Sam. He doesn't want to lose the Pleasantville civil case as his retirement plan, but neither is he willing to gamble with Neil's life over money. And he gave Alicia his card, Lon adds, flipping through her notes. Jay nods. He marks down this fact along with the others. 2. Neil was evasive with the campaign staff about his whereabouts. The obstruction charge was dropped when the murder indictment came down, Jay says, but they'll line up staffers on the stand to tell the same story. It's Tanya Hardaway that matters, Lon says. She did the schedule. The one that he fired, Raleigh says. Jay adds this regrettable fact to the board, too. Eddie May steals a glance at Neil. He makes her nervous. A man who won't eat. She laid out a plate of Shipley's donuts first thing this morning. Again, she asks Neil if he won't sit down, nibble a little something. Neil, his back to them, is at the window, the one Jay had to replace. He never answers. 3. Neil lied to police detectives about knowing the dead girl. What difference does any of this make? He says finally, erupting to the exact degree that he'd been keeping his mouth shut, turning from the window and laying into Jay, as if he and not the state were the accuser, as if Neil blames Jay for the situation he's in. You'll put AG on the stand, and he'll say I was with him, and that's the end of it. The rest of this is bullshit. We're getting to that, Jay says, otherwise ignoring him. He's had clients blow up at him before. Carl Pritchett's sister, screaming that she was in debt up to her eyeballs, once threw a coffee cup at his head at a Days Inn in Little Rock, where Jay had rented a conference room to explain to his 157 clients the traps in the settlement they were being offered. The eruptions, the raw emotion, the exhaustion and mounting fear, not a breath of it matters. Nothing beyond the facts he's putting on this board. 4. Neil was seen by an eyewitness struggling with the girl on the street. The room goes quiet for a moment, with only the squeak of Jay's marker against the white paper on the board. This is the one that could send Neil to prison. Can I have one of those? Jay turns to see him pointing to Raleigh's cigarettes, one of which Raleigh keeps near him at all times, lit or unlit, fingering the seam along the filter, worrying it like a rabbit's foot. Raleigh gestures to the one that's on the table in front of him, as if to say to Neil, "It's yours, man." His tattooed fingers then fish for a lighter in the front pocket of his jeans. "Not in here," Jay says, but Neil lights the cigarette anyway, exhaling slowly. In his pressed khakis and pale peach cotton Oxford, he stands alone at the window, thin gray swirls of smoke curling around his head. "I didn't want him to run," he says, with a bemused shrug of his shoulders. "I don't even know that Axel deep down really wanted it, at least not at first. Not that I don't think he'd make a good mayor. I do," he says, glancing over his shoulder at them, but never making eye contact with anyone. "I wouldn't have gone this far if I didn't believe that. It's just that this was always Pop's deal, you know? What Sam wanted for the family, and not just for Axel, but me too, I guess. Looking ahead, he thought I might get on a state race, Most everyone I know thinks Bush is going to make a run for the White House in 2000. I could work my way into a campaign for the governor's office. And down the line, who knows? Maybe a national race, a place in Washington. He wanted that for me. He shrugs again. Sam's dream for both Axel and Neil is about as within reach at this point as the pitted surface of the moon. Jay, undeterred, draws a black line along the outer edge of the list of facts, creating a T-shape on the page, leaving room on the right side to refute every point of the DA's case. A. Neil can explain the mistaken call to Alicia's pager, but it's weak. B. Same with his explanation to the police that he didn't lie about knowing Alicia Noel. He simply didn't remember her, for whatever that means to a jury. C. He can likewise explain his reluctance to share with the staff that he was planning a meeting with his father, because of both the personal nature of the visit and the fact that it was a potential point of controversy for the campaign. It can work, Jay says, especially if we can get him to testify. Neil turns from the window. If, he says, he has to testify. Jay turns to Raleigh. How are we doing on that? He hasn't run yet, Raleigh says. I got a guy on him I trust, a cat I contract out to sometimes. Mr. Hatch don't get around much. Playboy Club and home. Which is where? Garage apartment he's paying by the week off Dowling. All this time? Neil says. He's been in and out of places around Third Ward. Neil shakes his head at the absurdity of it. His father right under his nose this whole time. Jay writes their biggest problem in bold strokes on the board. D. The eyewitness. Do we know who it is? Eddie May asks. Nichols is stalling on his witness list, Jay says, but according to what we could pull from some early police reports, Magnus Carr, a neighbor of Elma Johnson's, told the first beat cops who were called out that he not only glimpsed the girl through the window of his study, which faces Ledwig, but also saw what he took to be a black man with her. Struggling was his word. He told the cops it was dark, a little past the street lamp, and he couldn't be totally sure what he saw. He's one of your clients, Eddie May says, surprised, who somehow went from thinking he might have seen a black male with Alicia to fingering Neil, in particular, in front of a grand jury, Lonnie says. You sure it was him? Neil asks. Who else? He was the only one in the DA's file who intimated that he'd seen something more than what Elma Johnson reported, Jay says. But until Nichols turns over a witness list, with some indication of who he's planning to put on the stand, we're not entitled to anything they might have said in front of the grand jury, not without calling a hearing in front of the judge to force the matter. Which I waived my right to. Exactly. Neil shakes his head, adamant. I wasn't there. He has to be mistaken, Eddie May says. The problem is we don't have any other viable alternatives as to who could have done it, Lonnie says. Hollis is out. So is Alicia's boyfriend. Eddie May, Jay says. See if you can find in here the client records for Magnus Carr. His neighbors, too, on both sides. He's across the street from Elma, if I remember. There may have been someone else out there who saw something different. Plus, if I can get a look at his client file, I can get a better feel for the guy, what makes him tick, what might have made him susceptible to the DA's suggestion that it was Neil out there and not someone else. Eddie May nods, pushing back from the table and smoothing her tight skirt as she stands. She's the only one besides Jay who can make sense of their crude filing system, the boxes they never adequately unpacked in the move to this office. Jay's client files are essentially mini dossiers on the individual plaintiffs, based on their answers to an extensive questionnaire that Jay designed himself. The files can grow to 20, 30, sometimes 40 pages long, containing every detail of his clients' lives, from birth dates to the names of spouses, those of their children and their ages, their parents, city and county of birth, their schooling, income, religious affiliation, political inclination, social clubs they belong to, how long they've owned their homes, previous addresses and places of employment, criminal history and/or any pertinent facts in regard to any previous involvement with the legal system, not to mention copious information about their medical history, including surgeries and hospitalizations, and pregnancies, miscarriages, or forced terminations, all of it going back to birth. Clients are not obligated to answer every question, but most do. In civil suits, they're not the ones with anything to hide. The forms help Jay get a more complete picture of the people he's serving, who they were before and after the inciting injury, in this case, the establishment of the Pro Firma chemical plant in Pleasantville's backyard. Carr's a quiet one, what I remember, reluctant to get involved in the civil suit. With Raleigh's help, Eddie Mae lifts a banker's box to the other end of the conference table from where she was sitting. With her plum-colored fingernails, she flips through the plastic tabs on the hanging file folders within. Lon glances around the table. She has on black jeans, and her kneecaps are pressed against the side of the table. She tugs at her button-down shirt, pulling it closed over a lacy camisole underneath. It's cool in here. 1 week before Thanksgiving, Houston has gone and got itself a cold, with thick, phlegmy clouds overhead, gray and swollen, coughing a light mist of rain, and the glass replacement for the window is thin and cheap. "Don't shoot me for saying it," she says, "but anybody else got a hinky feeling about the girl's stepfather?" Jay, in particular, doesn't want to touch this. It brings back a host of bad memories of his own stepfather. Nights he crept past Jay's bedroom door, heading for Jay's baby sister. He draws another line down the paper on the board, writing in a third column the name Mitchell Robichaud, followed by a question mark. "Based on what?" Neil says. "I may be reaching, but haven't we wondered from the beginning why this one was different from the others?" Lon says. She reminds them of how badly Alicia was beaten, which Jay couldn't forget if he wanted to, and the fact that she was found in a different location. "Maybe this one is different because it is different," she says. "Different killer?" Raleigh speculates. He, as much as anyone else, had staked a resolution on the idea that one man had done all 3 girls. Otherwise, what in hell had he been chasing Alonzo Hollis for? He looks at Jay to gauge his response. Jay is staring at the board, at the name Mitchell Robichaud. "Instead of a pattern, maybe it begins and ends with her," Lon says, pointing to a photo of Alicia, the high school graduation photo from the Chronicle which Eddie Mae had carefully cut from its pages, tacking the image to a corkboard to the right of Jay's notepad. They all stare at her face. "Which brings us back to what she was doing out there," Raleigh says. "Where are we with the flyers?" asks Jay. Raleigh shakes his head. "We combed the north and to the east, south down to Pearland. We'll push to the west next, but so far we haven't found anything." Lon scrunches up the freckled flesh along the bridge of her nose, pondering something. "They found one in her purse, didn't they?" she says, tapping a big pen against her right kneecap. "One flyer she'd folded up and saved. If she was out there to distribute Walcott's flyers, then why'd she keep one for herself?" Jay is ashamed he didn't see it sooner. "She called you that night," he says to Neil. "You returned the call, leaving your number on her pager, not knowing whose call you were returning. But the point is she reached out to you." "You think she knew?" Neil says. "What Walcott's team was up to?" "She had to," Jay says. "They put her in a blue t-shirt looking like one of Hawthorne's people, like a local, an insider who was concerned about Axel's motives. She knew what they were using her to do. And she called Neil." "You think she was trying to tell me?" "I think it's possible." We should subpoena the phone records, the campaigns, your cell phone, Lonnie says, pointing to Neil, who is shaking his head no. Jay seems to agree. It could backfire, he says. Any evidence of prior contact only bolsters the state's claim that the two knew each other, that they were planning to meet. But we had no plan. We never spoke. So who was she waiting for? Jay turns, looking at the corkboard. Below Alicia's picture is a map of the Pleasantville neighborhood and nearby Clinton Park, torn out of an old key map of Houston in Jay's office. Jay stares at it, zooming in on a detail he hadn't noticed before. A tiny blue M at the corner of Guinevere and Ledwick. That's a bus stop. It's probably unmarked, Neil says. Metro hasn't been out to replace the signs in Pleasantville in years. It came up in one of our town halls. That's the problem with eyewitness testimony. What Mrs. Johnson thought she saw set the tone for the investigation. The assumption that she was waiting for someone when she might have been waiting for a bus ride home. Turning back to the easel, he flips to the next clean white page on the oversized pad of paper. He starts a list of witnesses they'll need to interview ahead of trial. Magnus Carr. He adds the name Elma Johnson and leaves a blank space for any other neighbors they might find. Maxine and Mitchell Robichaux. And the architect of Walcott's campaign, Reese Parker, who probably designed the flyers herself. They'll start at the top, heading out to Pleasantville this afternoon. Neil stares at the board, frowning. He stabs the cigarette into the base of a cream-colored teacup. From the other end of the conference room, Eddie May looks up from the box of files in front of her. For the devil of me, Jay, I can't seem to find Mr. Carr's file, she says. Some of the C's aren't even in here. She waves Raleigh toward another stack of boxes at the back of the conference room, directing him to lift and carry them down to her end of the table. She ferrets through the boxes, going through the hanging files one by one. These files are all mixed up, Jay. They're not in any kind of order. You're not seriously talking about putting Reese Parker on the witness stand. Neil nods toward Jay's list, his hands balled into fists in his pockets. If we go in there making this about politics, we could end up turning the jury off. Walcott made it political, Lon says. We're just pointing it out. It's important to get it in, Jay says. The flyers, the line, it sets up in the jurors' minds their inclination toward playing in the dirt, that they're willing to engineer a murder trial to gain advantage. It's a seed we have to plant, that these guys are fucking around, wasting the court's time with weak evidence. Not to mention letting a real killer walk free, Raleigh mutters. In his low-slung Levi's and a Big Easy Blues Fest t-shirt, he's lifting boxes for Eddie May. Flustered and perspiring lightly across her forehead, Eddie May is pulling out folders, trying to make sense of what happened to her filing system. Lon sits up, dropping 2 legs of her chair to the floor. They're messing with the city election. I thought that was the whole point of what we're doing. The whole point is to keep me out of jail, Neil says acidly. He's the client, he reminds them. It's his life on the line, and he wants a clean defense strategy, low risk. We'll put AG on the stand, he says. He'll tell them I was with him. And if he doesn't, Jay says, if he doesn't show. He will, Neil says, adding softly, desperately, he's got to. He appears over the past few weeks to have changed his mind about his father's trustworthiness, to be so uncomfortable about or downright afraid of going after Reese Parker that he's placed his chances at victory in the hands of Alan George Hawthorne. It's a boyish faith, a longing for a father that Jay understands, but is no less wary of. This plan of putting Parker, Walcott's whole campaign, on trial, Sam thinks it's a bad idea, Neil says, sounding to Jay less confident than he's straining to appear. There is another looming presence in the room, tugging at Neil's sleeve. He may as well have pulled up a chair for Sam at the table. This isn't Sam's case, Jay reminds him. No, it's mine, Neil says, his voice hardened. He tells of his utmost respect for his grandfather's wisdom, his faith in a man who has done so much for folks in this city, who has sacrificed so much for Neil in particular, and how profoundly grateful he is for his grandfather's love. And I agree with Sam. Chapter 20. Magnus Carr is a 76-year-old retired postal worker whose eldest daughter, Jackie, a dentist who married and moved to Chicago right out of college, bought her father the 4-bedroom, 2-bath, 1-story faux colonial with union blue shutters on Ledwick, so that her kids would have a place to stay when they visited their pawpaw. His wife, Shirley Carr, never got to see the house, one of the last built on the street. She died when their kids, Jackie and her kid brother Daryl, were still in their teens. Mr. Carr had raised them on his own in a 1-bedroom apartment not far from Hobby Airport. He lives alone now, on a comfortable pension. "Come on," he says to Jay. "It's back this way." Lonnie follows the two men, staring at the photos on the dust-colored walls, straining to make out faces behind the glass. The light is dim in the hallway, in the whole house, in fact. A gold-plated floor lamp in the living room is the only spot of cheer in all 7 rooms. The curtains, thick rolls of wheat-colored linen, are pulled shut, and the air is still. It smells of sweet onion and pickled chow-chow. Mr. Carr was reheating a plate of chicken for his lunch when Jay and Lonnie arrived at his front door. Elma Johnson's view from her kitchen window was at an angle of about 45 degrees from the south side of Ledwick, but the window in Mr. Carr's study faces the street directly. He had the radio on that night, following the election returns. He had made a last-minute switch inside the white cubicle at Pleasantville Elementary, where he'd voted that morning, impulsively pulling the lever for Ross Perot, and 45 minutes after the polls closed in Texas, he was regretting it terribly. He'd never in his life voted for a Republican. So Dole was out. But there had to be a better man than Clinton to sit in the White House, a good Christian and a decent husband. "I was fixin' to put in for the night. Had a little hot tea, and then I went to close the curtains. In the back bedroom and this room," he says, as they walk into his study, a pristinely kept room without a desk or a book, just the radio, on a pedestal table next to a putty-colored recliner, and a neat stack of magazines on the floor. "And I did just like this," he says, pulling on the cord for the curtains. "And there she was, right there." He points to the south side of Ledwick, where the corner is empty except for a gathering of flowers and notes left on torn pieces of poster board, and a small white cross, all of it damp from the rain. "You saw a man?" "I saw a man," Mr. Carr says, nodding. "He was pulling at her. Like this." He turns and, for the purposes of reenactment, uses Lonnie in his demonstration, pulling on her wrist and twisting the arm a little as he goes. "She wasn't hollering or nothing, but it looked to me like they were in a struggle of some sort. At the time, I didn't think much of it. A lover's quarrel or something like that. Something that wasn't my business no way. Not until the cops came." "And you told detectives it was Neil Hawthorne you saw?" "No. I said just what I told you now, and I gave a description. It was a black man. Looked like it to me. Maybe your height," he says, nodding to Jay, eyeing him. "Maybe a little taller. He was bigger than the girl, that's for sure." "How'd you get from that to Neil?" "It was later, when they said they were going to have me to testify for the grand jury. It was a man from the DA's office come around." "Matt Nichols?" "No, it was an investigator with his office. He showed some pictures and, well, excuse my language, but hell if it didn't look like Neil." "And you're sure it was him?" "I'm sure it looked like him. That's all I said to the grand jury. All I'm willing to say if they put me on the stand again." He sighs. I hate to speak anything against Sonny, he says, referring to Sam by his old nickname. He's a good man. But I don't really know the young'un Neil, and you can't judge a man by his last name. I got kin of mine I don't hardly recognize, not down in their souls. He looks out at the corner, the makeshift memorial. I never heard of nothing like this in my day, he says, the words rolling over the gravel in his voice. But things is changing, even in Pleasantville. He shakes his head. Outside, damp flower petals litter the sidewalk. Ink runs on the poster board. In a pale yellow windbreaker, Arlie Delavan comes walking down Ledwick, cradling a small box of pink camellias clipped from her garden, headed with great purpose for the makeshift memorial. She kneels at the gathering, taking time to pick away dead leaves, to set upright a pink teddy bear with a red ribbon, its fur spiked into thorns from the rain. Magnus clears his throat. I hate to do this, Mr. Porter. God knows it's bad timing, but I need to tell you I'm moving on. He appears vaguely ashamed to quit on a man, but resolved nonetheless. He starts with a familiar refrain. I like you, son. For a guy who's so well liked, I sure am losing business left and right. It's just we've waited, and time you decide to step back into a courtroom, it's over this here, he says, gesturing with his ashy brown knuckle toward the window pane, the memorial for the missing girl on the other side. I don't know if Neil did this thing they're saying, and I guess he's as entitled to a lawyer as anybody, but I don't know why it had to be ours. I'm 76. I'm tired of waiting for pro firma to pay for what they did. I don't need the moon and the stars, just something fair. They're saying this other fella can deliver. Aguilar. I was hesitant at first, figuring Jelly Lopez is getting too big for his britches, thinking he's running everything now. But now I just want it done. You're right, Jay says. It is bad timing. At the curb outside Mr. Carr's one-story house, Lon offers to talk to the rest of the neighbors, starting with the house to the right of Mr. Carr's. Jay is looking to the south where Arlie is tending the memorial site. Overhead, the clouds have parted, white sunlight peeking through their cottony strands. Arlie has shed her yellow windbreaker, laying it beside her on the concrete. She looks up and sees Jay, but doesn't say anything, not right away. Her hands keeping busy. And he has a stinging, disconsolate worry that she too is angry with him. He didn't realize until this moment how deeply he thinks of Mrs. Delavan as more than just a client, or rather the depths of care and concern that word can hold, something in fact close to love. Perhaps it's this little-known facet of practicing law that truly threatens his legal career. When it comes to love, on the other side of his wife's death, Jay is a foundling, a newborn, thin-skinned and pink, sure of nothing save the sting of loss, the B-side of every breath he takes. And for a man like Jay, whose cynicism is only skin-deep, little more than a pose, a cover, it occurs to him that he will eventually be made to reconcile love with loss, one way or another. As he looks closer at the parade of crepe myrtles down Ledwick, the carefully tended lawns and proud homes, lived in and loved by settlers, pioneers who, a generation before Jay, had paved the way for everything he has in his life, starting with the power of protest, the example they gracefully laid, brick by brick, and as he thinks of Arlie on her knees, caring for the memorial of a girl she didn't know, it dawns on him that he may have kept Pleasantville on his desk not for the money, his supposed way out, but for a way back in, a way back to himself. He wants Pleasantville to survive the hits it's taken in recent years. He wants Pleasantville to survive whatever change is waiting around the corner. Go on, he tells Lonnie, speaking softly. I'll catch up. As Lonnie starts for the house next door to Mr. Carr's, Arlie stands slowly, pushing herself and waving off Jay's offer of help.
Well, aren't you having one hell of a month, Mr. Porter?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, you're doing the right thing, whether you know it or not.
She pulls a small handkerchief, white with a pattern of faded blue hyacinths, tracing the edges, from her pants pocket, and wipes a few pebbles of dirt sticking to her hands. Her pink camellias now hold a humble place at the foot of the memorial. Above them, the clouds close in again, but the smell of rain is gone, leaving behind the damp, milky, sweet scent of wet grass. Jay shoves his hands into his pockets, wishing in the cool gray air that he had on a real coat. Can't help feeling I've let you all down.
Why? 'Cause Magnus Carr lost faith?
He's not the only one.
Folks is scared, that's all. Don't even know half of what they're scared of. It's just a feeling out here that the ground is unsteady. That Pleasantville, as most of us have known it, is in trouble. First, there was the whooping and hollering over the bayou development, if it's even real, and what it might mean for us. And now this thing with Neil, the idea of a hawthorn mixed up in this,
she says, gesturing toward the marked spot where Alicia Noel was last seen, the corners of the paper notes lifting in the breeze.
And when folks get scared, they act out, make bad choices. We've made that mistake before in our first fight with Pro Firma. We'd been so stunned by the freeway coming through, our first big loss as a community, that when it looked like we couldn't keep Pro Firma out, we just kind of gave in. Sam went in and negotiated a good number of jobs for the community, the best we thought we could do. But you see how that turned out in the end. Now folks is henny-pennying that the sky is falling, moving too fast out of fear. You still got plenty of clients,
she says assuredly, reaching out to pat his forearm to show her support.
You'll do what you need to do with this trial, and then we'll finish up what we started on the other thing.
Nobody out here really thinks Neil did it, do they?
They don't know what to think.
Let me ask you something, he says, swinging wide of the question of whether she believes Neil did it, and asking instead, you know AG.
What in the world are you asking about him for?
Jay shrugs, playing at nonchalance, mild curiosity. There's a story there.
More than one, in fact.
Start with Sam, then. What you know about it. Why'd the two fall out?
Oh, honey,
Arlie says, drawing out the last vowel like the opening note of a torch song.
I can't remember a time the two of them ever got along. They're just different, always have been. Sonny's a money man, a buttoned-up banker type, like stow-rub elbows with potentates. AG, all he ever wanted was to bang a piano. It started when he wasn't nothing but a pup, used to play in the Methodist church, funerals and weddings, and that was fine, respectable. But when he come home from Prairie View, barely one semester under his belt saying he was through, he was going to play for a living, well, you could hear the fights all the way over to Market Street. Sam cut him off, kicked him out. It was cold, sure it was. But that's how black folks used to do sometimes. If they thought you were walking off a cliff, they'd kick your ass before anybody else got a chance to. Excuse my language, baby. There was a sense that people hadn't worked this hard and struggled for a better way of life just so you could run off and do what you wanted to do. No, you owed something for what you got, something you had to give back. Me? I can't understand what we struggled for if it wasn't to let our kids cut loose a little. Be free, she says.
She shakes the dirt from her handkerchief before returning it, folded, to her pocket.
Sam was a taskmaster, that's for sure. But you got to understand how hard he worked for his kids, how much all of this,
she says, gesturing at the suburban vista, the streets of Pleasantville.
was for them. Axel was in the academy at that time, Ola in graduate school at TSU, and Delia was just starting medical school. And AG's out in the streets playing in juke joints every night. It just goaded Sam something awful. And Vivian, the more she stood up for AG, the madder it made him. There's not a soul out here who'll tell you this, but I will. Sam and Viv, they almost broke up over AG.
Twice, she says. Who was Neil's mother?
Oh, some little sorry gal he met along the way, on the road. 9 months later, she found him playing a gig halfway up to Austin and dropped that baby at the foot of the stage. At least that's the way the story made it back here.
Jay, surprised at the news, especially considering how close Neil and his grandfather are, asks Arlie, and Sam just accepted him? Just like that?
Of course he did. Just like he had accepted AG.
Excuse me? Arlie gives him a knowing look, politely waiting for him to catch up. Finally, she says,
Sam didn't invent stepping out.
Not his, huh?
The general consensus, especially after dark, what folks have whispered about for years, is no. Alan is not a Hawthorne. And Sam knew from day one.
Jay mutters. He closes his eyes, taking this in, attempting with this new information in hand, like a freshly unfolded map to a new territory, to trace the demise of their relationship in reverse, back to its original wound, whether Sam's or AG's. But they patched it up for a little while, didn't they?
He got off the drugs, came home for a while, that's right. And God bless him, I think he really tried to come home. He threw himself into coaching, getting involved with the kids. This was around the time we were fighting Profirma's plans to set up the chemical plant, and he got involved in that too.
Here she sighs, reaching up to pat a few flyaway curls, wiry gray strands at her temples. The air has lifted a bit, picking up fallen leaves, rolling them across the sidewalk like marbles. Arlie shivers, crossing her arms across her chest.
But I don't know. I guess it didn't take,
she says.
But there were a lot of things around that time that didn't turn out the way any of us wanted.
Chapter 21. The first big surprise of the afternoon turns out not to be the lingering rumors about the paternity of Alan George Hawthorne, not by a mile. It comes before Jay even breaches the boundaries of Pleasantville. Lonnie phoned to say she had no new information about the night Alicia disappeared, Elma Johnson and Magnus Carr being the only two neighbors who saw anything on the night in question. Plans were made to meet back at Jay's car, which was parked a few doors down from Mr. Carr's on Ledwick. After walking Miss Delavan back to her home on Tilgham, crossing in the process some 10 blocks through the heart of the neighborhood, Jay doubles back, walking alone to the Land Cruiser to meet Lonnie. And that's when he sees them. They're in red T-shirts, every last one, even Tanya Hardaway, whose braids he recognizes at a distance of 30 yards. She's wearing a Walcott T-shirt like the others, a team of block walkers she's directing from an impromptu command center at the corner of Josie and Gellhorn. Jay halts in his tracks, pausing initially because it's a sucker punch. The naked campaigning during an electoral injunction which, though not expressly forbidden, seems for sure in bad taste, especially given the knowledge that it was Walcott's campaign that sent the dead girl into the streets of Pleasantville in the first place. It's tacky at best and sinister at worst. Another bit of chicanery, the outcome of which Jay can't divine from here. Would neighborhood residents really take to this kind of bald-faced proselytizing in Axel Hawthorne's political backyard, no less? Curious, he watches the procession for a while, the zigzag pattern of volunteers on Josie Street, not going door to door as he would have thought, but rather skip-hopping houses by some internal logic he can't follow. Jay has never run a field campaign in his life,
But what he's witnessing here is different from any way he would ever have imagined going about it. What common sense would dictate, that you hit every door, every house, making contact with each and every voter, every potential step toward victory. Tanya can't see him, not with her back to Ledwick, and Jay is careful to hang back and observe what he can. Down Josie Street they go, knocking on doors, checking off street numbers and names on the small clipboards they're carrying, returning periodically to their field director and Sage, who distributes more slips of paper, directing the block walkers to specific houses and advising them to completely skip others. Jay recognizes from his client list some of the houses they're canvassing. 2002 Josie Street is Mary Melendez's place. 2037 is Robert Quinones and his wife Darla. 2052 is Linda and Betty Dobson, sisters who've lived together for years. 2055 is Rutherford Tompkins, widower and retired firefighter who was home alone when the explosion happened last spring. One of the first on the scene, he established a safety zone, past which he wouldn't allow any of his neighbors to cross, and joined firefighters from 3 counties battling the blaze. "What in the hell?" Lonnie says when she catches up to Jay, following his gaze across Ledwick. He doesn't know if she's cursing the fact that Walcott's team on the eve of the trial is still campaigning, or the bizarre manner in which the block walkers appear to be going about it. Either way, his answer is, "I don't know." "You want to talk to her?" she says, meaning Tanya. "Not here." "Well, at least now we know where to find her." "At Walcott's campaign office," Jay says, still watching. The second surprise of the day is an unexpected visitor. He's parked across the street from Jay's office, waiting, when Jay swings by in the late afternoon. Lonnie is back on Flyergate with Raleigh, who, through his subcontractor, is likewise keeping tabs on AG at the Playboy Club and his apartment on Dowling. Eddie May has been working all morning to set up witness interviews, drawing a giant grid on poster board in the upstairs conference room, representing nearly every hour they have left until jury selection. Jay is returning to check in with her when he sees the late-model navy blue Mercedes sedan, a 2-seater with the dealer plate still on, parked on the opposite side of Brazos, from the office's front door. The driver, early 30s and Asian, is wearing aviator sunglasses and a thickly knotted striped tie. "Can I help you with something?" Jay says, rapping on the roof of the man's new car with his knuckles. These days, the sight of a strange car idling outside his place of business sets his teeth on edge, the muscles in his jaw twitching on high alert. The man in the Mercedes peels off his sunglasses. Looking at Jay, he expresses surprise. "I know you." "I don't think so, man." "No, I mean I've seen you in the newspaper." Then, regarding him further, he asks, just to be sure, "You're Jay Porter?" Now that we've got that out of the way. He crosses the car's threshold, leaning into the open window, his face coming within inches of the driver's, his eyes darting around the whole of the leather interior. But the car is empty. Not a weapon or an alarming item in sight. Nothing except a black leather briefcase on the Mercedes passenger seat. "You want to kindly offer me some reason why you're sitting here watching my front door?" he says. "You called me, remember?" "I've never seen you before in my life." "You called about my car. It was stolen last month." Jay steps back from the car door, staring at the driver. "The Z?" "The Nissan, that's right." Well, well, Jay thinks. "Please," he says. "Come inside." John K. Lee was born and raised in Clear Lake, where his dad, a Korean immigrant, worked for NASA, and his mom, a Texas native of Japanese and European descent, gave piano lessons in the living room of their Spanish-style suburban home. He is an only child, and the sports car was a gift for graduating from law school at UT in the top 5% of his class. "That's the only reason I'm even bothering," Lee says, standing just inside the foyer of Jay's office.
He seems exasperated by this errand, self-imposed though it may be. A man in his late 20s, he's snappily dressed in a deep olive green suit. He has thick black hair, long strands of which he runs his fingers through in frustration.
I feel like I'm somehow letting them down if I can't get it back. If I don't even try, you know? Even though I told them I would never see that car again. The cops basically said as much. They said even if they did find it, it would likely be stripped for parts.
Upstairs, they can hear Eddie Mae singing to herself in the conference room. In the kitchen, there's another pot of beans on the stove.
And then you called,
Lee says, looking around the old house, with its creaky floors and antique furniture, and the smell of soul food wafting through. I found your business card in my office, Jay says. He points to the spot on the floor just inside the shadow of Eddie Mae's desk, where it was discovered after the break-in. You work for Cole.
And you're suing them.
Sued. And won, actually.
Yes.
Lee sighs as the story grows more complex.
I looked you up after you called, and you can imagine my surprise when I realized your connection to the company I work for. Frankly, I thought this was some kind of trick.
That makes two of us.
I'm just looking for some information about my car.
Well, let's start with the fact that my office was broken into shortly after your car was stolen. And whoever it was, it appears he dropped your card.
I certainly didn't have anything to do with that.
Thomas Cole didn't involve you in this, breaking into my office?
Mr. Porter, I have never laid eyes on Thomas Cole in my nearly 2 years on the job. I handle contracts, writing leasing agreements with oil fields, that sort of thing. I work in legal, but I don't have a thing to do with your case.
Jay rocks back on his heels, eyeing Lee. The thing is, he actually believes him.
This whole thing has wasted way more of my time than that car was worth, I swear. I told the police officers when I filed the initial report that I was fairly certain I knew who'd taken it. I gave them a name and everything.
You know who did it?
I have a pretty good idea.
How can you be so sure?
Because I fucked up,
Lee says, the word sounding tart and foreign in his mouth, something he's more than happy to spit out.
I hired the guy, he says, sighing. This young man, he was walking my neighborhood, and he comes up and says he's making money for college, mowing lawns, and could I use a little help? He offered to do the front and back for $25. And I don't know, I had a funny feeling about the guy, just something a little too happy-go-lucky about him. Something about his smile didn't look like he'd ever worked hard a day in his life. But I caught myself thinking like that. I mean, I joined the Black Student Bar Association at UT, mainly because there wasn't one for Asians. But still, all that give a brother a job, give him a chance stuff, I got it, he says, raising up a hand as if he thinks Jay might, on the spot, pick up the preaching where the black law students had left off. So I said, yeah, sure, and he got right to work, did a decent job on the front and back, earned his $25, so that it only dawned on me after he left that I never actually saw him knocking on any other doors. It was just mine, like he had specifically picked me. 2 days later, I wake up and the Nissan is gone.
Lee shakes his head.
He had been asking about the car, how it drives, what it costs, you know. But at the time, I just shrugged it off. What young man isn't interested in sports cars?
And you had a name?
Only the one he gave me. TJ something or other,
Lee says, shrugging at his own stupidity, as if the initials themselves had spelled calamity. Thieving juvenile. Troublemaking jackass. But the initials mean something else entirely to Jay. They had imprinted themselves on his brain after their repeated appearance on the pages and pages of photocopied court documents Ellie had brought him the day of Neil's arraignment. The day Jay was looking into Ricardo Aguilar's history with the courts. The first time he heard the name, T.J. Cobb. He was Aguilar's client. Jay thinks John K. Lee
was specifically picked because of his tenuous connection to Jay's ongoing legal drama with the oil giant. The license plate on the stolen car and the carelessly dropped business card with Lee's name and employer on it were meant to leave a trail back to Coal Oil. Aguilar is one slick motherfucker, he thinks. All the while, Jay had Eddie Mae looking for potentially stolen papers from the coal case. Aguilar had come in and helped himself to Pleasantville. "How many are gone?" "Lord, Jay, it may be worse than I thought," Eddie Mae says. "Dozens of client files. They're just gone." "I need a list of all the names that are missing," Jay says. He's calling from 2 blocks away, already en route to the office of Ricardo Aguilar, Esquire, listed in the bar directory as Suite 101 of a commercial building on Dunleavy. He hasn't called ahead, wouldn't dream of giving Aguilar a head start. At the corner of Marshall and Dunleavy sits a squat concrete and glass building 2 stories high, one of those late 60s space-age style constructions done on the cheap. 30 years on, there are cracks running on the south side of the building, and the aging film of window tinting has bubbled from decades of Texas sun. The dentist who shares the first floor with Ricardo Aguilar must write the building's biggest rent check each month, for he has earned the right to erect an oversized tube of toothpaste over the front door, a dirt-caked line of it snaking a few inches over Jay's head. There is no front buzzer, no doorman, or directory. Jay on his own finds his way to Suite 101 through a modestly adorned door on his right. The accompanying brass plaque reads simply, "Law Office." Inside, he's struck at once by how similar it looks to his first office, complete with the mirrored glass reception window, probably left over from a previous tenant, a doctor or some other medical practitioner, and a bonus for a young lawyer with a criminal clientele and limited staff. It allows a secretary to see out even if visitors can't see in. Jay walks through the anteroom, carpeted in blue, past the banquet chairs and the coffee table littered with ancient, feathered issues of Texas Monthly and People, before brazenly opening the door to the inner office. Turning to the right, he sees the face behind the glass. Aguilar's secretary is a bottle blonde who perhaps missed her true calling as the makeup director for an esteemed clown college. So painted is she in shades of red and purple and pink across her eyes and lips and cheek, an orange line of foundation running just under her milky white jawline, indicating the point at which she appears to have stopped caring about her looks. The woman is very nearly 300 pounds. Jay ignores her calls to stop, to give his name, and to state just what in hell he thinks he's doing. He walks right past the L-shaped desk that houses her workstation, knowing that in the time it will take her to negotiate a release from the grip of her armchair, he will have already found his foe. He starts for the first door he sees, down a short, harshly lit hallway, the walls decorated with photographs of the attorney with an array of Texas talent, from Houston Rockets center Hakeem Olajuwon to Congressman Bonilla of San Antonio, to a young George W. Bush, then a partial owner of the Texas Rangers. Aguilar is leaning in at the edge of the frame in each and every shot, as if he'd had someone snap it before the subject of the photo even realized he was there. Behind door number 1 sits Aguilar himself, in another razzle-dazzle suit, this one a pinstripe number with slim lapels. He's got his feet up on his desk when Jay walks in. The soles of his shoes look as though they've never been worn. When he sees Jay, the phone in his hand slides to the floor. "Oh," he says, more a moan than an actual word. Eyes wide, he quickly contemplates his options. His polished shoes drop to the carpet, very near the phone's receiver, through which Jay can hear a high-pitched voice still talking on the other end. What follows next is as absurd a thing as Jay has ever seen. Aguilar, in his $900 suit, wheels back from the edge of his desk and swivels to face the office's back wall and the rectangular casement window cut into the drywall. Jay, who promised himself he wouldn't hit the man first thing, stands dumbstruck as Aguilar jumps out the window, thinking to himself, Did this motherfucker really just go out the window? He swears Aguilar must be the luckiest son of a bitch ever. A lawyer with an escape hatch right behind his desk? What the hell? Jay mutters momentarily, considering making the leap too. It's a short drop, less than 6 feet. Aguilar did a tuck and roll, barely creasing his suit on the patch of brown grass that borders the back alley behind the building. Through the window, Jay sees him scrambling to his feet, taking off toward Kipling Street. Jay himself turns and runs back through the office, the woman hollering behind him through the anteroom and the building's grim lobby and out the front door. Running north up Dunleavy toward Kipling, he feels a burn at the base of his sternum. The effort to gain on Aguilar boring a hole in his lungs. He gulps whole mouthfuls of exhaust-filled air. Can't get it in him fast enough, the oxygen blazing to nothing by the time each breath lands in his chest. He has a fleeting thought that he could drop dead right here, right in the middle of the street. And for what exactly? Aguilar is long gone. By the time Jay limps his way the 4 blocks back to the Land Cruiser, there's a squad car parked next to it. Aguilar's secretary called the police. Well, this is rich, he thinks. He ends up wasting the rest of the afternoon explaining to 2 uniformed cops the illegality of poaching another lawyer's clients, and then traveling to the nearest HPD substation to amend his initial burglary report from the night of the election to include his suspicions about Ricardo Aguilar of 8791 Tidewater Drive, his home address, printed right in the white pages behind Reynaldo Aguilar and ahead of Roland Aguilar. Ricardo never returns to his office that day, nor do the lights come on at his home address that night. Jay knows because he parks himself right in front of the 1-story bungalow, watching for hours. His penance for being totally checked out for the past year and letting a scoundrel walk right into his life. Never again, he tells himself. Part 3. Chapter 22. Trials tell a story, of course. At least 2 sides of one. The witness list playing like chapter headings, signposts along the way, directing your attention this way or that. By the Sunday night before voir dire, Jay has interviewed everyone on the state's list of potential witnesses, all except for Maxine and Mitchell Robichaux, who have refused the 3 overtures Jay has made, twice reaching out to the family directly, and once going through Keith Moorhead, who is still acting as their media and legal liaison. Jay's team lost a little steam this week when another 7 days passed with them no closer to tracking down the printer that manufactured hundreds and hundreds of flyers. Their hoped-for evidence, linking the flyers, Alicia Noel, and the Walcott campaign through an invoice or eyewitness testimony is, at present, still outside their reach. With little time left on the clock, they are literally defenseless at this point, hanging their hat on the weakness of the state's physical case, which is no guarantee of anything. They have 0 presentable evidence of another perpetrator, nothing to buttress the standard, "I didn't do it." Meanwhile, Axel dropped another 4 points in the latest poll. It was Sam's suggestion that they halt the campaign until after the trial. "We're just bleeding money," he said, in Jay's office yesterday. A meeting that had ostensibly been set in an effort to craft a visual strategy for the family during the trial. Since none of them was likely to be called as a witness, they were free to sit through its entirety, which was Jay's suggestion, as their absence would do more damage than any of them could imagine. But before long, the gathering had devolved into naked debate about the political ramifications of Axel sitting in the courtroom day after day. His core advisors were now down to a party of 3. Marcy, the communications director, Sam, and a highly distracted Neil, as Stan the money man and Russell Weingate had both quietly left the campaign the week after the injunction. Marcy and Sam disagreed about calling a halt to the campaign. "Unless you're just going to hand the whole thing over to Walcott," she said. But they both believed that Axel should sit in the front row of the gallery. righteous and upright for opening statements only. Then make a show of his complete faith in the system and his nephew's lawyer to handle the rest. If he sits there for the length of the trial, which would certainly last a week, maybe two, voters will only be reminded that he's unemployed, that he hasn't held a leadership position in years. Sam wanted to reprise the idea of Axel getting his picture taken in the streets, out there looking for the real killer. "I want him there," Neil said. "Sure," Sam said, nodding at the obvious wisdom of it. His hands, though, were shaking. By then, he'd heard word that their potential savior was his ex-junkie of a son, AG, illegitimate and angry as all get out with his father. "That does it," Axel said, with a thin smile in Neil's direction. "I'll be there." Jay told them to arrive early and wear black. He saw them to the door where Sam lingered, sending his family ahead and waiting until they were all the way down the hall before asking to speak with Jay alone. The older man shut the door and asked, "Where's my money?" Jay walked to his desk and opened the top drawer, pulling out Sam's check. "This one's on me." Sam, frowning, took the check, folding it in half and tucking it into the inside pocket of his coat. "If you mess this up for my grandson." "Goodbye, Sam." When he was alone again, Jay did his own form of prayer, playing side 2 of Belle Blue, dropping the needle on My Back is My Best Side, track number 5. "Come on, man," he whispered to the sound of AG's voice, willing him to go against the spirit of the man in the song, one who's ever on the run. "Come on." It's not that all hope is lost. It's that Jay won't have faith in AG until he's in the witness chair. And even then, it's a toss-up. Raleigh has assured Jay he has the situation under control, their peripatetic subject under his direct supervision. Last night, he'd planted his girl, the amply endowed, doe-eyed mother of 3 and grandmother of 5, at the bar at the Playboy Club in a V-neck t-shirt the color of grape bubble gum and a tight pair of jeans. She had teased her cinnamon-colored hair, even touched up the roots, and been given strict instructions to bat her eyelashes in one direction, and one direction only, holding nothing back. She was probably AG's age or older, and he fell for the whole picture. A woman who knew blues, but not enough to recognize him. That, Raleigh figured, would only make him skittish, and who was on her own for the night, willing to wait around until he got off shift. All she had to do was get him to walk her to her truck, parked on Rosalie Street, and Raleigh would take care of the rest. Jay asks Raleigh to stop the story there, not wanting to hear another word lest he pick up his own kidnapping charge before Neil's trial. He does, however, anonymously send a plate of hot links from Lott's Barbecue to room 209 at the Holiday Inn on Broadway, where AG is holed up. Raleigh's second hand, a driver of his by the name of Biddy, who did time with him way back when, is currently stationed outside the hotel room door. Jay sends along a 5th of Hennessy as well, and a flight of tobacco, cool menthol, Camels, and a carton of Newports, whichever his pleasure. Meanwhile, Ricardo Aguilar has been dodging Jay, ignoring his calls, always out when Jay stops by his office, even staying clear of his own house. And with trial preparations kicking Jay's ass, his resources are stretched way too thin to pin Aguilar down. He's in the wind, and so is his heavy, TJ Cobb. The Sunday night before the trial, Jay takes his kids to get a tree. Thanksgiving had been a spindly roasted chicken Lonnie brought over and a can of green beans, which was Raleigh's contribution, along with a 6-pack of cream soda and Crown Royal for the grown-ups. The kids watched TV while Jay and the others worked until Evelyn, fed up with waiting, finally came to get Ben and his sister so they could have a proper meal, or what was left of it, with their grandparents. Ellie begging at the last minute for her aunt to drop her at Lori King's house instead. Lori was almost 12 weeks along by then, and there was an actual picture of the thing,
A little bean-shaped hope that will turn that girl's life inside out. It had been the Porters' first holiday apart, and Jay wants to make it up to them. The nearest tree lot is a small, dirt-packed field at the edge of the parking lot for Meyerland Plaza, which is already decked out with holly wreaths on its light fixtures, each with a red bow resting on the bottom, the ribbon turned up at the ends like a painted smile. Jay parks under one of these oversized holiday displays. He takes $40, his absolute limit, out of his wallet and tosses the leather billfold into the glove compartment. This was Bernie's deal, the tree and all that. She did it with the kids every year. They're excited at first, Ellie and Ben, even briefly reaching for each other's hands in a way that Jay hasn't seen in years as they take off toward the line of white tea lights ringing the field, the free apple cider, and the jingling carols playing on a boombox, and the rows and rows of fragrant fir trees, skipping off like storybook children into an unknown forest. He loses sight of them within moments, dizzying himself in a maze of trees, 6 feet, 7 feet, 8 feet tall, his head light with pine and cinnamon. He leans over, hands on his knees. Over the treetops, he hears his son's voice. "This one. Let's let Dad decide." Jay stands upright, turning the nearest corner to see both of his children the next aisle over, hands on different tree trunks, needles up to their jacketed elbows as they try to hold them upright. Ellie's is a noble fir, thin, prayerful branches pointing up. A Charlie Brown tree, as Bernie used to say. Ben has chosen a short, squat, sumo-looking tree that looks on the verge of toppling over. Unable or unwilling to choose between his children's 2 separate dreams for their first real Christmas without their mother, Jay makes the pick for the family, going with a thick Douglas fir. It's 8.5 feet tall and costs $65, and he has to run out to the car to get another 20 into 5. They're quieter on the ride back, all 3 of them. It's a heavy silence, breathless and strained, as if they were actually carrying the tree on their backs. So weighty is the expectation of holiday cheer, the dream of an easy, uncomplicated return to normalcy, that they've strapped to the roof of the car. They seem, not a one of them, to have thought this through past the actual acquisition of the tree, failing to consider what more might be asked of them once the thing was in hand, that they would have to eventually bring it into the house amid the ghosts of Christmases past and decorated, 8.5 feet of green to color with memories. Jay doesn't even know where in the house the box of ornaments and lights is hiding, or the dusky angel that his wife found in a clearance sale at Walgreens. Bernie was the last one to put them away. Ben sits next to Jay in the front seat. He's staring out the window, a tiny O fogged on the glass where his breath lands, the edges expanding and contracting every few seconds. He's staring at the decorated houses along the drive, lights in red and green, white and blue. From the back seat, Ellie breaks the silence. "Ms. Hilliard said I could come watch the trial if I want to." "Your principal?" he says, remembering suddenly the woman's wide-set eyes, her quietly solicitous manner. "I don't think so, Elle." "No, really," she says, leaning forward to grip the back of the driver's seat, speaking over her father's shoulder, her face lit up in the rearview mirror by the passing street lights. "She thinks it's an important thing to witness." "I don't think they want a bunch of high school kids in the courtroom." "She thinks it's an important thing for me to see," Ellie says, nudging her father's shoulder with the pads of her fingers. He can smell her lemony lotion, the sweet plastic scent of her strawberry lip gloss. "She thinks it's important for me to see you standing up or something," she says, trying to get the woman's words just right, but leaving the impression that Jay on his feet is in itself a major accomplishment. "I thought I could come by and watch some of it." "There's a lot of stuff in this trial I don't want you hearing." "I already know everything. I even know how they found her." "Elle," he says. He nods toward her younger brother, reminding her of his presence.
I'm just saying, I know enough.
Ellie says, sinking back into the leather back seat, throwing her head against the headrest.
I feel sorry for her,
she says, so softly her father can barely make out the words. He tries to catch sight of her in the rearview mirror, but she's behind him, her face obscured by his own. Ben finally turns from the window.
Are you going to win?
I don't know.
Oh,
Ben says, pinching his eyebrows together. It appears he hadn't considered this as a real possibility. He sighs as if preparing himself, or Jay, for defeat, as if the entire prospect has aged him in just the last few minutes. Then, with great care, he repeats to his father the very words he's been made to hear in the wake of every C grade he's ever received. Every third strike at bat.
Well, you tried your hardest.
True, up to a point. There is, in fact, one more thing Jay would like to try. He asks the kids if they'll make a single stop with him, turning even before they answer toward the freeway, 610 East to 288 in Sunnyside, a working-class, historically black neighborhood in southeast Houston, with its own subheading in every crime report tracking citywide data and statistics. As they ride down the neighborhood's main artery, Ben and Ellie stare at the sights rolling outside the tinted windows of the Land Cruiser. Liquor store, laundromat, liquor store, church, tire shop, beauty shop, 7-Eleven, barbecue stand, dirt field, liquor store. Ellie doesn't remember their first apartment in 3rd Ward, and his kids have never seen their city quite like this. Jay doesn't know if that means he's sufficiently protected them or done them a terrible disservice. This place is someone's home, after all, as precious as the one they have. Maxine and Mitchell Robichaux live in a 2-story apartment complex off Cullen. Theirs is the door directly facing the street, next to a small carport. Jay parks on the street in front of the complex, close enough so that he can see his kids from the front door of the Robichaux's 2-bedroom apartment. He keeps an eye on them as he rings the doorbell, following the ring with a soft rap of his knuckles. It's Maxine who comes to the door. Jay doesn't know if Mitchell is home. The rooms behind her are cavernous and dark. Looking down, Jay can see the fraying yarn of the yellowing carpet, coming loose under the threshold. Finally, he looks up to meet her eyes. Maxine leans against the door jamb, wondering, it seems, what this is all about. She's wearing a man's t-shirt, Mitchell's maybe, over a loose faded pair of jeans. The peeling letters on the t-shirt read, Big Win Tool and Die. Her head cocked to one side against the wooden doorframe, heavy with suspicion, or just plain exhaustion, she waits for him to speak first. He's not technically breaking any rules, or doing anything even half as unethical as kidnapping a witness ahead of trial, but this is not the way he would have wanted to go about this. Still, it's something he feels he has to say. Ma'am, he says, nodding in gratitude for her time, for not slamming the door in his face. However this all comes out in the end, I just wanted the chance to tell you that I'm sorry for your loss, he says, his voice slowing to a crawl, something salty and hot rising at the back of his throat, choking off each word. I just needed a chance to say that. Maxine stares at him a good long while. Whatever is playing behind those dark, bark-colored eyes, it is not rage. She nods toward his car at the curb, the 2 shadows in the windows.
Those your kids?
Jay glances over his shoulder, reminded of this one miracle. Yes, ma'am. Maxine nods.
I only ever had the one,
she says plainly. She repeats the words, a whisper this time.
I only ever had the one.
Chapter 23. They are the same words she says on the stand 3 days later, when she's called as the state's first witness, the one who will start this story with that Tuesday, election night, when Alicia failed to return home from work, which Maxine had assumed was a shift at her job on the grill at a Wendy's not far from their home. Maxine is wearing a dark gray dress with a wide patent leather belt. She sits with her shoulders hunched up a bit, as if she's cold, shivering actually. She leans forward, speaking softly into the microphone. Matt Nichols is at the lectern. At the state's table, a second lawyer and Detective Moore watch the proceedings. Jay, seated at the defense table on the left side of the courtroom, has no second chair. Just Raleigh riding shotgun in one of his work suits, looking, except for his single black braid, like a funeral director. He sits on the other side of Neil. Lonnie is still running leads in the streets, and behind Jay in the first row of the gallery, close enough that he can whisper in Jay's ear, sits Sam Hawthorne, center in a row of Hawthorns, Axel, Vivian, Ola, Gwen, Camille, and Delia. The courtroom is packed to the wood-paneled back wall. The media have doubled in size since the injunction, with reporters from across the state and a few national bureaus, the Washington Post and the New York Times again. Nichols, his back to them, walks Mrs. Robichaux through the remainder of that night, and her first call to law enforcement the following morning. Judge Carolyn Kepler watches from the bench. She is a white woman in her late 60s, with hair dyed the color of coffee. On her right hand, she wears a large turquoise and coral ring. On her left wrist, a line of silver bangles, chiming softly as she takes notes. As Maxine testifies, Jay glances at the jury. 3 white men, 2 Latinos, 4 white women, 1 man from Pakistan, and 2 black men, native Texans both, born and raised, and the only 2 brothers to survive the state's peremptory challenges during voir dire. Jay will play this whole trial to the back row, where they're seated. Surely one or both of them has been accused in their lifetimes of something they didn't do. Mrs. Robichaux, Nichols says, looking down at his notes. Yes, she says, anticipating the next question. She's been well coached. Most of her answers to the DA's questions have been a simple and easy yes. Finally, ma'am, as Detective Moore and his partner, Detective Oakley, asked you during your very first interview, and if I could have you reiterate it here, do you or your husband have any idea what happened to your daughter? Objection. Hearsay, Jay says. She can't testify to what her husband knows. It was sloppy phrasing on the DA's part, but for whatever it's worth, Jay got in the fact that Maxine and Mitchell might have 2 wildly different stores of knowledge of what happened to Alicia Knoll. It was a tiny crack in the state's presentation, but he'll take it. Sustained, Judge Kepler says, not looking up. Do you know what happened to your daughter between the time she left your home Tuesday, November 5th, and the day her body was discovered? I don't know anything. No, she says softly. Do you have any idea what she was doing in Pleasantville? A sigh into the microphone and then, no. The last question was Nichols doubling down on statements he'd made during his opening this morning, promising the jury that the state's was a straightforward, common-sense case. The defendant met the girl. The defendant flirted with the girl. The defendant gave the girl his phone number. The defendant pursued the girl. The defendant met the girl on a street corner in Pleasantville. The defendant was the last person seen with the girl. And most important, he lied about all of the above. Defense counsel is going to put on a show for you folks, he said. Political espionage, corruption, and election tampering. And I ask you good people of Harris County, what in the world that has to do with the price of tea in China? Jay has yet to meet a young lawyer south of Kansas who doesn't put on his best Atticus Finch every time he stands in front of a jury, who doesn't speak in an overly folksy manner, as if he'd dropped years of sophisticated law schooling and legal prolixity like breadcrumbs on his way to the courthouse, leaving a trail to find his way back once the audience is gone. It's all smoke, people. Subterfuge, Nichols said,
A way to distract you from the fact that his client has no alibi for the time in question, that his client lied to law enforcement about knowing the victim. It's cheap and, make no mistake, it's a trick. And it speaks to the very cynicism that defense counsel will try to make you believe is the reason we're all here. Politics. Gamesmanship. When the truth is, a young woman is dead. And that is the reason we're all here. The defense will try very hard to present to you that Alicia Noel was working for Sandra Lynn Walcott, a candidate for mayor and the current district attorney for this county. But there is no evidence that supports this. I know that. He knows that. And soon you will know it too, he had ended, trying to get out ahead of anything Jay might present during trial. Jay, who frankly wasn't sure he would present any defense testimony at all, and was still unsure as to whether he could bank on AG being present in the courthouse at the needed time, had given the shortest opening statement of his career. Well, as long as we're on the subject of no evidence, he said, let's start with the fact that there isn't a single piece of physical evidence that ties Neil Hawthorne to the murder of Alicia Noel. In fact, we could pretty much start and stop there. There is no way any man could do what was done to her without leaving a trace of himself behind. But what you did not hear in Mr. Nichols's opening, and what you won't hear during this entire trial, is any physical evidence to show that my client did this horrible crime. No blood, no hair, no DNA of any kind. He spoke total for less than 10 minutes. I have nothing further, Your Honor, Nichols says to Kepler. Mr. Porter, she says. Jay stands, passing Nichols on his way to the lectern. Good afternoon, Mrs. Robichaux. She nods but doesn't utter a greeting. Did you know your daughter was interested in politics, ma'am? I don't believe she was, no. Are you aware that in the spring of this year, your daughter attended a candidate forum at the Jones High School, where she was a senior? I am now, yes. I believe it was a mandatory thing. It wasn't, actually, Jay says. Alicia elected to attend that event, along with other students interested in volunteering. Were you aware of that? Maxine shakes her head. The judge has to remind her to speak up for the court reporter. She clears her throat, leaning toward the microphone. No. At this candidate forum, are you aware that all 3 major candidates for mayor in this election sent representatives to the high school? Objection beyond the scope of direct, Nichols says, standing. He's late, Jay thinks, but right. Kepler looks at the defense table. Mr. Porter. The state asked the witness if she knew why her daughter was in Pleasantville on election night. And I believe she said no. I am, with the court's permission and in as few steps as possible, trying to broaden our understanding of her knowledge of her daughter's activities. The objection, as to that question, is sustained. Jay looks down at his notepad on the lectern, stalling. The pages in front of him are completely blank. By habit, he usually maintains a separate legal pad for the questioning of each individual witness, but without the chance to interview the Robichauxs prior to trial, he was at a loss as to how to prepare, or what Maxine might say. He clears his throat. Mrs. Robichaux, your daughter's personal effects were discovered a day before her body was found, is that correct? Maxine sighs, closing her eyes briefly. Yes. They found her purse, is that right? Yes. And inside there was a wallet and a pager. I didn't buy her that, she says matter-of-factly. Yes, ma'am. He glances at the jury. In the front row, one of the white jurors, a woman, nods approvingly. There was also a campaign flyer in her purse, was there not? It was some kind of flyer, they said. Yes. I'm sorry, Your Honor, Nichols says, the chair creaking as he comes to his feet. "I'm going to have to object to this whole line of questioning as hearsay. Where's she getting this information from? From what the police told her?" "They showed it to me, her purse," Maxine says, looking up at the judge. "Overruled." "It was a flyer bad-mouthing one of the candidates, was it not?" "Something like that." "Bad-mouthing Axel Hawthorne, right?" "For all I know, that's why he killed her," she says, looking at Neil. Jay winces at the glass wall he just walked into. He's got nothing here and he knows it. He needs to retreat from the mess he's making as fast as he can. He looks at Judge Kepler, about to signal an end to his questioning, but then looks once more at Maxine in the witness chair and reaches for the only arrow left in his quiver, poison though it may be. "What year were you married, ma'am?" "Excuse me?" "What year did you and your husband marry?" "In 1990. "And Alicia was how old at the time?" "She was 12. "They get along?" Maxine leans back a little in her chair.
"Yes,"
she says, crossing her arms, guessing what he's getting at and hating him for it. She glances at the judge, as if she can't believe Kepler can't stop this, as if she can't believe someone is allowed to spread lies in open court. The DA's chair is again creaking under the springy weight of a lawyer on the verge of getting on his feet again. Jay imagines he'll never get this line of questioning past the coming objections. It's pure innuendo, as thin as it is sly, and not worth it, not when Maxine's defensive posture is doing the job for him. "Nothing further, Your Honor." Next up, Elma Johnson. She is led into the courtroom by the bailiff, a short white woman with a reddish buzz cut and a thick middle who takes extra care with the elderly witness, guiding her by the elbow to the edge of the witness stand, where she will be sworn in. Elma is wearing a floral blouse, black polyester pants, and thick-soled shoes. The newly pressed gray waves on her head are oiled and shining under the white lights, and she cradles a small black purse like a baby, the gold link strap hanging over the side of her arm. She got all dressed up for a mere 12 minutes on the stand, the length of time it takes her to repeat a story that by now Jay has heard half a dozen times. Election night, at approximately 8:45, Mrs. Johnson looked out her kitchen window and saw Alicia Knowles standing at the corner of Guinevere and Ledwick. She is sure it was her.
"It looked like she was waiting for someone."
Jay stands for cross. "That's a bus stop, isn't it?"
"Pardon?"
"The corner of Guinevere and Ledwick. That's a Metro bus stop." Objection beyond the scope of direct. She said the victim was waiting for someone. I think it's fair to probe her knowledge of the fact that there's a bus stop where Ms. Knowles was standing.
"But that's a misstatement of the witness's testimony, Your Honor."
"That's right. She said it looked like she was waiting for someone," Jay says, making sure that distinction is on record again. "I'm trying to understand the basis on which she formed her opinion, the testimony she gave on direct."
"Overruled,"
Kepler says, turning to the witness.
"You may answer." "It's not marked,"
Elma says. "But it's a bus stop, isn't that right?"
"Yes,"
she says softly. "Why then did you tell police the victim was waiting for someone?"
"She was looking north up Ledwick. The buses come from the south."
"But if someone like Alicia Knowles was fairly unfamiliar with the neighborhood, they wouldn't necessarily know that, would they?"
"Objection, speculation."
Sustained. But Jay had already got what he needed. "Nothing further, Your Honor." Next up, Magnus Carr. The retired postal worker is wearing a dark green, thickly knotted necktie and spectacles, round and gold-plated, which he had not been wearing the day Jay visited him in his home. The shoulder pads of his camel-colored sports jacket are scrunched up around his ears, and one side of his mouth is screwed up in a sort of half-grimace, telegraphing his reluctance to be here.
Every few seconds, he keeps looking past Neil to Neil's grandfather. He has said under oath at least 3 times, "I hate to say anything against Sam," as if it were the elder Hawthorne he's accused in open court and not Jay's client, whom Mr. Carr had no trouble pointing to and identifying as the man he told detectives he saw outside his study, struggling with a young girl, who he now knows was Alicia Knoll. When it's Jay's turn at bat, he begins with the obvious. "Are those prescription eyeglasses, sir?" he says, liking the start of this, feeling comfortable enough to slide his hands into his pockets and lean his hip against the lectern. "Yes, sir." "You nearsighted or farsighted?" "Barely sighted," Carr says, coughing out a laugh before realizing the implications of his joke. He swallows hard, looking at Nichols and then again at Jay. "Nearsighted, sir," he says finally. "I have another pair for reading." "And were you wearing your glasses on the night of November 5th? Again, Carr looks over at the DA. "I believe so. Yes." "You're not sure?" Well, I had been reading some magazines earlier, but I don't remember switching from one pair to the other. But I must have had these on," he says, tapping on the right stem of his current pair of glasses with his finger. "Because otherwise, you wouldn't have known what you were looking at." "Objection, Judge. That's not a question." "Sustained." Jay moves on. "And what you actually told Detective Moore is that the man you saw outside your window looked like Neil Hawthorne. Not that it was Neil Hawthorne. Isn't that right, Mr. Carr?" "That's right." "Earlier you testified you were closing up the house for the night, pulling curtains, that sort of thing. Tell me, Mr. Carr, was the light in the study on or off at the time you saw the commotion outside the window?" Mr. Carr squirms a little in his chair. "I can't say I rightly remember." "You agree that it would make a difference, though, in terms of what you would have been able to see outside on a dark night, don't you?" "Well, yes, the light would have created a reflection on the window." "And you wouldn't have been able to see clearly outside." "But I did see it, so, yes, the light was off." Jay, not gaining much traction, tries a different tack. "How long would you say you stood at the window, Mr. Carr? A few seconds? Less than a minute?" "No, it was a little longer than that." "But you weren't standing there recording evidence, were you, sir? I mean, you didn't really know what it was you were looking at, did you, sir?" "Objection, compound question." "Sustained." "You didn't call the police after you witnessed this struggle, did you?" Magnus Carr looks down, fiddling with the tail of his tie. "I should have." "You glanced at something out the window as you were closing your curtains for the night. Glasses on or off, the lights on or off. But you can't be—" "The light was off." "In passing, sir, you can't for certain say what it is you saw, can you?" "Wasn't in passing." "No, I stood and looked," Carr says. "We've had some problems out there, you know, so I looked. I watched for a little bit. Some of the old-timers out there, we've kind of put it on ourselves to do what we can to keep the place safe, calling in things here and there. But we've been wrong before, not seeing what we thought we were seeing, so I guess I kind of hesitated." He pauses here, clearing his throat a little and straightening his spine, a corrective posture against the shame written all over his face. "As to not calling the police, well, I'm going to have to live with that one. I think about that girl, I do," he says. And this time he looks out, searching the courtroom for the face of Maxine Robichaux. Given that she and her husband are the closest kin to the victim, they have been afforded seats in the front of the gallery, just behind the state's table. Pastor Keith Moorhead sits beside them in a black suit and paisley tie. Jay, because of what Mr. Carr has just said,
turns to look in Keith Moorhead's direction. And that's when he sees T.J. Cobb in the courtroom. In a black t-shirt and a faded denim jacket, a toothpick sticking out of the side of his mouth, he has been watching Jay's back for who knows how long, and now, given the chance to regard the man face to face, he gives him that same overbroad smile, the one that so disturbed Jay the first night he came across it. What in the world is this piece of shit doing in here? The courtroom has fallen silent, and the witness is fidgeting on the stand. "Mr. Porter," the judge says. "A moment, Your Honor." He turns to the defense table, but doesn't have to say a word. Raleigh is already on his feet buttoning his suit jacket. As the two men pass each other, Jay whispers two words in his ear. "Crush him." Raleigh nods, jaw tight, as he starts out of the courtroom, just a few strides behind T.J. Cobb. Jay finally returns to his witness. "I should have called the cops," Carr says, shaking his head, reaching into the side pocket of his sports coat for a handkerchief, dabbing his forehead. "But I just didn't put it together what was happening. I didn't see a van. When the other girls, Tina and Deanne, were taken, there was talk about a white van." Nichols is fast on his feet. "Objection," he says. "May we approach?" Jay follows Nichols to the bench. The DA's cheeks are red. "Stuff about the other girls is inadmissible, and he knows it," the DA says to Kepler, who is twisting the turquoise and coral ring on her right ring finger, which is long and thin as a blade of grass. Up close, Jay can smell the stale coffee on her breath. "That came out of Mr. Carr's mouth, not mine," he says, making clear that he is honoring the judge's single pretrial ruling, that the murders of Tina Wells and Deanne Duchan would not be a part of these proceedings. "The state should have coached its own witness not to touch on the other murders," he says. Judge Kepler agrees. Still, she is bound to instruct the court reporter that the last piece of Mr. Carr's testimony should be disregarded and will be stricken from the record. On his walk back from the bench, Jay steals a glance at the jury box. The jurors are as alert as he's seen them since Mr. Carr took the stand. One of the white men in the back has his arms folded tightly, his brow deeply wrinkled. The judge's direction to ignore the mention of two other dead girls has only drawn more attention to it. A lucky break for Jay, and the last he will receive for the rest of this first day of testimony. On redirect, Nichols presents Mr. Carr with a copy of his affidavit, reminding him of his words at his second police interview, when he was shown a picture of Neil in a photo lineup. "I said, well, hell if the man didn't look like Neil Hawthorne." To Judge Kepler, he adds, "Excuse my language, ma'am." They are by then nearing the hour of 5 o'clock. Judge Kepler adjourns for the day, asking for the principal players to return at 8:30 the following morning. It takes a long time for Neil to stand as the courtroom starts to clear, and when he finally does, he takes one look at Jay and says matter-of-factly, as if he were getting used to the idea, "We're going to lose." He turns and joins the Hawthorne family in the gallery. Sam puts a hand on his grandson's shoulder, guiding him out of the courtroom. Chapter 24. Jay's phone rings before he's out of the courthouse. "Raleigh," he says. But it's Lonnie calling with news. "I got it," she says. "I got the flyer." "You found the printer?" "Track the invoice, everything," she says. Passing through the front doors of the criminal court building, Jay is rather grateful for the useful prop of the cell phone pressed to his ear. It has a strange pacifying effect on the throng of TV and newspaper reporters, bringing their questions down to a reasonable pitch, as if they're hoping to pick up the other end of Jay's phone conversation. Greg Bartolomeo leans against the railing at the bottom step, waiting for him. Jay ignores him as he did every day of jury selection. Walking faster, Jay thanks Lonnie for making something out of this shitty first day of trial. "But there's a problem," she says. Of course there is, he thinks.
By the time Lonnie finds him at the office about a half hour later, Eddie May is already gone for the day. Having a week ago completed an extensive inventory of all things Pleasantville, every environmental report from the civil case, every deposition and client file, the ones that were there and the 290 files that are still missing, she is, by Jay's own instructions, free to leave by 5. She left some sliced ham and a pot of soup for them on the stove, and upstairs in the conference room, an updated key and map to the filing system she set up for State of Texas v. Neil Patrick Hawthorne, every piece of paper associated with the case accounted for. The only thing she hasn't touched is the cardboard box from Lonnie's days at the post. The corners are starting to tear, and Jay is careful to lift the flaps gently. He is rooting around in the interior when Lonnie walks in. "You heard from Raleigh?" he asks right off. "He's not answering my calls." It's not like him to disappear. Not at all. Lonnie shakes her head as she sets her leather hobo bag on the conference room table, followed by a plate of ham and a stack of dill pickles. She stopped by the kitchen on her way up. She nods toward the box. "What are you doing?" "Looking for the person who delivered Alonzo Hollis to the cops." "It was the van, remember? They had an ID number off the side." "Right," Jay says, nodding. "And maybe he was parked out there once or twice, catching a smoke or a nap sometime in his van, and someone made note of it. But Magnus' car today, that's what reminded me. The community has been keeping their eyes out for years. So who was the one who told that bogus story about Hollis trying to get a girl in his van, over at the truck stop on Market Street, the one the cops refuted because Hollis wasn't in the state when it happened?" He slaps a stack of papers down, digging into another pile. "Jesus, that's him," she says, realizing. "That's the guy. Why else would anybody make something like that up? Unless they wanted the heat on somebody else," she says. Jay nods because he knows it too. It's someone in Pleasantville. Lon jumps in, nudging him aside. "Let me. I have a system." She starts in on the years of handwritten notes of police reports and witness statements, digging her way to the bottom of the box. "You better hope I'm as good a reporter as I think I am. If I didn't write it down at the time, it's not here. Resner never gave me copies of any police reports, just a quick peek." "What happened with the flyer?" he asks, getting to the other big news. "Yes," she says, moving away from the cardboard box to reach for her leather bag. Inside is a photocopy of a handwritten invoice. Jay takes it from her. Stapled to the back is a copy of the printer's original mock-up. It's the BBDP flyer, all right. Exclamation points and all. "It was a special order," Lonnie says. "The guy had to find a special typewriter to make it look that old." "Where?" "Print shop out Highway 6, edge of the county." Jay flips back to the copy of the invoice, the line just below the date. The invoice is made out to America's Tomorrow. Walcott's name is nowhere on this. And therein lies the problem. "You're saying this wasn't Reese Parker's doing?" "No," Lon says, bending at the waist to reach for a dill pickle. "I'm saying I don't know who or what America's Tomorrow is, and until I find out, we don't know anything." She crunches into the pickle on the side of her mouth, looking comically like the Vlasic stork. She reaches for a slice of ham. "You have a description for who placed the order?" "White male," she says, chewing. "They're growing trees out here." She shrugs. It's hardly useful. Jay's mobile phone rings. He slides it from his pants pocket, checks the number on the screen. He should have heard from Raleigh by now. But it's Evelyn. "I have to go get my kids," he says, sighing. He starts scooping up Lonnie's handwritten notes. "Leave it," she says. "I'll go through it." "You sure?" "Go get your kids. I'll stay and pick at this and find out what I can about what's happening with Tomorrow in America, or whatever the hell it's called." "How are you going to do that from here?" "That little box down there called a computer," she says.
I got all night.
I don't know if I like the idea of you here by yourself. Lonnie smiles, sheepish.
Well, Amy might stop by, she says. Her man's out of town.
Right, Jay says. The mysterious Amy. Across the table, Lon stares at him, searching for something.
Go on and say it. You think I'm being played for a fool.
I think it's none of my business.
I hate when you do that, you know,
she says, hurt or disappointed. He can't tell.
You think you're making some kind of grand show of respect, giving people their space. But what you're really saying is that you don't give a shit.
I care, he says. Then, as if there were a need to clarify, about you.
Well, this is my life we're talking about, Jay. And I'm inviting you to chime in for once. It's called a friendship, man. You should try it sometime.
You sound like Bernie.
Smart woman.
He sighs. He doesn't do this well. Not at all. But Lonnie, she is a friend. One he's willing to wade in the muck of human emotion for. I think if you give her an inch, she's prepared to go 10 miles, so yes, you should make her choose. She has no kids, right? Then it's got to be you or him. And if you don't press her, then you are a fool. He winces, bracing himself for the blowback, as if he thinks it's entirely possible she might deck him. But Lon only smiles.
Go get your kids,
she says. Jay nods, heading for the door. At the threshold, he stalls, turning back. If you're looking for my approval or something, you gotta have the balls to bring her around sometime. Lonnie gives him a mock salute.
Yes, sir.
And if you want to be my friend, you can't disappear on me like you did. It's the first emotional need he's expressed to another soul besides his wife.
I know.
This year has been hell.
I know,
she says.
But I'm here now, Jay.
This case, it's more than just a paycheck, she says. She would never let him out on a limb like this on his own. Jay nods, tapping the door's wooden frame. Don't stay too late, huh? She nods.
Yes, sir.
Raleigh lost T.J. Cobb before he even got out of the courthouse, in a crowded swirl of bodies on the first floor near the elevators, and was too pissed at himself to call Jay. At least he couldn't call right away. Not until he tracked Cobb down. He had a name, after all. He'd done more with less, and the night was long. He left the courthouse alone, heading to his El Camino parked in a lot off Franklin, peeling layers as he went, jacket, tie, dress shirt, so that by the time he made it to his truck, he had stripped down to his white undershirt and his slacks, getting the smell of justice off him, at least the kind that comes drenched in a DA's cheap cologne. He was planning to swing by his garage, to make sure it was still standing, make sure his drivers and mechanics hadn't made off with his best tools, make sure they were still getting to their gigs on time. He'd been given the all-clear on the AG situation that afternoon. Only one weak-ass escape attempt reported. The blues man had claimed the toilet was backed up, and when the motel's maintenance man knocked at room 209, AG opened the door and ran out, knocking the super on his ass. But seeing as he had made it through half a carton of Newports, he didn't get very far, out of breath and doubled over before reaching the motel's stairs. Since then,
I ain't had no trouble with him,
Raleigh's pal Biddy had said. Frankly, he was starting to suspect the old man was finding solace in his surrender, happy to put his feet up for a few days, his meals paid for, a little drink in hand. Through the stucco walls, he often heard the TV going, reruns of Good Times and One Day at a Time, and westerns at night. It had to be better than cleaning toilets in a gin joint. Relieved, Raleigh had planned a night with his girl. He owed her a steak and bake after her valiant service to the cause. He had a dime bag in the glove compartment of his truck and was going to pick up a couple of T-bones on the drive down to Hitchcock. Some charcoal, too. Until the kid, strolling into the courtroom, had fucked things up.
rearranging his whole night. He was hardly through cursing his name when God himself seemed to have a change of heart about old Riley Snow, rolling a gift right across his windshield at the corner of Franklin and Crawford while Raleigh's truck was idling at the light. He leaned over the steering wheel, peering past his headlights. It was T.J. Cobb, all right, there in front of him on the street. Long and lean with a mean, skulking walk. Among the gray army of office workers and bank tellers, women in shoulder pads and high heels, he stood out like a peacock in a flock of pigeons. He was wearing that same faded denim jacket and black T-shirt, his right index finger curled around a cigarette. Raleigh, feeling lucky, tailed him for a few blocks. Not so easy when the man was on foot. He was about to ditch the El Camino and put his own 2 feet on the ground when T.J. Cobb ducked into the vestibule of a bar. The last call sat behind a windowless brick wall, painted black and unadorned, save by a small wooden sign over the door. Raleigh rolled past the bar's front door just as Cobb slipped inside. He made the block before deciding to pull over and roll on him. The man had come to Jay's home, near his kids, and Raleigh wasn't having that. He found a dirt lot and parked, not far from the old abandoned Union Station. This part of downtown, heading toward the menacing shadows of the 59 freeway overpass, is grimly pastoral, the natural world taking back what the city no longer wants. There are weeds shooting up 3 feet from cracks in the sidewalk, and between the many vacant brick buildings, dirt lots dot the landscape. Raleigh grabbed his piece from under the driver's seat, the Colt 45, but he never got to use it. He was made before he even got out of his truck. By the time he got to the last call, Cobb was hiding in the dark vestibule, waiting for his mark, the real one he'd been eyeing in the courtroom. He put the muzzle of a handgun to Raleigh's chest, a .38, Raleigh guessed, realizing too late that he'd been set up. It was his last coherent thought. He doesn't remember the shot itself, remembers only the sound of his tooth cracking when his face hit the pavement, and then footsteps, sneakers on sidewalk, slipping far, far away. Jay got the call this morning after failing to reach Raleigh all night. It was Marisol, Raleigh's girlfriend, phoning from St. Joseph's Hospital. Court was due to start in less than 5 minutes, and Jay's attempts to obtain a delay were rebuffed by Judge Kepler, who reminded him they'd put a city election on hold for this trial. To Nichols, she said, "Call your next witness." Next up, Kelly Young, crime scene technician. Jay glances at the empty chair on the other side of Neil. He has not told his client the reason for Raleigh's absence, but nor does Neil seem in the least bit curious about where the investigator is. He is staring straight ahead, watching as Ms. Young, a blonde in her 30s, takes the witness stand. Jay, on the other hand, is distracted to the point of near incompetence. He is sweating in the warm courtroom, his dress shirt a thin film against his damp back, and his throat is dry. He actually misses the DA's first 2 questions for the witness, and makes a guess in his notes that they had to do with the correct spelling of her name and her years of service to the county. She is here to establish that a body had indeed been found in the early morning hours of Sunday, November 10th, and under what conditions. Matt Nichols needs to get in the fact of the rain that fell between the girl's disappearance and the discovery of her remains, an explanation as to why no DNA tying the defendant to the crime was ever found. Ms. Young also processed the items that were in the deceased's purse, which had been discovered a few days before the body. One by one, she holds up the bloody items, individually sealed in clear evidence bags, for the jury to see. Jay glances at his client, thinking the same as Neil. We are going to lose. Next up, Roy Singh, medical examiner. It's testimony Jay has been dreading. No one should have to witness what was done to Alicia Knoll, least of all her parents.
But there it is, up on a 3-by-5-foot projection screen, just to the left of Judge Kepler's seat at the bench. The courtroom falls silent as the first image pops up. The only sound Jay hears is Maxine Robichaud's footsteps as she walks out of the courtroom. A couple of the jurors, 2 older men, squirm in their seats. One of the black men in the second row has his hands clenched tightly in his lap. Nichols walks the doctor through the gruesome facts, the beating and the suspected sexual assault, the bruising across her pelvic area and across the face and neck. The cause of death was strangulation, the manner of death homicide. On cross, Jay gets as far as he's likely to get in dismantling the state's case. There is, he reminds the jury, stealing a look at the black men in the second row, not a single piece of evidence on the victim's body that suggests his client ever came into contact with Alicia Noel, let alone killed her. Testing of the material underneath the victim's fingernails was inconclusive, yes, Dr. Singh says. And again, to be clear, Dr. Singh, that means none of it matched the DNA sample of my client, Neil Hawthorne. Isn't that right? That is correct. On redirect, Dr. Singh, with the DA's prompting, reminds the jurors that the testing was inconclusive as he turns to give them an impromptu lecture on the adverse effects of moisture on DNA material. It's terrible, in fact. So, the fact that the DNA test results were inconclusive doesn't mean that it wasn't the defendant's DNA, does it? Objection. Leading. Sustained. Let me ask it this way, then, Nichols says. Can Mr. Hawthorne be ruled out as the contributor of the DNA found under the deceased's right fingernails? You cannot draw any real conclusions from this test, no. Oh, I think we can, Jay says on recross. Inconclusive, by definition, means you cannot conclude that it was the DNA of my client. Isn't that right? Dr. Singh sighs. Yes, that is correct. Next up, Derek Menendez, Sprint technician. He's here to pick up the story of the pager, found in the victim's purse, and to get into evidence the phone records attached to the 10-digit pager number that Alicia Noel was using. At 7:32 p.m., November 5th, Ms. Noel's pager did receive a call from 713-457-2221, digits that were stored in the small device. Jay, in a few questions, reminds the jury that there is no recording of any phone conversation between Neil and Alicia, nor proof that any such conversation ever took place. I wouldn't know anything about that, Menendez says. Next up, Tony Perlman, AT&T rep. His only role is to establish that the above phone number belonged to a cellular telephone account paid for monthly by Mr. Neil P. Hawthorne. Jay passes on a cross, and Judge Kepler breaks for lunch. Lonnie agrees to meet him at the hospital. As soon as he steps through the sliding glass doors of the emergency room at St. Joseph's, Jay starts to feel short of breath. It's the stark scent of industrial-grade bleach and the cold, cold recycled air that tighten his chest, making him feel lightheaded. He hasn't been inside a hospital, or a doctor's office for that matter, in a year. Raleigh Snow, he tells the intake nurse, before being sent up to the 3rd floor to room 312, where the man himself is sleeping, 17 hours out of surgery now. He's lying on top of the bed sheets, bare-chested. Jay can see the thick bandages just under his left clavicle, but, thank God, above his heart. Marisol, in a rather demure pair of brown slacks and a flowery blouse, is standing to the side of the hospital bed, leaning over the brushed metal railing to sweep damp black hairs away from Raleigh's face. He's okay, she says, barely turning when Jay walks in. Maybe it's the clothes or the hospital setting, but she actually looks like someone's grandmother today, cooing words into Raleigh's ear in Spanish. He's going to be okay, Jay hears again. This time from Lonnie, who was sitting by the room's one window, a slim rectangle just to the left of the door. For a moment, none of them says anything. Just 3 sets of eyes on the patient and the soft whir of the compression pump attached to his legs to prevent blood clots. Bernie'd had to wear the same. The steady rhythm of it, like a ghost's breath in the room, used to keep her up day and night. To Marisol, Jay says, "I'm sorry." She won't look at him.
"Your trouble, both of you. He's very lucky,"
Lon says, which leads Marisol to cut her eyes at the white girl. She suddenly grabs her purse off Raleigh's rolling meal tray. "I'm getting coffee," she says, sliding the beaded strap onto her right shoulder.
"He wakes up. You tell him just like that. Tell him I said, 'I'm getting coffee,'"
she says rather cryptically. Jay watches her walk out, wondering if he or Raleigh will ever see her again. He will never forgive himself if he cost Raleigh his girl. He inches closer to the bedside, reaching for the tattooed knuckles of Raleigh's good hand. The very warmth of it is such a comfort. Jay nearly cries.
"He is lucky,"
Lonnie says. A few moments later, they step outside to let him sleep, leaving the door ajar. They lean against the wall just across the hall from the nurse's station, Lonnie with an update on America's tomorrow.
"It's a 527, a PAC.
A political action committee?
It was registered with the FEC early this year."
From her shoulder bag, she pulls a photocopy of a Federal Election Commission report.
"This is a list of donors for the first quarterly reporting period, January to March of this year."
She hands it to Jay, who scans it quickly.
"Those are some big names, my friend."
"Yes, they are," he says, reading. AT&T, Bush, Dorothy, Bush, Marvin, Carlton, Jeffrey, Chevron, Coal Oil Industries, Cole, Richard, Cole, Mrs. Richard, Cole, Thomas, Dorian, Paul, Enron, Fox, Sam, Hunt, Ray L., Koch, David and Julia, Lay, Kenneth and Linda, Luckman, Charlie, Maddox, Cynthia, Merrill Lynch, Mossbacher, Robert, National Rifle Association, Nunez, Pedro and Rita, Firma, FISA, Pro Firma Chemicals, Philip Morris, Rose, Mark and Leanne, Stoney, Lee, Wiley, Charles, Wiley, Sam. What does any of this have to do with Walcott? These people are all donating to her mayoral campaign? He says, looking down at one name in particular. It would mean he was right all along. Cynthia was double-dealing.
"I don't know,"
Lon says. Jay folds the paper lengthwise and slides it into the inside pocket of his suit jacket. "I've got to get back to court," he says, glancing through the crack in the doorway to Raleigh's hospital room, watching for a few moments the rise and fall of his chest. "Can you stay for a little bit?" he asks. "In case he wakes up?"
"Sure thing,"
she says.
"And I'll check in with Rob Urea, too. Maybe this list of names means something to him."
Chapter 25. The court has thinned for the day's second act, with half of the seats in the gallery empty after intermission. The Hawthorns are here, of course, and the Robichaux, both in the front row but on opposite sides of the courtroom. The Chronicle still has reporters present, including Bartolomeo, but the usual court watchers and trial junkies got their fill from the autopsy photos before lunch. Next up, Kenny Esther, the boyfriend. "Mr. Esther, did you know a person by the name of Alicia Noel?" "Yes," he says, the tears starting. He cries through his entire testimony, actually, led gingerly by Matt Nichols into the story of meeting Alicia Noel in fifth period trigonometry during their junior year.
She was smart, he says. A lot smarter than people gave her credit for. Smarter than she even knew, my opinion. I wanted her to go to college. Tried to get her to apply to Lamar University in Beaumont with me. But she was worried about money, you know. She figured she'd work a little, save some cash, and maybe there'd be a scholarship or something. I think that's why she wanted to volunteer on a campaign. She thought some school might look at that and put her at the top of the pile.
Well, let's get to that, Mr. Esther, Nichols says. The jury hears the story for the first time, and all from Kenny Esther's point of view, of how Neil Hawthorne participated in the candidate forum at the high school, representing his uncle's campaign, and how he had singled out Alicia and flirted openly with her, right in front of her boyfriend.
I didn't like the dude.
Kenny's alibi on the night in question is unimpeachable, and Jay doesn't bother trying to dismantle it on cross. Instead, he attempts, and rather easily succeeding, to make Kenny look like the jealous type who misread a situation that was as simple as the description of the event. Campaigns looking for volunteers.
But he gave her his card.
How else was she supposed to reach him? Kenny leans back, crossing his arms. He's in a boy's idea of dress attire, a pressed golf shirt and baggy black jeans. He got a new fade for court, S-curls shining on top. Your girlfriend, she took other business cards that day, didn't she? Jay says, letting the boy testify, with his body language to the fact that his grief is now hiding behind anger, an emotion that rarely ever works on a witness stand.
I guess.
In fact, Alicia reached out to the Walcott campaign, didn't she?
That day, nah. It was her and him talking,
he says, pointing to Neil. But she eventually reached out to their campaign, didn't she?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained, Judge Kepler says, her first word on record since lunch. Your Honor, he may have personal knowledge of Alicia Knowles' activities in the days and weeks leading up to her death, Jay says, wishing almost as soon as the words are out of his mouth that he'd quit this cross 3 questions ago. Judge Kepler peers over the lenses of her purple eyeglasses at the witness stand.
Do you, she says, have personal knowledge, not something Ms. Knowles told you, but that you yourself witnessed?
Nah, Kenny says, wiping his nose on his sleeve.
When me and her got together, we didn't talk about politics. I never heard of no Walcott having to do with Alicia until he brought it up in the newspaper.
He is pointing right at Jay. Next up, Tanya Hardaway. Jay turns as she's being led into the courtroom by the bailiff, only to see his daughter sitting in the second row of the gallery, behind Ola Hawthorne. Just as Tanya Hardaway, in a black sheath dress and ballet flats, her braids pushed back with a yellow headband, is being sworn in, Jay stands. Can I have a minute, Your Honor?
Something wrong?
Kepler says, blowing steam from the mug of tea her clerk just handed her. She glances above Jay's head at the courtroom's clock. Just 1 second, Judge. He slips past the bar into the gallery, pulling his daughter with him into the hallway as half the courtroom watches. Outside the double doors, Ellie holds her backpack against her chest almost as a buffer against her dad's rising anger. She's in the same jeans and roll-neck sweater she left the house in this morning. What are you doing here?
I want to watch.
How did you even get here?
I took the bus.
Which, the way Metro runs, means she might have left school as long as 2 hours ago. I thought we agreed no more skipping class.
I didn't,
she says, reaching into the front pencil pouch of her backpack, retrieving a slip of yellow paper folded in half. She hands it to Jay. It's a permission slip for an excused absence, signed by Principal Deborah Hilliard.
I told her you said it was okay.
Jesus, Ellie. The bailiff leans her head outside the courtroom.
Mr. Porter?
Yeah, I know, he says to the deputy, glancing at his watch. To Ellie, he says, get inside. We'll talk about it later. Nichols barely waits for Ellie to take her seat, for Jay to get to his place at the defense table, before he starts in on his direct examination of the former field director for Axel Hawthorne.
And how long did you work for the campaign? 8 months. I was the first hired when they put the official campaign together. I worked through the general election just up until a few weeks ago.
Well, we'll get to that, Nichols says, leaning against the lectern. Neil, sitting beside Jay, closes his eyes. He knows what's coming.
I want to discuss the night of the general election, November 5th. Were you working in the campaign office that day, Ms. Hardaway? I was coordinating GoTV, Get Out the Vote, from the main office. That's right. I was in contact with precinct captains throughout the day, but I was mostly in the office, yes,
she says, glancing over at Neil, almost leading Nichols right into his next question. Was the defendant in the office that day?
He was in and out, she says. Election days are pretty hectic. Well, let's narrow our focus then, shall we? Was Mr. Hawthorne in the office on the evening of November 5th, around 8:45?
Nichols says, verbally drawing a line under the time Alicia Noel was last seen across town.
No, he had left the office almost 2 hours earlier. He asked me to take him off the schedule for the rest of the day. Was that unusual? Highly,
Tanya says.
He said he would be on his cell phone. I didn't see him again until after the polls closed, when he met up with the family and top staff at a viewing party at one of the donors' homes.
And did you try to reach the defendant during the time he was missing? Objection. Assumes facts not in evidence that my client was missing rather than simply in a place that was none of this witness's business.
Objection, Your Honor, to counsel's argumentative tone.
Overruled, Judge Kepler says, making a face at the objection to the objection. To Jay, she says,
defense counsel's objection is sustained, but he is admonished to refer to the witness in a more respectful tone.
Yes, Your Honor. Jay can only imagine Ellie behind him, thoroughly enjoying herself, having found the one place on earth where her dad's mouth actually gets him into trouble. Nichols, in a charcoal suit today, steps forward a few inches past the lectern, turning his back to Jay, as if he could block him out that way. Tanya shifts in her seat, adjusting the stiff neckline of her dress. Nichols asks her,
"Did you try to reach Mr. Hawthorne on the evening of November 5th? "Several times. "And?" "He never answered his mobile phone or pager."
Nichols glances back at his notes on the lectern, letting her words linger for a bit. Then, looking up, he asks her when she stopped working for the Hawthorne camp.
"After the girl went missing,"
Tanya says.
"Neil fired me."
It's a specious presentation of the facts, suggesting causality where none has been proved, but it isn't worth the spotlight a verbal objection would put on it. Jay stays in his chair. "Do you know why you were fired, Miss Hardaway?"
"For talking to a cop about Neil?"
Neil's knee finds and nudges Jay's beneath the table. Jay nods without turning to look at his client. He'll handle it.
"You had discussed Mr. Neil's sudden absence from contact with the campaign staff on Tuesday, November 5th with Detective Moore?" "Yes. He came into the office and asked about some of the staff, including Neil, and he asked questions about the schedule on the night of the 5th.
"And how long after that were you let go from the campaign?"
"It was that afternoon."
"I don't have anything further, Your Honor."
"Mr. Porter?"
"Ms. Hardaway," Jay says as he stands. He walks to the lectern, slapping down his legal pad. "The Hawthorne campaign has a strict policy regarding the chain of command when it comes to communicating on behalf of the organization. Isn't that right?" He looks up, staring at the witness.
"That's right."
"In fact, it's in writing and known to all staff members that no one in the office is allowed to speak on behalf of the campaign or distribute an in-house memorandum, such as a campaign schedule, to anyone without going through Marcy Hall, the communications director, or Mr. Hawthorne, the campaign manager, or the candidate himself. Isn't that correct, Ms. Hardaway?"
"Yes."
"So, It is a misconception and a false impression to give this jury to suggest that it was talking to law enforcement about Mr. Hawthorne's whereabouts that got you fired, when really you weren't following the rules.
Tanya shrugs. I talked to a cop, I got fired.
Which would make a nice title of a country song, maybe, but not necessarily the way it happened, is it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Argumentative, Nichols says, standing again, hands on his trim athletic hips. He actually turns and glances at Jay, a pointed look of gleeful anticipation on his face, a sibling awaiting the punishment of an eternal foe.
Sustained, Kepler says sternly. Be careful here, Mr. Porter.
Yes, Your Honor. He turns to address the witness again. He knows he's taking it out on her, the whole charade of this trial, his impatience with the slow drip of, isn't it true, and didn't you, and with the yawning gulf between where they're standing and the truth. Where are you working now, ma'am? Nichols is on his feet again. Objection beyond the scope of direct. Her employment was the whole point of direct.
Overruled.
Tanya looks at the judge, then the DA hesitating. That means you can answer, Jay tells her. Tanya sits up a little straighter.
I am currently the field director for the campaign to elect Sandra Walcott.
Working for the opposition, huh?
It's a job.
Might also suggest a lingering bitterness toward the Hawthorne campaign, my client in particular, Jay says, gesturing toward Neil, who glares at Tanya.
Like I said, it's a job.
Okay, Jay says, turning to grab from the corner of the defense table a single sheet of paper labeled State's Exhibit Number 37. Permission to approach, Your Honor. Nichols immediately calls for a sidebar at the bench. At her desk, Kepler peers down at the exhibit, a single sheet of paper. Nichols, standing next to the court reporter at the bench, says,
This is a murder trial, not a dissection of election politics. This has no business here.
This is part of the state's evidence. It was in the girl's purse.
He's trying to prove something without laying any foundation for it.
I want to ask a simple question as relates to her employment with Hawthorne. I'm not going to ask her to authenticate the document, just if she's seen it before, in the course of her employment with the Hawthorne campaign.
I'll allow it,
Judge Kepler says. Jay lays the BBDP flyer in front of the witness. As he walks back to the lectern, he sees Sam Hawthorne leaning over the bar to whisper something to his grandson. Have you seen this before, Ms. Hardaway? He asks. She nods, says yes, and sets it on the corner of the wooden banister in front of her. Can you tell the jury what this is? Tanya sighs, pressing her lips together for a moment. It's clear this is an area she wasn't expecting to get into.
It's a flyer, something that came to the campaign's attention.
A flyer that was circulating around Pleasantville, yes?
That's right.
And why was this of significance to the campaign?
We all thought it was a stunt by one of the other campaigns.
Which campaign, Miss Hardaway? Tanya looks down for a second, fiddling with the hem of her dress where it rests just above her knee.
We all thought it was the Walcott campaign.
Including you? Following a small, sharp exhale, Tanya says,
Yes.
They break for the day earlier than usual, following a quick conference at the bench to discuss the pace of the schedule. Nichols wanting to know if Jay plans to call any witnesses so he might prepare. Jay assures the judge no decision has been made as to whether he'll offer a defense, and Nichols, put on the spot by Judge Kepler, admits he has plans to call only one more witness before the state rests. Jay is momentarily stunned by the news. The state's case, laid out in open court, is even weaker than he thought. Not so much a condemnation of Neil, as a light scolding for not doing everyone the courtesy of at least appearing less guilty. Making Nichols stand up and sit down for the past 2 days. Neil, leaving the courtroom with his uncle and family, shows the first hint of a smile in days. He looks at his lawyer and gives him a grin, lopsided and unsure, but hopeful nonetheless. Sam pats Jay on the back on their way out. Axel's sisters are not in court today, but Vivian, in a teal coat dress, the color deep and stormy, holds her grandson's hand as they exit the courtroom. Ellie, slinging her backpack onto her shoulder, follows her dad down the fifth-floor hallway to the side stairs, both of them avoiding the crowd at the elevator banks. Outside, the air is cold. Houston being famously late to the fall dance, waiting until the second week of December to wring the last of summer's humidity from the air. It's dropped below 50 for the first time since last Christmas. There's a curling wind snaking through the high-rise buildings downtown, rolling sideways down the length of Franklin Street, lifting wayward leaves and gum wrappers along the curbs. As they approach the Land Cruiser parked in a $12 a day lot on Caroline, Ellie, in her cotton sweater, shivers. Jay peels off his suit jacket and drapes it over her shoulders. Then he hands her the car keys. "Now?" she says. She seems nervous, not just because she's never driven downtown, but also because she senses another talk coming on. She's slow to put herself behind the wheel. By the time she's in place for this impromptu driving lesson, Jay already has his seatbelt on in the passenger seat, the photocopied list of donors to America's Tomorrow sitting face up on his lap. Earlier, Lonnie left a message on his cell phone, calling from Raleigh's hospital room to say that Rob Urea had never heard of the PAC, but was spooked by the donor list. "I definitely picked the wrong horse," he said, before wondering openly if he could break his contract with Hawthorne. If it were up to him, Jay would fire his ass. While Urea was busy digging into Walcott's sexual imbroglios, a group of high-profile political players had dipped a toe in the city's mayor's race, unseen. They included Pro Firma, Thomas Cole, and Cynthia Maddox. Three of the biggest headaches in Jay's life were tangled up in this somehow. Ellie puts the key into the ignition. The engine turns, rumbling softly and lighting up the radio console. KCOH is running a pre-dinner debate on its boards. "Christmas or Kwanzaa, people?" The host, Big Mike, chuckles at his own personal act of provocation. He announces the phone lines are open before playing a scratchy recording of Otis Redding's White Christmas. The horns sting Jay, so painful are the memories riding on that sound. He had just gotten used to the idea of the tree, erect, but undecorated still, in a corner of their living room. And now there's music, too. The breadth of his loss finding a new sense to explore. It kills him to think that there are notes of his life that will never be played again, save by rolling in circles in his mind, old recordings on a turntable. Ellie pulls the car out of its parking space, narrowly missing the tail end of a Subaru as she turns the wheel. Jay tells her to make a right turn out of the lot, as Big Mike announces the first caller, Danielle from Northside Village. "Now, I'm a Christian, y'all, but I do think we need to have our own celebrations." The next caller, Don from Fifth Ward, takes it a step further, starting with, "Assalamu alaikum, brother," before launching into a lecture about Christ being a tool to keep the black man down since slavery time. "Brother Farrakhan is our true prophet and the Nation of Islam our true religious home." "You telling me you never gonna eat another Christmas ham?" Big Mike says, with no small amount of skepticism. "You had me up till that point." "Nah, brother, I'm done with that hog." "I'll eat his, shoot," the next caller. "Bullet, they call me," says. "I was raised in the church. I was raised in Christ, and I'm gonna eat what the Lord provide, pork, beef, or chicken. We got to raise these kids out here with Jesus." Jay reaches for the knob, turning down the volume. "Don't ever do that again," he says. "Don't you ever walk out of school and get on a city bus without telling me where you are. You understand me?" "Okay." "'Cause I could show you autopsy photos of what happens to a girl walking around this city alone." "I said okay." "I'm serious, Elle." "Okay." I don't know what you and your mother talked about at the end. I don't know what she said to you, but I need you to understand. Stop it, she says. She slams on the brakes, 15 feet short of the nearest stoplight, leaving the two of them stranded, a stone stuck in the sand against the tide of traffic pulling around them. Stop talking about her, just stop. Jay stares at her across the front seat, not sure which one of them is going to break into tears first. Why don't you want to talk about your mother, Ellie? I can't, she says, shaking her head slowly. I can't do this. He takes off his seatbelt. You want me to drive? She grips the steering wheel, her eyes watering. I don't know if I can do this, Daddy. Tears falling, she appears unsure, literally, of how to go forward. Jay reaches over and touches her right hand on the wheel. Come on, he says, telling her to come off the brake, to start moving slowly. You can do this, Ellie. Just drive. Chapter 26. Here, turn here, Jay says, gesturing for Ellie to pull into a small parking lot off Bissonnette, worrying too late that the only open space, one of 3 slots, is too narrow for the Land Cruiser, at least in a novice's hands. But Ellie does fine, missing the other car in the lot and only barely scraping his front bumper on the concrete barrier between the parking lot and the wooden fence bordering it. What are we doing here? She says, peering past her father. They are parked in front of a shaded house on a stretch of Bissonnette, between Main Street and Greenbrier, once residential, and now a Tony spot for art galleries and florists, high-end psychiatrists, and yes, lawyers. Cozy bungalows and craftsman homes made over for the commercial needs of the upper class. This one is a narrow white 2-story with black shutters and a flat roof, a line of Japanese maples out front, their plum-colored leaves shivering in the twilight. Hanging from a post just a few feet from Jay's car is a swinging sign that reads, Charlie Luckman, Esquire. Of the dozens of names on the list of PAC donors, his is oddly the only one Jay trusts. Charlie Luckman may be a lot of things, but a liar is not necessarily one of them. At least not where Jay is concerned. A long time ago, Charlie went out on a limb when he didn't have to, when he and Jay were established adversaries in court, by giving him inside knowledge about Thomas Cole, information that solved a mystery and saved Jay's ass. Ellie asks to stay in the car, but Jay tells her to follow him. Inside, the carpet is thick, the walls as creamy as churned milk, and there is a smell of cigars and good coffee, a Mexican blend, strong and faintly sweet. The soft light in here is as gentle as a madam's reassuring touch, letting any virgin souls crossing the threshold know they're safe here, that there's no safer place in the world, actually, than a defense attorney's office. There's a wall of Texas license plates going back to the 1930s behind the receptionist's desk, which itself is empty, with only a small Tiffany lamp on top illuminating open magazines, Cosmopolitan and Glamour. Across the front parlor, above the studded leather couches, there are framed prints, cowboys and ranch scenes, a steer in a stand of prairie grass. Carla! Jay can hear Charlie calling from a back office. He tells Ellie to have a seat on one of the leather sofas. Following Charlie's voice, he starts down the nearest hallway. Carla, honey, is that you? Charlie's office is a long rectangle along the south side of the building, the desk halfway to the back wall. He's sitting with his feet up, the heels of his buttery calfskin boots pointing toward the office's one window. The view is a direct shot into the dance studio next door, a line of women in leotards visible from here. Charlie, hearing Jay, sits up. Where the hell is Carla? Your receptionist? My wife, he says, standing and walking to the door, sticking his neck out into the hall, her absence more alarming to him, apparently, than the unexpected presence of Jay Porter in his office. Your wife is your receptionist? You know a better way to keep track of her? Standing in the doorway a few inches from Jay, Charlie adjusts his necktie. Seeing Ellie on the couch in the reception area, he frowns.
God, is that a client?
That's my daughter. Charlie, his black and red striped tie wrenched between his hands, steps back, taking a good look at Jay for the first time, then looking again at Ellie.
Where the fuck is Carla?
He barks, walking back to his desk. He picks up the phone, pressing a few buttons.
There a silver Mercedes out there?
No.
God damn it, he says, slamming down the phone. I swear, I can't keep her ass out of Neiman Marcus to save my life.
Throughout the office, there are photos of Charlie and the wife. A tall, thin brunette with caramel-colored skin, and a shot of the two of them and their twin boys. The office decor also includes dozens of glossy images of Luckman with his celebrity clients over the years, an Oilers quarterback, the anchor of a local morning TV show, and the bassist of a bluegrass band out of Austin. Charlie pours himself a drink from a tray on the leather and wood sideboard behind his desk, dropping a spoonful of carnation milk into his scotch. He offers the same to Jay, who declines.
So, Mr. Smith goes to Washington, Charlie says, smirking. How's politics treating you? I heard you're riding a sinking ship in Kepler's courtroom. I'd be down there to take a look for myself, but I don't really give a shit.
He sips the milky scotch. Jay lays the copy of the list of PAC donors on Charlie's desk. Then why are you donating to Walcott's campaign?
What the hell are you talking about?
America's tomorrow, Jay says.
What is this?
Charlie picks up the list, studying the printed names and then setting it back on his desktop without comment, except to say,
I would think it need not be said that I am no fan of Sandy Walcott.
He tops off his scotch and again offers Jay a piece. From down the hall, Jay can hear the phone ringing at the receptionist's desk. Charlie, his face florid and pink, his once sandy hair streaked with gray, like needles stacked in hay, looks as bitter as a man can, well aware that he inadvertently unleashed Sandy Walcott on the world. Had she not beaten the Charlie Luckman in court, she would still be slogging through a caseload of rapes and burglaries and felony manslaughters, and not at present considered the front-runner to lead a city Jay would bet $100 she can hardly find her way around. She was Charlie's monster. Well, Charlie's and Oprah Winfrey's. Charlie was humiliated, but his client, a prominent heart surgeon who used his considerable skills to gut his cheating wife, is sitting on death row.
It spooked me losing like that, Charlie says now, sipping his drink.
He's had a few doping cases since then, an outfielder from the Astros, and a track star who almost lost every medal she won in Atlanta this summer, and he can count on his client's recreational drug use to keep him solvent for years. But murder?
I can't do that shit anymore, he says.
He got married, became a father.
I'm in the goddamn PTA.
He raises his glass to Jay.
You're a brave man. Or a fool.
He tosses back his toast.
I will say this. You have scared the ever-living shit out of quite a number of men in this town. They think you're crazy, or worse, reckless and undomesticated. You ever wanted to push your luck? Ask for a cushy appointment. Get on a board or two. Now's the time to ask. Or hell, don't. I won't say this other thing isn't fun to watch. You got folks running scared, he says, remarking on a quality he'd once had in hand and lost. Charlie has always had a grudging respect for Jay. What is America's tomorrow? That?
He nods toward the donor list.
Thomas pulled me in on that.
Cole?
Charlie nods. He's been telling everyone to get in early. First checks written, first names remembered when the time comes.
Charlie shrugs, glancing briefly at the phone lines flashing on his desk.
A Texan in Washington again. It could open up a lot of doors for folks down here, grease a lot of wheels. I figured I'd put in my down payment now, instead of playing catch-up in 4 years.
He looks up, his gaze hovering on the view outside his window, the bodies clad in lycra.
Maybe a judgeship down the line, he says, lost in his thoughts, some far-off dream for his future. I might want something different one day, he says.
But what does any of this have to do with Walcott? Charlie nearly laughs.
Walcott, he says. Oh, hell, nobody gives a shit about Walcott. That money is for Reese Parker. A grant, shall we say, for her little experiment. She says she can deliver. That was the sales pitch. She and Cole, they had a bunch of high rollers out to his place, cocktails and $50 steaks. And she laid it out the way the game is changing. The way elections are run, it's all changing. It's not precinct by precinct anymore. Not for the ones who want to win. 4 years from now, it's going to come down to a handful of votes. Trust me, she said. Folks were signing checks on the spot. We're talking money to win the big prize.
He walks back to the bar behind his desk, hovering a little, as if he's debating whether or not he has to behave himself if his wife is nowhere on the premises.
The mayor's race, he says. This is just a test case for Reese Parker.
Outside, Jay sits in his car, staring out the front window for a long time. So long, in fact, that Ellie starts to shift in her seat behind the wheel.
Dad?
She touches his arm, and he nods. I'm fine. But still, he doesn't move, staring through the windshield, playing in his mind an image of his last time in Pleasantville, when he'd seen Walcott's volunteers making an aggressive play for votes in what should have been enemy territory for a right-leaning political candidate. They were following a pattern of attack that Jay still doesn't completely understand. What he does know is what he tells Lon when he calls her that night from his bedroom phone. They're trying to break Pleasantville. The mighty 259 no more, he says, but a voting bloc that can be destabilized. The misleading flyers, the targeted approach in the streets, if they were able to do something similar in urban precincts across the country, pull votes that shouldn't on paper belong to them, they could actually swing a national race. This isn't about Walcott, or even about Houston. This is about the White House in 2000.
Holy shit, Jay.
Didn't Parker work on Bush's governor's race last year?
She worked for Karl Rove's firm for a bit.
We've had our eyes on the wrong game this whole time. Detective Herman Hank Moore takes the stand on Monday morning, the 16th, a day after a center fold-out story on the trial appeared in the pages of the Chronicle, written by Greg Bartolomeo, and detailing the strengths of the state's case against mayoral candidate Axel Hawthorne's nephew and campaign manager, evidence that he apparently watched in a different courtroom from the one Jay was in all of last week, so puffed up and laid out in a way most favorable to the DA's office are the facts. But such is the power of the press, to get it right or dangerously wrong. Nichols, in a deep blue suit, is especially smug this morning, moving with the assured strut of every prosecutor with a cop in the witness chair, which is as good as writing the testimony himself. He leans against the lectern, hands in his pockets, barely glancing at his notes. So certain is he that the detective's testimony, with little help from the prosecutor, will roll out with ease to produce the desired effect. As Detective Moore takes an oath to tell the truth, Jay at the defense table glances behind him. Sam is not in the courtroom today, nor are his daughters. Just Vivian and Axel are there. Ellie, with her dad's permission and after he had a weekend chat with her principal, "It's good for her, Mr. Porter," is sitting beside them. Lonnie is at the city's central library on McKinney, using their computers to search for any more information on America's tomorrow. Jay can feel the rat-a-tat-tat of Neil's left knee, up and down, bumping up against the underside of the table. At the lectern, Nichols walks more through the evidence, none of it new to Jay. 1, the girl was reported missing by her mother. 2, Neil Hawthorne came to law enforcement's attention because his phone number was in her pager, a call that came in shortly before she disappeared. 3, Mr. Hawthorne lied about knowing the girl and about calling her. Last but not least, in a follow-up with neighbors of Elma Johnson, Magnus Carr positively identified the defendant as the man he saw struggling with the victim on the corner of Guinevere and Ledwick. The jurors are as stone-faced as Jay has seen them to date. Worse, a few of the women look directly at Neil, with something new: contempt. Even one of the black men in the second row, the older one by a decade, is eyeing Neil differently. He's frowning, his arms crossed, both hands tucked into his armpits. It's nothing they haven't heard before, but words out of a cop's mouth are like nuggets of iron pyrite. Everyone wants to believe it's gold. Jay is left with little room to maneuver on cross-examination, especially because in Neil's first interview with law enforcement, Jay was the only other witness in the room, and Moore knows it. Detective Moore, isn't it true that my client, Mr. Hawthorne, said he didn't remember meeting the victim? He asks first.
That's what he said.
Moore, in another interesting ensemble of slacks with a checkered sports coat, has his hands clasped together, resting in the center of his lap. His afro is neatly clipped, gray hairs greased and glistening in the fluorescent lights. And you would agree that saying he didn't remember is different from asserting that he had never met the victim, Ms. Noel, wouldn't you?
A misdirect is a misdirect, Moore says. It wasn't the truth.
Within moments of saying he hadn't called the victim's pager, my client made clear that he might have called the number by mistake, didn't he?
I don't remember it that way.
And there's no one here besides Jay to say otherwise. Moore patiently waits for him to land a jab, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. He lifts his russet-colored tie, fiddling with the loose thread along the bottom before returning it to its place, and resting his hands again in his lap. Mr. Hawthorne indicated to you he was returning a call, didn't he?
That's what he said.
Which suggests, does it not, that the victim, Ms. Noel, had previously reached out to Mr. Hawthorne? Out of the corner of his eye, Jay senses movement behind him, behind Nichols at the state's table. He turns and sees Maxine Robichaux leaning forward a little in her seat, a curious look on her face, part surprise and part fret. Had they really not put that together for her? That for Neil to have called Alicia's pager, she had to have given him the number or left it for him at the campaign office, the number on his card.
I don't know what their relationship was, Moore says.
Did you check the phone records for the Hawthorne campaign office?
We declined to get a warrant.
Why?
I didn't think it was pertinent to our investigation.
You didn't think it was pertinent to investigate why the victim called the defendant in the days leading up to her death? He presents it as a given fact, which is what trips Moore up, his eyes going blank, as if they're scrolling through reams of information about the case in the back of his head. He shifts in his chair.
I don't know that she did that.
You found a number of items in the victim's purse, didn't you? More shifting.
Yes.
The pager, of course. The thing with his tie again.
Yes.
Some cosmetics, a wallet, a little money.
Yes,
Moore says, glancing past Jay to Nichols. Behind him, Jay can hear the faint squeak of Nichols sitting at the edge of his chair. Jay walks to the clerk's desk beside the bench, reaching into the evidence box for State's Exhibit number 37, the BBDP flyer. He walks it to the witness stand, laying it face up on the banister. This was also among the victim's belongings, wasn't it? Moore pushes the sheet of paper an inch or two away from him.
Yes.
If the victim had knowledge that these flyers disparaging Axel Hawthorne were circulating around Pleasantville, wouldn't that be a reason she might have reached out to Mr. Hawthorne's campaign manager, Neil, to let him know? Objection, speculation.
Overruled,
Kepler says.
I never said she called him,
Moore says. Well, you wouldn't know because you didn't check. After getting the detective to repeat for the 5th or 6th time that law enforcement found no physical evidence that tied Mr. Hawthorne to Alicia Noel and her murder, Jay sits down, telling the judge and the witness he has no further questions. Maxine Robichaux in the gallery is staring at Jay, sudden doubt on her face. When Keith Moorhead leads her and Mitchell out of the courtroom, she seems turned around, lost, even in the few steps it takes to get from her seat to the door. At the close of court, Nichols again asks for some heads up as to whether Jay is planning to call any witnesses or mount a defense at all. Jay is cagey, knowing he doesn't owe the prosecution a look at his playbook, the thing he has planned for day one of defense testimony.
I want to go after Parker.
Absolutely not, Sam says.
It's after 6 o'clock and they have all gathered in Jay's office on the eve of what they believe will be Nichols' announcement the following day that the state is resting its case. Sam even brought over a bottle of Macallan from his personal collection. So confident is he that they are that much closer to putting this whole awful thing behind them. Eddie May, who stayed long enough today to see Ellie off safely with Evelyn and Ben, passed out paper cups and helped herself to a couple of swallows. Neil hasn't held back either, downing 3 shots in as many minutes. Only Jay and Axel have refrained from drinking this early in the day, or this early in the judicial process for that matter. Vivian stayed outside on the front porch smoking a cigarette. Through the windows of the front parlor where they're gathered, Jay can see her hugging herself against the night air. A few doors down, music is pouring out of the Diamond Lounge, a lick of blues guitar followed by a long harmonica note, a wounded man's howl.
I'm willing to give in on AG, and anything else he might say on the stand, Sam says. I'm willing to forgive him anything if he comes through for Neil. But I think it's a grave mistake to turn this into a crusade, especially when we're so close to a win. When this is over and Neil is acquitted, we can walk back into the mayor's race heads held high, knowing we didn't sling mud.
That's not your decision to make.
Neil,
Sam says, turning to his grandson. Neil, warmed by the whiskey, is sweating. His skin looks dewy and flushed, as if he'd run a mile, as if he's warming up to get back into a fight.
I don't think we need it,
he says, nodding at his grandfather in agreement. The candidate is leaning against the armrest of one of the room's chairs, his long legs splayed out so far in front of him that the Argyle design of his socks is visible. He has his arms crossed.
I feel that I, of all people, ought to abstain from a vote, given that it's my campaign Dad is trying to protect, and the fact that I pushed for this, the injunction and all of it, putting Neil on the line. But let me ask, isn't my brother's testimony enough? All we need to do is dismantle the eyewitness's story,
Neil says.
And AG does that.
Parker on the stand just confuses the issue,
Sam says. Axel stands.
Or worse, like we're making this all about politics.
It is about politics, Jay says. She sent that girl into Pleasantville with an agenda, and here's your chance to air it in open court, what they're doing. Reese Parker isn't the reason that girl was killed, Sam says. You do understand what I'm telling you, Jay says. They put a mark on Pleasantville, a test case for the rest of the nation. Some of the biggest names in this city, in this state, including Cynthia Maddox, your supporter. They are funneling money into Walcott's campaign, not because they want her to win, but because they're willing to fund Parker's work to win the next election and the one after that. If you don't make this plain right now, you will lose, understand? Not just the mayor's race, but everything you fought for during the past 40-plus years. The power of your vote, the power of Pleasantville. You will lose it all. The room falls silent. Axel lowers his head, looking queasy. Neil turns to his grandfather, everything, for him, hinging on Sam's reaction. The man himself clenches his fists at his sides, his dark eyes narrowing behind his spectacles.
Which is why we need to get back out there and fight, he says. Just like we always have.
Pop is right,
Neil says, nodding vigorously. Too vigorously, Jay thinks.
I'll handle Cynthia,
Sam says. Neil crosses to Jay, putting a hand on his attorney's shoulder, standing so close that Jay can see the dots of sweat above his lip, can smell the whiskey on his breath. The fear is still there, in the quivering of his lower lip, the searching look in his desperate, bloodshot eyes.
Just get AG on the stand.
Jay spends the rest of his evening at St. Joseph's, where Raleigh is up and eating well, thanks to Marisol, who, thank God, really was just going for a cup of coffee. Tonight she brought him ceviche,
and a T-bone from Tampico, a cantina around the corner from his house in the Heights. He's sitting up in bed, a robe over the bandages, and a paper napkin tucked up under his chin. His black hair has been freshly washed and braided, also thanks to Marisol. She's watching Jeopardy on television, her butt in the hospital room's only chair, and her bare feet resting on the edge of the bed, near Raleigh's waist. Her man awake and alert. She's dressed herself accordingly in a tight sweater and black jeans. She said hello to Jay when he walked in, and not much else. Raleigh washes down his steak with a swig from a contraband bottle of Negra Modelo. He snatches the napkin from beneath his chin and wipes his mouth with it.
So what do you want to do?
You know what I want to do.
Then what the hell are you doing here, man?
Well, you were shot, Jay says.
My own damn fault.
Raleigh sits up, using his fists to adjust his position in the bed and wincing from the residual pain in his left shoulder.
But if that earns me a window of grace, let me say my piece now. You think you can handle it?
He looks at Jay, a cockeyed grin forming across his plump, almost ladylike lips.
We're friends, right? I mean, we can call each other that.
Yes, sir, Jay says, smiling faintly.
I like you, man. I might even love your ass,
Raleigh says.
But anything I owed you for shit you've done for me, I paid back years ago. That ain't why I'm here. I don't need your money. I got a job, a good one. That ain't it either. Hell, I'd pay you just to see you this up and at it again, this, I don't know, alive again, man. This is you, Jay. This is where you belong, stirring shit the fuck up. And what I did not do all this for,
he says, gesturing at the white walls of the hospital room, the monitors, and yes, the bandages,
is for you to come all this way only to half-ass it. Parker, her crew, they're trumping on your legacy too. Shit you and your boys marched for.
He stares down the length of the hospital bed to Jay, who is standing with his head down slightly, his hands tucked into the pockets of his pants, still in the suit he wore to court today. It's just the way this works, he says to Raleigh. It's his game to play. His life. He's my client, man.
Then counsel him, counselor.
Hours later, just after midnight, the telephone on Jay's bedside table rings, echoing throughout the house. Having just dozed off after a late-night conference at Neil's house, Jay doesn't pick up until the sixth ring.
You son of a bitch,
Reese Parker hisses in his ear, before hanging up, never bothering to identify herself. Not that she needed to. He was expecting her call. Though Neil and Sam didn't know it, Raleigh either, Jay had actually filed a subpoena 2 full days ago for her to appear in Judge Caroline Kepler's courtroom. He'd had his eye on this moment all along. He hangs up the phone and rolls back to sleep. Chapter 27. Word of Reese Parker's expected presence in the courtroom must have gotten out. The 181st District Court is more packed than it was on the morning of opening statements, with a few spectators waiting out in the hallway to see if they might get a spot, if someone faints maybe in the unusually hot courtroom, leaving an extra seat for the next person in line. Janetta Paul is here, the county clerk Wayne Duffy, and a few other names on next month's ballot. There are reporters, of course, lawyers from neighboring courtrooms come to watch, and the families on both sides. The entire Hawthorne clan is in the front row of the gallery, behind Jay's client. Maxine and Mitchell Robichaux sit somberly, staring straight ahead, as Nichols stands and announces, just as Jay had expected. "The state rests, Your Honor." Keith Moorhead, their spokesperson and ardent supporter, has been pushed to the other side of the courtroom because of the overcrowding. He is sitting today beside Ellie, who is behind her father, taking notes for her government class. She and the principal and Mr. Jensen worked out a deal. For a heaping dose of extra credit, Ellie will take notes and deliver a report to the class when the trial is over. She's taken her role seriously, borrowing some authentic-looking steno pads from Lonnie. The pastor smiles at her, patting her on the leg for her good work. Jay can hear their whispers behind him. He looks at his client seated beside him. It's his last chance to change his mind. But Neil just nods. Behind him, Sam sits with his arms folded. He was not present last night when Jay showed up on Neil's doorstep, when he'd asked him point blank why he was interested in politics in the first place, what any of this meant to him if it wasn't about protecting the work of men and women of his grandfather's generation. Any gratitude you owe Sam is for that, not for taking you in, he said, alluding to the family secrets. You have to do what you think is right. And when Neil had grown quiet, chewing on his bottom lip, Jay said to him, stoking a buried rage, You really think you would have been charged if Sandy Walcott weren't running for mayor, if Parker weren't involved? Mr. Porter, the judge says. After a perfunctory motion to dismiss the case for insufficient evidence, which Kepler denies, Jay is free to start. The defense calls Reese Parker. Nichols is on his feet too. Your Honor, may we approach? Kepler waves them both forward. There's a low murmur rolling through the courtroom. Lonnie is watching the commotion from the last row of the gallery. At the bench, the DA makes clear his objection to this witness. On what grounds, Mr. Nichols? Relevance, for one. The victim was working for Ms. Parker when she was assaulted, Jay says. I expect this witness to shed light on why she was in Pleasantville. Sounds relevant to me, the judge says. Nichols looks stunned. Based on what evidence? Well, let's let the woman take the stand and find out. He's trying to bring in stuff that has nothing to do with this trial. If she knows anything about the girl's last hours, it does, Kepler says. He's been picking at this for weeks now, Nichols says. Ms. Parker has repeatedly said she never hired Alicia Noel, that the girl wasn't one of hers. You know, for someone who claims he didn't know this witness was going to be called, who claims he had little time to attempt to interview her, you sure do know a lot about the inner workings of your boss's campaign, Kepler says, eyeing him over the rims of her glasses. Bring her in, she says, before nodding to her clerk to find someone to come check on the heating system. Reese Parker dressed up for this. She pressed a suit, tamed her blonde, overprocessed, almost white hair into a chic sweep off her face. She put on pantyhose and pinned a demure brooch to her lapel. A small star glistening stones in red, white, and blue. Rubies, diamonds, and tiny sapphires. She raises her right hand, smiling through her oath. All the way up until she's plopped her considerable heft into the swiveling witness chair. She never stops smiling. Good morning, Mr. Porter, she says, addressing him before he's even looked up from his notes on the lectern. Spell your name, please, he says. Reeseparker. And where are you employed, Miss Parker? I'm currently doing some consulting work for the Walcott for mayor campaign. She glances at the jury, another smile for the ladies in the first row, as if she imagines she might as well try to pick up a few votes while she's here. For how long? The campaign hired me 6 months or so before the general election. And what are your duties with the campaign? I consult. On? The smile again. Well, I wouldn't want to give away any trade secrets. Objection, Your Honor, Jay says. Witness is being unresponsive. Sustained, Kepler says coolly. You strategize, oversee media buys, raise funds, that sort of thing? Sure. Go over policy? Yes. Print campaign literature? Here, Parker hesitates. Something like that. Jay notices she keeps looking over his shoulder towards someone in the back of the courtroom. Dabbing at his forehead, he turns slightly to scan the faces behind him, his eyes landing on Cynthia Maddox. She's in a winter white pantsuit. Of everybody in the courtroom, she has the seat closest to the exit sign. She's made no show of her presence, pointedly sitting herself behind the back of most of the reporters in the courtroom, watching the proceedings silently. The heat across his forehead spikes. Miss Parker, have you heard of an organization called America's Tomorrow? Parker blanches, her skin going nearly as white as her hair. Biting through another stiff smile, she says, Yes, I've heard of it. Is it a political action committee?
I believe so.
You do any consulting work for them? Objection, relevance, Nichols says.
Sustained.
Kepler shoots him a look from the bench. He'll have to come at this a different way. Jay walks across the well between the lectern and the clerk's desk, reaching into the box of evidentiary material for Exhibit 37, the flyer. As he did with Detective Moore, he lays the flyer in front of the witness chair. It's on his walk back to the lectern that he again catches sight of Keith Moorhead. In the front row of the gallery, positioned just to the left of Neil, their faces almost side by side, though Moorhead is a few inches behind the defendant. Jay can't believe he never noticed it before. The stark resemblance. The same nut-brown skin and the hooded eyes. If he had to guess, he would put the difference in their heights at no more than an inch. And if either one of them was standing on a dark street corner, he might easily mistake one for the other. The heat spreads down the sides of his neck, across his damp chest. Is there a question, Your Honor? Nichols says. Jay swings back around, stumbling slightly, flustered by a sudden creeping suspicion. He leans against the lectern to steady himself, staring at his own handwritten words jumping across the legal pad in front of him. Have you seen that flyer before, Ms. Parker? Parker surprises him by answering right off. Yes. And that's because you wrote it, isn't that right? Objection, leading. Sustained. Jay, out of the corner of his eye, watches Moorhead next to his daughter. Did you write that flyer, Ms. Parker? Here, Parker chuckles softly at Mr. Porter's innocent misunderstanding. Her look to the jury says, No, she says. I just, during a campaign, stuff gets around. I'd heard these were circulating. I'd seen it. Are you telling this court, under oath, that you are not the author of this flyer connecting Axel Hawthorne to a bayou development project that would, according to that sheet of paper, negatively affect the residents of Pleasantville? Parker's eyes narrow ever so slightly. No. No, that's not what you're telling the court? Or no, you didn't write it? I didn't write it. But you paid for it, right? Me? Parker says, carving her answer with a scalpel. No. That's right. America's Tomorrow paid for it. Objection, Your Honor. Is he testifying now? Sustained. Are you aware that the Political Action Committee, America's Tomorrow, wrote a check in the amount of $311 to print up 800 of these flyers? When she doesn't answer, he says, Miss Parker? Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation. I have the invoice right here. I'm happy to move it into evidence. That's usually how this works, Kepler says. During the time it takes the clerk to stamp the backside of Jay's copy of the Prince of Prints invoice and write the evidence number and case file ID on it, Parker has started to breathe more heavily. She is sitting too close to the microphone, and her ragged breath is amplified across the courtroom. Finally, Jay shoves the invoice in front of her. Were you aware that the PAC, America's Tomorrow, paid over $300 to have that flyer printed? She smiles tightly. That amount? No. In the jury box, one of the men in the front row frowns. He's not the only one who looks slightly confused. But to Jay, it's as good as a confession. He's ready to ask the question more directly. Are you at present doing any consulting work for the Political Action Committee, America's Tomorrow? Objection, relevance, Nichols says. We went over this, Your Honor. Overruled, she says, peering over her glasses. Jay looks at Parker. Answer the question. She takes so long to say the word that when it finally comes, it is just an echo of what the courtroom has by now already guessed. "Yes," she says flatly, pushing her chin out in defiance, shooting a cold look across the room at Jay. "And did you oversee the creation of this flyer?" "I didn't write it, if that's what you mean." "No, that's not what I mean." The courtroom falls silent for a few seconds. Overhead, Jay hears the clicking of the broken heating system. "Did you, Ms. Parker, participate in the creation and distribution of this flyer, disparaging the intentions of mayoral candidate Axel Hawthorne, who is an opponent of the woman whose campaign you're working on right now?" "Can you define participate?" "Why don't you?" Finally, Parker sighs. She's grown huffy and impatient. This is stupid, she might as well be saying. "It was my idea," she says, perfectly happy to take credit for the maneuver. At the state's table, Nichols lowers his head. Neil turns and looks at his grandfather behind him, as if he needs Sam to confirm that he actually just heard what he thinks he heard. Sam appears stunned. Parker is unrepentant. "I've done better, and I've done a hell of a lot worse. It's politics." She shrugs, as if this was the most elementary thing in the world, and of absolutely no consequence. "I didn't kill anybody," she says, looking pointedly across the courtroom at the defendant. "Are you aware that the victim had one of those very flyers in her purse when she was killed?" Maxine Robichaux has a hand on the bar in front of her, gripping the wood. Parker considers this for a second. "At the time she was killed? No." It's another equivocation, and everyone from row one of the jury to Judge Kepler to Nichols himself has grown tired of it. Jay actually turns to look behind him, to see if Bartolomeo and the other reporters are taking good notes. And that's when he sees the 2 empty seats in the front row. Directly behind him, to the left of the Hawthorns, there's a harrowingly hollow space where just moments ago, 2 people were sitting. Keith Moorhead and Elena Porter. He was about to ask Parker the next question, the answer to which had set this trial in motion. Had Reese Parker hired Alicia Noel to distribute those flyers in the neighborhood of Pleasantville? But he can't get the words out. Feels his throat choking on the rising bile of fear clogging up his speech, scrambling his thoughts. He thinks of Moorhead putting his hand on Ellie's knee, and feels ill. His back to the judge, the witness, he scans the courtroom from corner to corner looking for his daughter. When his eyes meet Lonnie's in the back row of the gallery, she sees something in his face that makes her stand and meet him by the doors. Behind him, the judge calls his name. He ignores her, ignores everyone. "Ellie," he says to Lonnie, "where's Elena?" "She walked out." "And Moorhead?" "He was a few steps behind her," she says. "What's wrong?" But when the moment comes to put a name to his panic, he finds he can't. He instantly starts to doubt himself, the madness of what he's thinking. "Mr. Porter," Judge Kepler says, "what's going on here?" "I have to find her," he says to Lon, to anyone within earshot. He glances at the judge. "I'm sorry," he says, before shuffling out of the courtroom. She is standing at the bench now. "Just what do you think you're doing, Mr. Porter? You'll need to return to this courtroom immediately." He hears nothing but the door swinging closed behind him. He's already in the hallway, looking left, looking right. It's quite empty except for a few lawyers on the benches against the wall, and a young woman in white jeans and Keds talking on a payphone. "Ellie!" He screams her name, not sure which way to run. He checks the ladies' room first, kicking in stalls. By the time he's back in the hallway, his voice is almost hoarse from screaming. When the door to the men's room opens and Keith Moorhead walks out, adjusting his belt, Jay flies at him, grabbing the man by his suit lapels and slamming him against the nearby wall. "Jay!" Lonnie is right behind him, running to what is fast becoming a scene. The bailiff from Kepler's courtroom is in the hall too, her right hand hovering over the grip of the pistol on her belt. Others start spilling out from the courtroom, Greg Bartolomeo, Sam, and Vivian. "What did you do with her?" Jay says, slamming him against the wall again. Hey, the bailiff says, moving closer. Lonnie puts a hand on Jay's back. Calm down, Jay, just calm down. What did you do to them? Hearing that word, that them, Lonnie steps back, staring at Moorhead, her mind lighting on some meaning. Where the hell is my daughter? Jay screams. Moorhead is so spooked by Jay, by the brewing commotion in the hall, that he can't quite speak. Stuttering his way toward a response, the beginning of a word that keeps tripping on his tongue, he keeps darting his eyes over Jay's shoulder and down the polished floor of the hallway. Lonnie turns first, and then Jay, in time to see T.J. Cobb slipping through the door to the stairwell at the end of the hall. A flash of something red moving just ahead of him, and then gone from sight. Red, Jay thinks. Lights turning off one by one in each chamber of his brain as he races through it trying to remember what Ellie was wearing when they left the house this morning. Why, oh why, can't he remember what was just in front of his eyes only a few minutes ago? Call the police, he tells Lonnie. Get Axel and call the police. He takes off running for the stairs. In the grayish light of the stairwell, he hears the footsteps below him. 2 sets, he's sure of that. He calls his daughter's name over and over, and hears nothing but the tin echo of his own panic. They are just beyond his reach, it seems, just past the landing of every floor before he gets there, never in full sight. When he gets to the bottom, he barrels through the door, nearly tripping over his own feet as he stumbles into the crowd in the first-floor lobby. Jurors, cops, lawyers, translators, social workers, teary relatives and nervous defendants out on bail, all moving in a reluctant swirl through the metal detectors. Jay grabs the arm of the nearest deputy on duty, causing the man to cuff Jay's wrist with his own oversized hand, its force nearly crushing the bones. A girl, Jay says quickly. Did you see a teenage girl? 15, black? She might have been wearing red. It was red, he remembers now, a cardigan with a rosette above her heart. She dressed up for court. There was a man with her, a black guy, really tall. He doesn't see either of them anywhere in the main lobby. Okay, calm down, buddy. Calm down. But as he says it, the deputy sees the bailiff from Judge Kepler's courtroom coming out of the same stairwell from which Jay recently emerged. She's still got her hand in position over the pistol, and she points directly at Jay. Wait a second, guy, the deputy says, tightening his grip. Jay shakes him off and pushes his way through the incoming crowd and out onto the front steps of the criminal court building. He's screaming her name, scanning the faces on the street for any sign of his daughter or Cobb. Jay? It's Cynthia Maddox in that white suit. She must have come down for a cigarette at some point and is standing by the sand-filled cement ashtray at the top of the steps. She has a cellular telephone in her right hand. The look on his face absolutely terrifies her. My daughter, he says breathless. I can't find my daughter. Behind him, Kepler's bailiff and the sheriff's deputy are coming through the glass doors. Jay is probably a few moments from being arrested. Come on, Cynthia says, tossing her cigarette and pointing to her waiting car, her driver behind the wheel reading a newspaper folded into a square. Even with the officers on his tail, Jay hesitates, still afraid after all these years, to trust her. Don't be stupid, Jay, she says. Let me help. She climbs into the back seat of the car first, leaving the door open for him. Jay, desperate, slides in behind her. Where to, ma'am? The driver says. Jay barks out an address, reaching into his pocket for his cell phone. He calls Lonnie, who hands the phone to Axel, to whom Jay gives a detailed description of his daughter and T.J. Cobb. I started a file on him with HPD, he says. Axel tells him, I'm on it, man. Jay slams the phone closed. He squeezes his eyes shut against the terror. The image of that empty seat in the courtroom. His daughter gone. But it's worse in the dark, and so he opens his eyes and stares out the window instead, hearing nothing but his breath, his heartbeat, and the rush of pavement beneath the car. After Parker's turn on the witness stand today, the things Jay must know by now, Cynthia wants her chance to explain. Listen, Jay. Don't say a fucking word. Ricardo Aguilar has apparently been conducting all of his business between the hours of 9 and 4:30, when he expected Jay to be in court, and then, just to be safe, had actually moved his personal office into a small storage room just off the reception area. So certain was he that Jay or Raleigh, the long-haired dude in the El Camino, was coming after him. Should anyone ask, it gave his secretary a perfect cover to answer honestly, "No, Mr. Aguilar is not in his office." Jay storms in, barreling past her, and her threats to call law enforcement. "They're already on their way," he informs her. She never actually reveals Aguilar's hiding place, not verbally at least. She merely bats her heavily made-up eyes in the direction of a wooden door, repeatedly nodding her head in that direction, too. The door isn't locked, but someone is attempting to hold it closed from inside. Jay kicks it in with the heel of his shoe. When the door flies open, Aguilar falls back on his butt. Jay grabs him off the ground. "Where is he? Where's Cobb?" Aguilar holds up his hands in retreat. "Now look, let's talk about this. He's got my daughter." "What?" Aguilar nearly stumbles back to the ground, his eyes wide. He seems genuinely bewildered. He looks at his secretary, but she has her head down, avoiding all eye contact. "I swear, I don't know what you're talking about." "Where is Cobb?" "I don't know," Aguilar says, holding up his hands again as if he expects to be hit. He's wearing another one of his fancy suits, the cuffs of the pants legs dragging dust from the floor of the storage room. "I haven't seen him in weeks." "That's not possible." "It's true, I swear." Jay stumbles back, the line of the door jamb ramming into his spine. He remembers then the press of concrete into his back the night Cobb jumped him outside the Playboy Club in 3rd Ward. What had he said? Nothing about pro firma or the civil suit. No, it was a threat about Jay's push for the injunction to stop the city's election, a warning to back off. By the time the question forms on Jay's lips, he already knows the answer. "You didn't send him after me, did you?" Aguilar stands up straight, smoothing the black sheet of hair on his head, putting himself back together as if his coming confession were about to be televised on a stage filled with push brooms and bottles of Mr. Clean, and a makeshift desk with a single phone, whose cord snakes all the way out of the closet and down the hall to Aguilar's real office. "Jelly Lopez and me, we go way back. Jester Hall, freshman year," he says, catching his breath. "He's got this case, he tells me. The fires, the chemical company, they're stalling, he says, and you. He thinks you're not much better, and he thinks it's all a game to you guys. And meanwhile, his kid's sick, and part of his house he still can't live in. So we get to talking, and I'm thinking maybe I can help. Maybe we can help each other, you know? I'm dying here. This low-rent criminal bullshit," he says, motioning to the whole of his small law practice. "So you did steal the client files?" Aguilar hangs his head. "I had Cobb do it." Behind them, Aguilar's secretary has been quietly and methodically packing up her desk, framed photos, pencils, and the coffee mug they were stored in, a few notepads, and a small paperweight, a starfish suspended in resin. All of it goes into her purse, a cheap black satchel, plastic tubing showing at the seams. Without saying a word, she stands and walks out of the office, moving faster than Jay would have thought possible. Her departure seems to destroy whatever shred of dignity Aguilar had left. He looks at Jay pleadingly, wanting to be understood. "But God is my witness. I haven't seen that kid since he turned those files over to Sam. I haven't heard from either one of them, in fact. I'm starting to feel like he set me up. I think he was just using me all along." "Sam?" Aguilar makes a face, as if he thought this was obvious, as if he thought Jay was right behind him on this trail, but now sees he'd lost him a few steps back. He sighs, starting the story from the beginning. "Jelly Lopez has a lot of friends in Pleasantville, but he can't sway over 400 plaintiffs, not on his own. Sam was quietly pushing this thing the whole time. He and I had a deal.
I get the files for him, and he would make sure I got the civil case. But I haven't heard a fucking thing from him since. He won't even return my calls.
Sam, Jay says again. He was trying to push me out?
He said you'd be so busy with the murder trial. It'd be easy to get the residents to go against you, to say you were distracted, not the right man.
A murder trial that he hired me for, Jay remembers.
But I think he's trying to cut some deal with Pro Firma on his own, coming up with some number everyone can live with and presenting it to the residents directly, not using any attorney. That's what I think he's really doing now. All those rumors about bayou development affecting Pleasantville, those flyers that were going around, that just made it that much easier to convince people to take what they can now. Jelly says he's hearing $63,000 a family, Aguilar says, shaking his head at the bum deal. And no lawyer's fees.
And you haven't seen the files since?
I never saw them. I had Cobb deliver them directly to Sam, and then I lost control of them. I guess he's working for the old man now.
Jay walks to the chair at the receptionist's desk and sits down, trying to find his daughter somewhere in this maze of deception. If Cobb is working for Sam now, then it was the elder Hawthorne who delivered the warning to back off the injunction, just as he had tried to move Neil away from any public confrontation with Reese Parker about the flyers. Flyers that actually benefited Sam and his plan to work out a private settlement between Pro Firma and Pleasantville. Even though it was all a lie. There is no bayou development deal. Meanwhile, Sandy Walcott and her ace in the hole, Reese Parker, had gone on campaigning, picking up percentage points in the polls for every day the situation with Neil Hawthorne wasn't resolved. The March of the Volunteers' Feet crosses Jay's mind again. That day he'd seen them out in Pleasantville, block walking, making a naked play for the precinct. And what's more, he remembers Charlie's description of Parker's pitch to donors. It's not precinct by precinct anymore, not for the ones who want to win. 4 years from now, it's going to come down to a handful of votes. That day on Josie Street, it looked for all the world as if they were cherry-picking the voters they could get the most out of, skipping some residents completely. And now he finally understands how they had chosen which houses to target. They were using the information in his files. My God, he mutters, as he turns the final corner in the maze. He pictures the street addresses, the zigzag pattern of the volunteers, each of whom he now believes was armed with highly sensitive information about the people living inside. He can, by memory, name them all. They're his clients, after all. 2002 Josie Street is Mary Melendez's place. She'd had a complete hysterectomy in her early 30s after a botched abortion, a fact that was included in her medical records, and she had therefore had only one child, a son, David, who was killed in Vietnam. She was woeful about her mistakes and was staunchly pro-life. She did not, in her 70s, drink or take drugs. At 2037 are Robert Quinones and his wife Darla. Mr. Quinones had a pre-existing injury to his shoulder when he'd caught buckshot on a hunting trip with his son, who was 13 at the time. He was an NRA member, and a weekend did not pass that he wasn't hunting some kind of mammal somewhere. At 2052 are Linda and Betty Dobson, sisters who've lived together for years, who are not actually sisters at all, but dear friends, and who Jay has always believed are lovers, in a relationship for over 30 years. Because copies of their medical records and birth certificates were included in their client file, along with tax records and the names on the deed to the house, Jay is the only one who knows this, and he was sworn to secrecy by both of them. They were serious 3 nights a week at church Baptists, who did not like queers, they told him. 2055 is Rutherford Tompkins, widower and retired firefighter, who was home alone when the explosion happened last spring. Jay had seen his tax returns too, and received an earful about how much he was still paying to the government, chunks of money taken out of his Social Security checks. Jay had noted all of this in the file, along with the name of his deceased wife and dozens of other personal facts about the man's life, from birth to his 67th year. My God, Jay thinks again. If Parker could swing any one of them away from Axel, if she could reach into traditionally black precincts throughout the country for that matter and pluck out the registered Democrats with the slightest tear in their liberal fabric, a weak thread that could be pulled until the stitches came apart, could she 4 years from now swing them for a Republican candidate? If you could take Pleasantville from a Hawthorne, you could do anything. They're trying to break Pleasantville. And damn if they didn't have help. The car is a surprise, still idling there. He was sure she would have left him here, abandoning him at the worst time, as she had done nearly 30 years earlier. But Cynthia, of all people, is right here when he needs someone most. He has no car, no other way out of here back to his real life, before Aguilar and T.J. Cobb, before the Hawthorns and this mess of a trial, when his daughter was still safe. He opens the rear passenger door of the town car and collapses into the leather seat. The car is filled with gray smoke, swirling from the end of the cigarette in Cynthia's shaking hand. She looks pale, her ashy blonde hair lank in the warmth of the car, the smell of her sweat mixed with the woodsy scent of her perfume, looking at this angle like the girl he once knew, the one who leaned across the cab of her green Ford Econoline truck and kissed him at dawn. She's staring out the tinted window. I told you not to fuck with Sam. Where's my daughter, Cynthia? I don't know. Turning from the window, she leans forward, tapping the back of the driver's seat. Get him out of here now, she says before turning to Jay, who leans forward, elbows on his knees, his head in his sorry hands, and weeps. Chapter 28. The Sam Hawthorne that the people of Pleasantville rarely get to see resides in a 5-bedroom colonial on 3/4 of an acre on North McGregor Drive. The house sits on a bend in the winding road with a view, through a park-like stand of trees in the front yard, of the landscape path along Bray's Bayou. McGregor Drive, north and south, is lined with palatial homes owned almost exclusively by moneyed blacks who took over the neighborhood after segregation and its hand tool, deed restrictions, were outlawed. They were suddenly free to leave places like Pleasantville for something better. For there was always something better. And soon the first black families were moving to McGregor, running out the Jews who'd built the homes, who had themselves been run out of waspy River Oaks, and leaving empty properties along Pleasantville Drive, Norvic, Ledwick, and Guinevere. Homes that were then bought up by the likes of Jelly Lopez and Bill Rodriguez, Patricia Rios, Arturo Vega, and his family. It was a snake that bit its own tail, the way some things changed only to remain the same. Sam's driver, Frankie, answers the front door. Inside the foyer, the dark wood floors gleam under the twinkling light of a teardrop chandelier overhead. Jay hears Sam's voice coming from the great room. Down the hallway ahead, he can see the length of Vivian Hawthorne's toned calf and the pointed heel of her left shoe dangling off the edge of a leather couch. They have gathered in the living room, the whole family, all except Axel, who is still at the Central Police Station downtown, coordinating from there a citywide search for Jay's daughter. Cynthia pushes past Frankie into the house, down the hallway, and into the living room. When Jay enters behind her, he tells everyone, Vivian, Ola, and Camille, Delia, and Gwen, to get out. Not you, he says to Neil. And definitely not you, he says to Sam, who was in the same dove-gray suit he was wearing before court was abruptly halted this morning. He takes off his wire-rimmed glasses, slowly wiping the lenses with a handkerchief embroidered with the initials SPH. He doesn't say a word. Vivian stands, a drink in hand. What's going on here? She says to Sam when she sees Jay and Cynthia eyeing him, when she senses the electricity running under everything. If you could give us a minute, Cynthia says. Vivian turns to her husband and whispers,
What did you do?
"You're drunk, Viv."
Come on, Mom,
Ola says, leading her mother from the living room, looking nervously over her shoulder as her three sisters follow her out. Frankie stands guard by the front door, as if he's expecting another intrusion any second now. In the living room, it's just Neil and Sam, Cynthia and Jay. "Where's my daughter?" Neil looks from Jay to his grandfather, then back again, confused. "Axel's still at the station. I'm sure we would have heard by now if he knew something." "I'm asking you, Sam. Where is my child?" Sam carefully folds his handkerchief, then slides his glasses back on, taking time to adjust the stems, to smooth the tightly coiled hairs along his temples. Jay crosses the room, closing the gap between them by pressing his face close to the old man's. "I will kill you, Sam, understand? I will kill you with my bare hands if you don't tell me right now where she is." "I don't know where she is." Sam shrugs, the gesture as cold as the ice cubes he drops, one by one, into the bottom of a crystal glass resting on the bar behind him. "Cobb is a loose cannon." He starts to pour a finger of whiskey, but Jay knocks the glass, the whole bottle, out of his hand. It shatters on the parquet wood, the brown liquid creeping across the polished floor, seeping into the fringe of an oriental rug in the center of the room. "It was supposed to scare you, that was all," Sam says. "By going after my kid?" "No," Sam says softly. "I told you, he's a loose cannon." Cynthia falls into the nearest chair, her hands landing in a perfect prayer position. They are, even now, still shaking. "You have to fix this, Sam. Fix this." "Did you know?" Jay asks her. "Not about this." Neil, taking in the scene, unsure of what exactly he's seeing, turns to stare directly, pleadingly at his grandfather. "What are they talking about, Pop?" "Ask him," Jay says. "Ask Samuel P. Hawthorne, HNIC, Mr. Head Nigger in Charge. Ask him how he sold out his own people. His own family, even." "What?" "Why'd you do it, Sam? What did Parker promise you?" "You don't know what you're talking about. Don't know a thing about what I've done for Pleasantville, for my family, for every colored person in this city, including you. It's easy to stand on the outside, son, raising a fist. Not so easy to get close enough to power to twist a wrist, to work this city from the inside out. Those folks out in Pleasantville have never wanted for anything on my watch. So don't talk to me about selling out. I know what I'm doing here. As long as you're the one sitting on top, the one holding all the cards, folks lining up to kiss your ring, to have you take their walk to the big house for them, coming back to deliver crumbs, streetlights, and elementary school. Don't you dare! You haven't earned the right to speak to me like that. I was out there marching these streets when you were in short pants. You late ones think you invented struggle, invented the right to stand up to something." "That's right, Sam. You and I were both out there once. We both marched for something better, for change. But you're not letting it happen. We're sitting here 4 years from a new century, man. And you're still trying to run it like we're standing still, putting up a black candidate when behind the scenes you're planning to keep everything business as usual." He thinks of his old comrades, his running buddies during the movement. Bumpy Williams, shot up by the feds in 1970. Marcus Dupree, lost to drugs and the Texas penal system a long time ago. And Lloyd, Kwame, whose heart gave out before he got to see a brother get within arm's reach of running the good old boy city of Houston, Texas. "They didn't die for this shit," he tells Sam. "Did you even want Axel to win? Or if he loses, do you get to hold your place in line stoking the flames of Axel's loss as proof that black folks can't win, that they can't have nothing without you? You at the head and everyone else walking 2 steps behind. Isn't that what AG said? You leave him out of this. Where the hell is Cobb?" "You've got to have a number," Cynthia says, "some way to reach him." Sam looks at Jay. Leave AG off the stand, and we'll talk about it. Jay lunges at Sam, straight for his throat. Neil has to pull the men apart. Drop AG and we'll talk. Pop! You don't need him, Neil. You don't, Sam says, damp desperation on his face, sweat on his brow, spittle in the corners of his mouth. You saw the state's case, how weak it is. You can close the trial without him. I'll protect you no matter what happens, I promise, son. You're mine, Neil, he says, claiming the boy against everything, as if that could stem the fallout of his betrayal.
What are you so afraid he's going to say?
Neil whispers. Jay's cell phone rings. He yanks it from his pocket, checking the screen. It's a number he doesn't recognize, one with the new area code, 281. He looks at Sam, as if this is it, as if he's prepared to force Sam to negotiate a hostage release. He answers the phone, nearly collapsing at the sound of the first word.
Dad?
It's Ellie. She's crying. Are you okay? He can hardly hear her for the noise in the background. Car horns and loud music, someone yelling in the distance. Where are you? He says.
I don't know why he grabbed me like that,
she says. Where are you?
I don't know,
she says, crying harder. He listens to the street noise in the background. She's outside somewhere. Are you on a payphone? He asks, turning to Neil to tell him to get Axel on the phone right now. Start describing everything you see, Ellie, especially street signs. If you see a cop, flag him down. I'm going to put out a county-wide bulletin right now. But I'm on my way, El. I'm coming to get you right now. Do you understand? Ellie? Ellie? The line is dead. Jay starts for the front door, Cynthia right behind him. Outside, they climb into the back of the waiting town car. She's on the phone with a contact at the FBI by the time her driver pulls away from the curb. She reaches for Jay's hand, and he lets her take it. Ellie calls 2 more times, each call shorter than the last, but she's finally able to give him a street name and how she got there. She ran from Cobb the second they were through the courthouse doors. She used the crush of downtown pedestrians as cover, and then jumped on the first city bus she saw, too frightened to get off until she was miles and miles from downtown.
I'm scared he's coming back,
she says.
I'm scared, Dad.
It takes an hour for them to find her on a street corner halfway out to Missouri City, hovering in the vestibule of an abandoned medical supply company. He opens the door before the car stops, and she runs to the curb, throwing herself into his arms. They stand for a long time on that street corner, the blue town car idling nearby, just holding each other, the front of Jay's shirt soaking up her tears. I got you, he says. They spend 2 hours at the police station downtown, Axel standing close by while Ellie is interviewed by 2 detectives, before Jay is finally allowed to take her home. Cobb is apprehended that afternoon at a pool hall around the corner from the address on his driver's license. He's arrested without incident, while Jay is across town, getting his daughter settled in at the house. He is loath to ever leave her again. But Ellie, who is leaning into Lonnie on the couch in the den, with her Aunt Evelyn on the other side of her, swears she'll be okay. It won't be long, he says. He kisses his kids and walks out the door. Neil agreed to meet him, but not at his house. He doesn't feel safe there. He doesn't feel safe anywhere anymore, he says. He's at the bar when Jay walks into the Marquis II on Bissonnette, a few blocks from Neil's house. He's drinking a Texas tea, running the black straw through the soup of ice cubes and liquor. He's not talking much, but Jay came for the answer to only one question. It's your deal, he tells Neil. Your case and your life, he says, waving off the approaching bartender. This won't take more than a few minutes. I can't tell you what to do, not on this one, he says. And Neil nods because he understands the logic of it. He went to law school, after all, but it doesn't help him one bit. He used you, Neil. I know, he says, looking down at his drink, losing interest fast. He nods to himself more than anyone else. Do it, he says. Next up, Alan George Hawthorne. On day 5 of the trial, and after a lengthy conference in Judge Kepler's chambers, the agenda of which was a single item, a long apology and explanation from Jay, complete with a police report regarding the attempted abduction of his daughter at the hands of a felon, they are back on the record in the matter of State of Texas v. Neil Patrick Hawthorne. Reese Parker claimed a hardship, regarding her time, not her conscience, as the reason she could not appear again in court on such short notice, and Jay, who had only one last question for her, gladly accepted an affidavit signed by Miss Parker, clarifying some confusion she'd had on the stand, and so as not to appear that she had perjured herself. Yes, in addition to her work for the Walcott campaign, she was doing some freelance consulting work with the PAC, America's Tomorrow. Yes, she did know about the Bayou Development flyer. And yes, she hired Alicia Noel and paid her $200 in cash over the course of a week to paper the flyers all over Pleasantville, which in and of itself was a violation of state campaign laws, since the work was not reported to any governing agency. It lacked the pomp and circumstance of the same being said into a microphone, echoing from the witness stand across the entire city. But it was evidence now, and Jay would take it. Lonnie was in the back of the courtroom, writing everything down. Ellie, thank God, was back in school, in second period trigonometry. A.G. walks into the courtroom, hunched over and squinting, kind of, as if he's just stepped out of an after-hours club into the harsh white of daylight, his pockets full of empties and regrets, his legs unsteady beneath him. He keeps looking around the courtroom, as if he's never been inside one before, as if he doesn't know where to look or where to find his son. Neil almost stands when he enters, forgetting himself, and where they are and why. He watches his father walk to the stand. Twice, A.G. asks the bailiff if he's going the right way. He's wearing a black blazer, something out of Raleigh's closet that's too tight through the shoulders. The cuffs of his pants drag behind him on the floor. He takes an oath to tell it like it is. Straightening his spine, he adjusts himself in the chair. His famous hands, they're shaking. Morning, Mr. Hawthorne. Good morning, Mr. Porter. Mr. Hawthorne, do you know the defendant, Neil Hawthorne? Yes, sir, he says, his gaze finally landing on Neil. He's my son. At the defense table, Neil lowers his head. Jay hears a soft exhale. Behind him in the gallery, his grandmother Vivian cries softly. Axel holds his mother's hand. They are the only two Hawthornes in court this morning, though the presence of A.G. Hatz on the stand has brought out quite a number of surprise guests. Fans, Jay guesses. Young white boys in homemade T-shirts with a bootleg mock-up of the Peacock Records logo on the front, plus music reporters from the Chronicle and the Times-Picayune in New Orleans, and a good number of the original 37, the families who founded Pleasantville. Arlie Delavan is here, Jim and Ruby Wainwright, Elma Johnson and her husband, but also Jelly Lopez, who appears to have cut out from work to see this, a piece of his neighborhood's history on display. Jay, facing the witness stand, asks Mr. Hawthorne if he's ever gone by a different name, and when he nods and says, A.G. Hatz, the white boys in the gallery, blues geeks every one of them, nearly break into applause. The stage name is a segue into his career, which is a segue into his current job as a janitor and all-around helper at the Playboy Club in 3rd Ward. An explanation, if one is needed, as to why a man of his background, from such a well-respected family, is so employed. I like to be close to the music, he says on the stand. And Jay nods and walks him right up to the night of Tuesday, November 5th of this year, when Neil walked into his father's club. He come in a few minutes after 8 o'clock that night. And you're sure about the time? Oh, yes, A.G. says.
We don't open the doors until 9 most days. And I had just done all my rounds, checked the bathroom, stocked the fridge, made sure the floors were clean, and I was sitting down at the keys. I like to play a little sometimes if ain't nobody around. You can imagine how surprised I was.
Why surprised?
I hadn't seen him since he was...
And here he holds his right hand, palm down, kind of low around his knees.
Just a little thing. Since he was a boy.
But you recognized him. A.G. smiles.
He's my son.
But this wasn't the first time you'd seen his face since he was a boy.
No, sir.
A.G. says, polishing his language for the courtroom.
Mama sent me some pictures here and there, and I'd followed his career, seen his picture, his name in the paper.
He looks at Neil, at the wonder he's become. Your mother, Vivian Hawthorne?
Yes.
And your father is Sam Hawthorne?
He raised me, yes, A.G. says. That's my daddy.
Why is it that you didn't raise your son, Mr. Hawthorne? A.G. nods toward his mother in the front row.
They offered, and I took 'em up on it. Didn't see he'd do any better with me. I used to have a problem, drugs, you know, and I was right to give him up,
he says, nodding toward his son as if to say, look at him, as if he expects Neil to stand up and thank him right here.
I could have done better by him, though, not stayed away so much.
And why did you? Objection, Your Honor. Relevance, Nichols says. It seems we're veering into a family drama that has little to do with Mr. Hawthorne's purported purpose of providing an alleged alibi for his long-lost son, he says, building into the objection a potential motive for A.G. to lie on the stand. If the court will allow it, I think the family dynamic and the history of estrangement make clear why the event was so memorable to Mr. Hawthorne, and why there can be no mistake for him about when and where he saw Neil.
I'll allow it,
Kepler says. Overruled. Mr. Hawthorne, Jay starts in again. Why didn't you reach out to Neil?
Me and Sam, we don't get along,
A.G. says.
Actually, that's a hell of a nice way of saying it. My dad and I don't exist in the same world. We just don't see eye to eye on anything. He hovers above the earth, and I'm down in it with the rest of the regular folks.
He dabs at his forehead. It's cooler in here than it was yesterday, the heating system purring softly, kindly. But A.G. is sweating. How long is this since you've been estranged?
We fell out years ago when he cut a deal with the chemical companies.
In the front row, Axel's whole posture deflates, and he sinks into the pew-like bench. He looks at his mother, who has her head down still. Axel looks at Arlie, at Ruby and Jim Wainwright. Did they know this too? Did everyone know this but him? But Arlie and the other Pleasantville residents look stunned. Which chemical companies?
It was Pro Firma that started it. Then every Tom, Dick, and Harry started moving factories in, brewing all kinds of nasty shit you can't hardly pronounce. Once one of them got in, they all started setting up shop in Pleasantville's backyard. We fought it at first, we did. It kind of meant something to me the way the community came together, and it was good for me, too, to keep my head up and out of trouble. Channel all this stuff I got inside of me, he says, gesturing vaguely to his gut, to put it towards something outside of myself. Neil was a boy then, and I was getting my act together, and I thought, this is it for me. I felt proud to be a Hawthorne, like I was really one of them. Axel was busy with the police department around then, and this was something Sam and I could share. Like I was finally living up to that name, what Daddy had done for people over the years.
A.G. looks down, rubbing the palms of his hands along the front of his borrowed trousers.
And then one day, he took me aside and told me to stop. The marches, the flyers we was putting out, the plan to take the Pro Firma fight to City Hall. He told me to stop all of it.
Do you know why?
He said people didn't really know what they wanted, let alone what they needed. That maybe there was something in this pro forma deal after all. It was good jobs, he would tell people. He would go in and negotiate, be the hero who delivered 100, 200 jobs to the community. And what he didn't tell anyone is that they were paying him to do it. Cooked up some kind of neighborhood relations fee, a consultancy of some sort, and gave him $500,000 for it. I know 'cause he offered me 50 G's of it.
He looks around the courtroom, at the jury especially, as if he were actually the one on trial for failing to stand up to his father years ago.
It really hurt me that he offered the money to me, and not Axel, not the girls. That he thought I, of all of them, was dirty, like I wasn't a Hawthorne at all. After that, I walked out.
At the state's table, Nichols stands. Your Honor, I'm going to have to object. This is just straight narrative. Mr. Hawthorne's relationship with his father is totally irrelevant to the matter. Offended, AG says,
Hey, my father and I haven't spoken in 20 years over this.
He looks right at Nichols, as if the DA had popped his head into AG's confessional.
And it ruined everything between me and my son.
And he's still talking, Your Honor. All right. The objection is overruled, Mr. Nichols, but the witness is instructed not to speak unless a question has been posed to him, and especially not if an objection is pending. Do you understand, Mr. Hawthorne?
Yeah, I got it,
he says, waving a hand in the air. Did Neil ask you about this on the night of November 5th? Jay says.
He didn't know what to ask. He didn't know any of it. He wanted to know why Sam was investigating me, what he was scared I might say during a campaign. And I danced around it. I know how it hurt me to find out the truth about Sam. So I was scared to get into it. We talked for about an hour or so, catching up about Neil, about my brother. I asked a lot about Mama.
So that means he left the Playboy Club at what time?
It was about 10 minutes to 9,
AG says.
I know because I have to be off the piano when the boss lady come in, and I was checking the clock. Neil said he had to go to some party, and that was it. I looked at the Budweiser clock above the bar. It was 10 minutes to 9.
He taps his finger on the railing in front of him for emphasis. And when Jay asks him if there's any way he could be mistaken about what time Neil arrived at the club and what time he left, AG says no. He remembers everything. The whole thing is burned into his brain.
I'll never forget it, Mr. Porter,
he says.
When my son walked in, it was a miracle.
The jury gets the case that afternoon, following a straightforward closing statement from Jay. Beyond the indisputable fact of Neil Hawthorne's alibi, there was also just the plain weakness of the state's case, Jay said, the lack of any physical evidence tying Neil to the murder, and frankly, the lack of a clear motive for Neil, on the night of his uncle's election, to go after a girl he'd met only one time, a girl standing on a street corner clear across town. You know who did have a motive, he said. Sandy Walcott, and so did the woman running her campaign. Walcott and Reese Parker both had a motive to make Neil Hawthorne look guilty of something in the middle of a neck-and-neck campaign. But a district attorney elected in this county should not be allowed to bring up charges on the family members of her opponent and get away with it, he said. Else we'll see no end to this kind of trickery. And that's exactly what this is. A trick and a waste of your time and the voters' time. And most egregious, a waste of that family's time, he said, pointing to the faces of Maxine and Mitchell Robichaux. They deserve justice, as does the next family out there who don't even know it's coming. The phone call after midnight, or a police officer on their front door, a trip to the morgue. Because make no mistake, he's still out there. He glances at the empty seat next to Maxine, where Keith Moorhead would have been sitting if he'd shown his face since Jay attacked him in the courthouse hallway. And a thing like that, he will kill again.
All the while, Reese Parker is playing games with this election. The voters in this county, you deserve better, he says. My client deserves better. And most of all, Alicia Knoll deserves better than what the prosecutor has presented in this case and tried to pass off to you as truth. The state's rebuttal, he didn't listen to even half of it. As far as Jay was concerned, it was over. The jury walked out, and he left to wait it out at home. Neil went with his uncle and his grandmother and his father, A.G. Jay patted Neil on the back and said he'd be the first to know whenever Jay heard word from the courthouse. Lonnie went to her place to write, trying to get it all down on paper. America's Tomorrow and the donors for George W. Bush, Reese Parker's experiment in Pleasantville, and the death of consolidated black voting power, which the Voting Rights Act and the tireless work of activists from Sam Hawthorne to John Lewis to Dr. King to Diane Nash and James Bevel and countless others across the country had created, which people like Parker were now looking to poison from the inside, with help from Sam. He delivered Jay's client files to Parker in exchange for her help greasing a just good enough settlement from Pro Firma, which just happens to also be a major donor to her PAC. Lonnie's already gotten calls from 2 different newspapers that are interested in the story. Sam, who had been careful to leave no paper trail, no phone records or letters or electronic mail of any kind, between himself and a Terrence Gerard Cobb, was, as Jay had heard through Lonnie, on his second interview with the Houston Police Department regarding the attempted kidnapping and the break-in at Jay's office, this time without his elder son Axel as an advocate. He was spending the night on his own in an interrogation room. Raleigh was home by now, convalescing in his girl's arms. All of this left Jay free to be with his kids. They had finally agreed it was time to tackle the tree. It's Jay's job to find the box of decorations in the garage. Ornaments, a tangle of lights, the angel from the clearance sale. It's all out here somewhere, along with his fishing gear, the 3-piece dinette set from their old apartment, Ellie's first bicycle, and his son's train set, which Ben doesn't want anymore, but had begged his mother not to throw away. There are some of Jay's old law school textbooks, and a quilt Bernie started and never finished, and on the top shelf just past the garage's side door, a white box with pages and pages of something Bernie was writing in her last year, which Jay is not ready to touch. And there's Bernie's car, of course. After he finds the Christmas stuff in a cardboard box along the rear wall, he sets it all on the roof of his wife's Camry and climbs inside. The air is dry in here, but without the film of dust covering everything else in the garage. It's as it always was, the leather soft and clean, the radio still set to KTSU, the carpet on the driver's side with the same mud stain under the gas pedal from the last time Bernie drove the car, the last appointment she was able to drive herself to, last September, a few days before Ellie's birthday, when it had rained and rained and rained, Bernie stumbling into the house after dark, her whole body shaking. She knew then. He can still see the haunted look on her face, and knows that she knew then what was coming. But she had soldiered on. For them, he wants to believe. And it's true, too. But he also knows she did it for herself. Just as he knows he's got to do this now, to beg her forgiveness. "I'm sorry, B," he says, sitting in the same spot he's been in so many times this past year. Nights he thought this was his way out. Engine idling, garage door sealed shut, his way back to her. "I can't wait," he says. "I can't sit out this life for you, Bernie." He takes a deep breath, pulling in what's left. The last he can smell of her. Dove soap and sandalwood. "I've got the kids. I've got Christmas. I've got the next day and the one after that." He's crying by now, the tears fat and warm, rolling down his chin as he lays his head on the steering wheel. He's got to stay.
Bernie said it herself. But what's harder to admit is that he wants to. He asks her to forgive him for staying behind, speaking the words out loud inside his wife's car, knowing, even as he does, that he's only talking to himself. When he leaves the garage, lugging the box of decorations, he spots a white van parked on the street in front of his house, its rear bumper blocking part of the driveway, the words Pleasantville Methodist Church written beneath the back windows. He stares at the white van, his mind doing somersaults as he turns for the house. Inside, it's quiet, a thick silence. He hears nothing, not a single sound, even after he calls his daughter's name. "Elle," he says, setting down the box on one of the couch cushions. The TV in the den is still on, a rerun of 227 playing, the canned sitcom laughter echoing through the empty room. Jay doesn't hear his son either. "Ben," he says, turning off the TV and walking through the kitchen, where their dinner is still sitting on the table, plates of chicken bones and buttered rice, even though Jay asked Ellie to clear the dishes before he went out to the garage. He knows almost instantly that something is wrong. He walks into the living room at the front of the house. Ben and Ellie are on the couch, their knees touching, not far from the Christmas tree. Pastor Keith Moorhead is standing in the living room, hovering over them. He's in civilian clothes, black jeans and t-shirt, the front of which is stained with a dull grayish-brown splotch. "That's a pretty little family you got." Ellie tries to explain. "I answered the door and he pushed his way in." She is gripping her brother's wrist, keeping him as close to her as possible. "What's going on, Dad?" Ben says, his lower lip trembling. "Ben, Ellie, go into the den." Moorhead shakes his head, weaving a little on his feet as he reaches out to grab Ellie's wrist. He's drunk, Jay realizes. The stain on his shirt is red wine. "Let them stay," Moorhead says. Jay steps between the man and his kids. "Ben, go with your sister." "I said, let her stay." Moorhead slurs, making a move toward the kids. Jay shoves him back, and it seems to loosen something in Moorhead, giving him just the provocation he needs to unleash himself on Jay. He clocks Jay under his chin. Jay, stumbling back, hears his son shouting for Moorhead to stop. Moorhead hits Jay again, this time in the gut. Ellie runs for the kitchen phone, and that's when Moorhead reaches for something in his waistband. "Stop!" Jay screams. "Don't move," he tells his daughter. Moorhead stands back, his hand still lingering under his shirt, fingering something Jay can't see. "I just want to talk. Leave my kids out of it." Moorhead stares at Ellie and at the boy. He blinks his eyes a couple of times, as if he's seeing double. Jay stands upright and tells his kids to wait for him in the den, but not before reaching out to squeeze his daughter's hand, secretly pressing the keys to her mother's Camry into it. She grips them as her dad looks over her shoulder, through the kitchen to the sliding glass door in the back. "Go," he whispers. "Just drive." Ellie, shaking, walks her little brother into the den. Jay turns his attention to the drunk pastor. Moorhead sits on the edge of the embroidered sofa, pulling out the palm-sized .22 automatic that was inside the waistband of his jeans. He rests it on his right thigh, eyes cast downward to the carpet. "It was you, wasn't it?" Jay says. "No," he whispers as he starts to cry. "What I don't understand," Jay says, "why mess around with the girl's parents? Why hold their hands knowing all the while what you did?" "I feel bad for them," he says, tears falling. "You don't think I feel bad?" "I don't think you feel anything. Sidling up to the parents. That was all just a cover. Just like calling in the story about Alonzo Hollis trying to kidnap a girl at the truck stop. Local preacher. Those were the words in Lonnie's handwritten notes, words she copied in quotes from Resner's file. It was a call that had come into the Northeast Station last year. A message left for the detective. A police report was filed, but nothing came of it. It was you.
I said no,
Moorhead says, standing, pointing the .22. Jay, on reflex, raises his hands in front of his chest, trying to think his way out of the room, knowing what a fight with this man will cost him. This is why the last one was different, he now understands. Alicia Noel fought. The other girls, they knew the pastor. He was their coach. They trusted him. But Alicia fought like hell. Moorhead, as if following the same thought, lowers his head. He weeps openly.
Deanne and Tina, it wasn't the way you think. It wasn't nasty the way you think. It was something between us, something special. But I should never have touched the Noel girl. I should have known better. But once I saw her, it's like the devil got to whispering in my ear. It's like I couldn't stop. I got her in the van, got her all the way to the west side of the neighborhood when she ran. The lock in the back, it ain't ever worked exactly right. And she got out of the van and ran straight into the weeds along the railroad tracks. I had to stop her, he says, looking up, as if he expects understanding from Jay. Compassion even, all while pointing the pistol at Jay's chest. Whatever it took, I had to stop her, right there by the railroad tracks. By the time it was done, I heard music coming from the church, choir practice, and I was too scared to move her that night. Then the cops started coming around and I just froze, he says, as if stunned by the entire sequence of events that led to tonight, the gun in his hand. I just froze, and now I've got to fix this. I got to fix it. Taking me out isn't going to change things, Jay says. Your DNA was under her fingernails. It's locked in an evidence box downtown right now. I bet there's traces of all 3 girls in the back of that van parked outside. If I put it together, you can bet someone else is going to be right behind me. You've ruined my life. I didn't kill those girls. I didn't mean to hurt them. Jay hears the garage door open, followed by the squeal of tires as Ellie backs out of the driveway at a fast clip, knocking over garbage cans and, by the sound of it, grazing the side of his Land Cruiser. Moorhead looks panicked, not sure if it's a car leaving or one arriving. A squad car, maybe. Just as the headlights swing from the driveway and out onto Glen Meadow, Moorhead turns, peering through the curtains. And that's when Jay runs. He knocks the tree down as he goes, clumsily blocking the exit from the living room. He races to his bedroom, leaving the light off and feeling his way to the bed, to the pillow under which he left the .38, loaded. He hears a shot in the dark, burning the air, mere inches from his head. It shatters the window that faces into the backyard, setting off the sensor lights on the patio. When Jay swings around, Moorhead is standing in the doorway to his bedroom, bathed in the sickly yellow light from outside. His right hand is shaking badly, the barrel of the gun jumpy and unpredictable. Something about seeing this killer, this coward inside his bedroom, the room where his wife died, where so much was taken from him, sets Jay off. He raises the .38, pointing it at the preacher. But Moorhead only smiles. It's the wide, grotesque grin of a clown, makeup melting at this late hour, under the glare of the lights. Please, he says, begging. Deliver me, Jay. Nah, man. There's no way you're getting off that easy. Moorhead's expression hardens. He levels his gun, aiming. But Jay gets him first, a clean shot to the right side of his chest. Moorhead drops the .22, falling back against the door jamb and sliding to the floor. Jay crosses to the man's feet, kicking the .22 out of his reach. His last move before he grabs the telephone to call the police. He sits on the side of the bed, watching trails of gun smoke curling in the air, as the phone rings and rings.
Election Day. Texas, 2000. Axel Hawthorne starts the day a clean 10 points ahead in the polls, on track to win his third and, by city law, last term as mayor of Houston, Texas. The polls have just opened, and the Bush-Gore race is anybody's guess, the two running neck and neck in every poll from the Washington Post to the Los Angeles Times to the Chronicle, and the Dallas Morning News and USA Today, and several pundits on the cable news channels suggesting that it may be the closest presidential race in U.S. history. Jay still remembers Reese Parker's prophecy. 4 years from now, it's going to come down to a handful of votes. She's still working her magic, he's heard, with her name popping up in a few feature articles in the Chronicle about the inner workings of the Bush campaign, her involvement in Flyergate, the stunt that tanked Sandy Walcott's career, reduced to a few sentences, nearly forgotten by now. But if Bush wins, she'll be a star. Cynthia, too. After Axel distanced himself from Cynthia during the runoff campaign and the election that put him in office, she went to Austin, taking a position at a lobbying firm with close ties to the Capitol, and then chairing the Bush campaign state operation this year. Jay hasn't seen her since that day at Sam's house. She sends him emails from time to time. He reads them, sometimes more than once, saving them in an untitled folder on his computer. But he never writes back. He's at his desk this morning, typing notes for his opening statement, 2 index fingers attacking the keys. It's still warm for November, and he's opened his office window a few inches. He smells the garlic and chilies from the house next door, where a vegan restaurant opened last year. The Diamond Lounge is still around, thank God. He and Eddie Mae have their whole last day together planned out. A long lunch at Brennan's, anything she wants, champagne and oysters Rockefeller, a porterhouse and lobster tails, and then beer and a little blues at the Diamond Lounge tonight. He can hear her down the hall right now, training the new girl in her own special way. For all Jay knows, they're buying shoes online. He's holding out hope that this newest hire will work. Eddie Mae has been trying to retire for 2 years now, but Jay has until now refused to let her go, wondering how he would find someone who can type and cook. Who in this house, hers as much as it is his, will ever know him the way she does? But she bought a little house in Galveston last year, spending more and more time on the water. And when she came in last month and said, "Jay, honey, I'm tired," he couldn't think anything to do but kiss her cheek and tell her that he loved her. This new one, Natalie somebody, he's hoping Eddie Mae can have her up to speed before the trial starts later this month. She's one of Neil's students at South Texas, a young mom working her way through law school, taking classes at night. There may be something more to it between Natalie and Neil, but it's none of Jay's business. And anyway, he trusts Neil's judgment, has actually come to like his former client. It was a case that nearly killed him, nearly sent Neil Hawthorne to prison for the rest of his life. But 4 years on, it's just a story, one of many in his life, and one that just happened to end with the best cocktail party brag of all time. About the time he had Christmas dinner with A.G. Hatz, played his record all night, and drank whiskey with the man. Neil, newly acquitted then, heard his father's music for the first time that night. Really heard it. And Amy, Lonnie's girlfriend, her hand shook every time she had to pass A.G. the potatoes. Ben still teases her about it now. They're having a viewing party at their place tonight, Lonnie and Amy, to watch the returns. Raleigh is planning to come too, with lots of beer. But Jay promised Eddie Mae a night out, and this one is hers. At 11:15, she comes in, tapping her watch, reminding him that their reservation is for 12 sharp. Then she drops a heap of mail on his desk. "Miss Ainsley called about her check." "I'll call her." Dot Ainsley's grandson, the dentist from Baytown, died 2 years ago, and she started having the biannual checks she receives from the coal oil settlement sent to Jay's office instead of to the 10 mailbox in front of her one-story house in Texas City. Jay takes the time to call her monthly, and when her checks arrive, he puts them in one of his office envelopes with his return address and then sends them to the very same tin box. She feels safer having them come from him. He settled with Coal Oil Industries about a month after the Hawthorne trial, calling Thomas Cole at home and driving alone to the man's house. If they could wrap this up for $35 million in a structured payout, could they put an end to this for everybody? No more trials, no more delays? He was betting on what Charlie Luckman had said about folks being afraid of what Jay might do, what he was capable of, and Cole had readily agreed to the terms, believing he'd single-handedly brought Jay Porter to his knees, not knowing that this was Jay's way of disposing of the case before Thomas Cole ever discovered Nathan Petty, the witness he had buried. There was $20 million less than Jay won in court, but if he forewent his fee, the money for his clients would be the same, even a little more. It was his self-imposed punishment for skirting the law. He could drag this thing out for another 10 years, or he could finally get Cole to pay the people who needed the money more than Jay did. There's a postcard from Ellie's school in the mail, an ad for an art exhibit in Lafferty Hall, open to students and parents. It reminds him that he has to write her a check. $200 a month they agreed on just to help out, something to put on top of her work-study job. She's in her first year at Lonnie's alma mater, studying journalism at the University of Missouri in Columbia. She called him this morning from her dorm room, excited to have voted in her first election. She'd voted for Gore, even volunteered at his local campaign office, answering phones and canvassing neighborhoods. Jay had bought and overnighted her a cell phone as soon as he heard. He wrapped it in a sheet of his letterhead. Love, Dad. There are bills and bank statements to go through. Yet another America Online CD. There are store catalogs, an issue of Sports Illustrated and coupons. And at the bottom of the pile is a pale pink envelope, the rose logo of the American Greetings Card Company embossed on the back. He knows who sent it before he opens it. She sends one every year on November 5th, the day of her daughter's death. This year, the card is a garden scene. A toddler wearing a floppy purple hat stands in the center of the frame. In one plump brown hand, she holds a metal watering can, in the other a clump of dandelions. Thank you. It's all Maxine has ever said. A note to him every year since Keith Moorhead was arrested for the murders of Alicia Knoll, Tina Wells, and Deanne Duchan. There was a little blip about it in this morning's Chronicle, a timely reminiscence about Houston's oddest election in history, which involved a murder trial and the resolution of 2 other unsolved crimes, and the undoing of one of the city's oldest African-American leaders, a man once revered who has since retreated from public life and politics, along with his wife. The article's last line mentions his estrangement from his elder son, Mayor Axel Hawthorne. The article was written by Greg Bartolomeo. Jay shoves all of the mail to the side of the desk in the spot he considers his pre-inbox, a messy stack of unopened mail and lists of things he needs to add to other lists that are floating somewhere on his desk. He has to get back to work before lunch. He'd like to have a good grasp of his opening statement by the end of this week. 13 days before Pleasantville, Arlie Delavan et al. V. Pro Firma Labs is set to finally go before a jury after years of fits and starts and stalling on the part of the chemical company. 4 years ago, when he stood before his clients in the Samuel P. Hawthorne Community Center to make a pitch to regain their trust, he'd prepared them for this kind of prolonged fight. But not before seeking out the one man he knew he had to win over first. It was about a week after Christmas that year. Jelly Lopez, the new leader of Pleasantville by default, had let Jay into his 4-bedroom ranch-style house. His wife had poured him sweet tea spiked with lemon and ginger. and Jelly's 4-year-old daughter played with Legos on top of the coffee table while the two men talked. "I didn't fight as hard as I could. I didn't," Jay said. "But I'm here now. And if you'll put your trust in me, I'd like to represent your family in a court of law." Jelly, Jules to his wife, looked at her, and together they asked for a minute to speak alone in the kitchen. Jay passed the time building a car for Maya, their daughter, flicking its wheels with his thumb and watching it ride across the polished coffee table. And when Jelly came out of his blue and yellow kitchen, Jay stood and said again, "I'm here, now."
You've been listening to Pleasantville by Attica Locke, narrated by J.D. Jackson. Want to find out more about Whole Story audiobooks? Visit us at www.wholestorybooks.co.uk. Here you'll find hundreds of best-selling titles, together with sound clips, narrator profiles, author interviews, and much more. Alternatively, contact us using the details on the cover to receive updates on new releases. Whole Story Audiobooks. The whole story as the author intended.